that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win. Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win.
Grace Road in Leicester. Day 2 of the Rothesay County Championship Division 1 match between Leicestershire and Sussex. Ball-by-ball commentary being brought to you by the ECB and the BBC. In this particular instance, BBC Radio Sussex, Adrian Harms, myself, Richard Ray for BBC Radio Leicester, and we're joined today by Rita Green from BBC Sport, and we may even hear at some stage from Kevin Howells of BBC Radio Sport as well. He's next door, bringing up-to-date listeners to BBC Radio 5 Live and Sports Extra on proceedings in the County Championship throughout the day. It's a busy day of sport. Football, rugby, all sorts of bits and pieces going on. But here at Grace Road, we have a really fascinating championship fixture very much underway. Sussex yesterday were put in to bat, and bat it very well in the circumstances on a difficult pitch, Adrian, and I think overall an innings of 361 was a pretty good effort.
Yes, it was. Very good morning to you, Richard, and to Rita as well. Love it when Rita comes, because Rita always comes armed with chocolates. That's not the only reason we like to see Rita, but it does help, doesn't it? When you turn up with a load of chocolates, that's kind of a good way to start the day. No, so lovely to see you both. No, you're right. I mean, the general feeling seemed to be, and who knows how this game is going to pan out over the next 3 days, the feeling is that Sussex have got a really good score on the board, and I think that was sort of reflected by the mood in the Sussex camp last night. I spoke to Tom Clark after the close of play, and I think I mentioned in commentary he made 100 in the first game of the season last year, and his form fell off a cliff, to be honest. So I mentioned that to him in the interview, and he said, yeah, he did. I've spent a lot of time in the winter on the mental side of the game, his approach to the way he's playing, and he said, I've got 100 today, but I really need to crack on now. So that was good to hear from Tom. He had a shoulder operation in the winter as well, from which he's recovered. So I think Sussex in good heart, and they'll feel they're in a good position in this match, but there's still a long way to go, Richard.
Yep, 361 they scored. Leicestershire did lose a wicket in their brief reply, 15 for 1. Rishi Patel sparring away outside off stump, a delivery from Ollie Robinson, edged and caught behind. The two umpires, Michael Goff and who's t'other? Rob White, that's t'other, are heading out into the middle, followed by the Sussex players, led of course this year by Ollie Robinson, and the two not out Leicestershire batsmen. Tom Scriven, who is a very competent lower order batsman, came in as night watchman on the dismissal of Patel, and Jake Weatherald, yes, that Jake Weatherald, the Australian test batsman, did play a brief part in the Ashes, and he is out there. He's been signed by Leicestershire for the first 6 championship fixtures. It was a pretty good effort on the part of the Foxes when they heard at the very last minute that the captain and fairly long-standing member of the side now, Peter Hanscom, wasn't going to be coming back for personal reasons, and they needed another batsman quickly, and they got one of the best in Weatherald. Now, Weatherald actually does owe Leicestershire a few runs already, you might say, because he dropped the aforementioned Tom Clark on just 6 yesterday, and Clark took full advantage. So Weatherald will feel, with his butcher's forearms, looking at him from this distance, my word, he looks a very solid customer indeed, that he might owe the Foxes a few. There are 4 slips behind him, understandably enough, standing alongside John Simpson, the former Sussex skipper, wicket-keeper, and Robinson has ball in hand as he comes in from the Bennett end. Bowls to Weatherall, and it's an inside edge onto the pad. There's a huge appeal from behind the stumps, but you could hear the wood from there. Robinson didn't really appeal, it has to be said. It was a full delivery, and Weatherall sort of, his inclination is to go forward and then come back sort of thing, rocks forward his trigger movement. It was fullish, and it certainly wasn't an issue of height, but it did sound very woody. Not quite sure what's going on with the stream at the moment. We're seeing replays from yesterday for some reason, as Robinson is in and bowls. Weatherall does edge, but it's a controlled edge wide of the 4th slip, down to wide-ish 3rd man. Running round the boundary is Jack Carson. Cuts it off before it can cross the ropes, but Weatherall does pick up a couple, and we're back live on stream as well, 17 for 1. It's a coolish morning, but as we were just discussing before we started commentary, it's a pretty good forecast.
It is. I mean, the forecast seems to have changed, and the local forecast looked pretty good. The notable factor today is it's not as windy.
Supposed to be this afternoon,
right?
But it's a warm wind coming, apparently.
Good. As long as it's not a wet wind, we don't mind.
Exactly. Robinson is in and bowling to Weatherald, who tucks him nicely off his legs down to fine leg, who doesn't take it cleanly at the first attempt, grabs it quickly at the second though, so no harm done in terms of conceding an extra run, but Weatherald is ticking. He's up and running. 2 and then 1 to get his score going today. He moves on to 7 of 10 balls. He already he looks kind of busy as well as compact,
yes,
doesn't he? He looks sort of determined. 66, Joe Root's number, isn't it? As well, he's wearing on his back. It was pointed out to me yesterday that Rahana's changed number. I'll have to ask him about that. Robinson is in now to Tom Scriven, who leaves calmly outside off stump.
I have a story about Tom Scriven at the end of the over.
Yes, good. Not just Tom Scriven.
No, not
2 Sussex players as well.
Yes, Tom Price and James Coles as well. So I'll leave that hanging there for.
They went to this nightclb
in New Zealand.
No,
we don't need to go there. No, that's not true.
No. 3 nice Oxford boys. Wouldn't do anything like that. Robinson is in and bowls. Scriven is beaten on the outside edge and there's appeal for a catch behind. They are convinced, Sussex, but the umpire isn't, and certainly Scriven was just getting on with marking his guard. It was dangerously close to being a celeb appeal, as they say. Robinson was utterly convinced now. Umpire.
He's having a word, the umpire.
He's cross with the...
cross with John Simpson
a little bit, and the slips, because they did go up and they did really celebrate. There was a sound, but it did sound very paddy, so it may have clipped the pad. We might just get a replay from the guys and see what we can make of it. But certainly Scriven made no reaction at all, and nor did umpire Goff. In goes Robinson and bowls. Scriven is forward. Solid forward defensive, pushing the ball out to mid-off. Robinson's appeal was perhaps a fraction delayed, perhaps a semi-reaction to what was going on behind the stumps. They were absolutely convinced, but Scriven was given not out. He remains on 5, and Leicestershire 18 for 1 after the first eventful over.
I watched a lot of Ollie Robinson throughout his career, and just watching him running in for those 2 overs last night and this morning, we did mention it a couple of times in the commentary, he does look really fit, and there's been times in his career when Ollie looks like he's struggling when he's running in, but he's running in really hard, and he's bowling at a decent lick here this morning as well. So,
and as we said, with this bounce in the pitch, isn't it? It's not just not just movement. There's I think it's a great pitch, actually.
Yep. Finn Hudson-Prentice opened the bowling last night for Sussex, but he's not going to bowl first thing this morning because Henry Croken, young right-arm seamer, is going to... I say young because we mentioned yesterday all these Sussex lads they've played a lot of cricket. But Henry Croken, 24 years of age now is Henry, and he does bowl at a decent speed. I would say that he's probably the quickest of the Sussex seamers, and he's going to come in from the pavilion. And my story about Tom Scriven, Tom Price and James Coles is, as I was walking in the ground today, there was a gentleman who was outside the fence. He was walking down the road. Is that the Milligan Road?
Is on the
yes, he was walking
side of the
he was walking down the road, and he said, I hope you have a good day commentating today. And I said, well, I'm sorry, nice to meet you. How do you know I'm a commentator? And he said, well, I saw your picture on the stream, so I feel sorry for him for that. But in comes Croken, right arm over the wicket and bowls, and Weatherald looking to tuck that one down the leg side, taken by Simpson, high to his right hand side, and there was bounce there, and he's quick, Henry Croken.
Zipped off the pitch nicely.
Yeah, and there is no run. Anyway, he was chatting away to me, and he'd come to cricket for the day, and he was telling me that he was the schoolmaster. He'd heard us talking about James Coles and Tom Price going to the same school, and he said, well, so did Tom Scriven to this school in Oxfordshire.
Magdalen.
Yep. Where he said he was the chemistry teacher, but also took over as head of cricket. I was involved in school cricket with all 3 players, which was a rather nice story. As Croken is in, bowls down the leg side, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. and he'd come to watch the cricket for the day. So how exciting to be head of cricket, and you've got 3 players who have gone in to make it in the professional game.
Absolutely.
And 3 very fine players as well.
Do you remember the gentleman's name? Did he say it?
He said his name was David, and he said he was formerly head of chemistry at the school.
Okay.
He may still be head of chemistry. He said he was a chemistry teacher, but then took over as head of cricket. Croken in bowls and hits Weatherald on the thigh pad. There was a thud, I think. We'll wait for that to be signalled. And it is indeed signalled as a leg by umpire White. And the score goes to 19 for 1. He does bowl at a good lick, Henry Croken, but perhaps in his career one of the issues has been just being a little wayward, perhaps trying to bowl a little too fast. But he's certainly a good bowler, is Henry Croken. He's had injury problems. He had a shoulder problem a couple of seasons ago, but he looks fit and well. I saw him at the media day, and I thought he looked like he'd had a good winter. He's back to his mark now. Very straight approach. Runs away from us as the sun tries to come out in bowls, and Scriven's up on his toes and cuts that firmly away down to third man and picks up a single. Competent enough from Scriven. He goes to 6 and Leicestershire to 20 for 1. I have to get off my chest, Richard, the century that stood out for me yesterday in the county championship was Ben Folkes.
Yes.
You know, Surrey in dreadful trouble at 69 for 6. You know, the same Ben Folkes who, you know, wasn't considered for the Ashes, you know, because of his batting. First game of the season, in comes Croken, bowls. Weatherald fishing for one outside of the off stump, looking to cut it down to third man. Kept a bit low through to Simpson, and there is no run. And I think most people would consider certainly the best wicket keeper in England, and potentially one of the best keepers in the world. I think Ben Folkes, quite extraordinary that. Where I'm getting to with this is, I always think you should pick your best wicket keeper. That's a bit of a me thing, really. In comes Croken over the wicket, bowls, and Weatherald is forward and plays confidently into the offside. Picks up a single to Daniel Hughes, who rather sloppily misfields, but it doesn't cost Sussex a run. Weatherald picks up a single. Is the end of Henry Croken's first over, the over that has cost him 2 runs, and at the end of that, the second over of the morning, Leicestershire are 21 for 1 with Scriven on 6, Weatherald on 8.
And the sun is threatening
It is.
to come out. The players are casting faint shadows, but it's a sort of Easter weekend sort of day now, potentially, and getting warmer by the minute. So, just wondering whether there's quite as many people as there were in yesterday. Because there's a fair old sprinkling in the dark green seats behind Ollie Robinson as he runs in from the Bennett end and bowls to Weatherall. It swings back in. Robinson's hands start to go into the air, but Weatherall rocks back and just comes down on the ball, turns his wrists on it and turns it down to Henry Croken at long leg and takes his single. I'll get used to Weatherall over these 6 games, but it's a very sort of marked trigger movement. Step forward, step back. Almost sort of steps back towards square leg at one stage as well. There's a lot going on for Weatherald. Robinson is in to Scriven, who leaves the outswing. It bounces nicely through to Simpson, who sort of takes it on the walk, well above waist height, in front of first slip. 88 on Tom Scriven's back. Weatherald, as I say, is 66, whether that's the number he has in Australia as well. Probably is. 329 runs in the championship last season for Tom Scriven, and that was going in sometimes, and Robinson is in and bowls to him and goes past his outside edge with a beauty that bounces and swings away, and he's too good for him, but he was going in at 10s and once he went in at 11, Scriven, so he's far, far better than that.
The game with the Louis Kimber game, as we all know it, didn't Tom Scriven make runs in that?
He did, at some stage.
Yeah, he's always performed well against us. I've always thought he's a good cricketer.
He is. He's waiting now with bat raised as Robinson is in and bowls to him, and he clips him away to mid-wicket, who makes a very good stop because he's not a long way away really. He's there for the drive that sort of mistimed, slightly plinked in the air, and timed that beautifully. Scriven, yes, reaching to his right. Who is that at
it was Tom Price.
It's Price, who is another very good cricketer. Well, they're all good cricketers.
Yeah, and I met him for the first time yesterday. He came out the dressing room. I thought, I don't recognise you. You must be Tom Price. I said, hello. And oh, nice to meet you.
Robinson is in. Scriven leaves outside off stump again. I always think, Tom Price is, again, it's a generational thing of the racing driver, the great racing driver who was back in the 60s, was killed at Kyalami, wasn't he, at South Africa?
Oh.
Tom Price. Very fast, very, very fast.
Okay.
British racing driver.
Right. Yes, the one I was thinking of was not a Price.
Robinson is in, bowls on off stump. Scriven is very correctly forward, head right over the ball, blocking it out into the offside. End of Robinson's second over of the day, his fourth of the innings, 1 for 9. His figures, that wicket of Rishi Patel yesterday. Scriven has 6, Weatherald has 9, and Leicestershire 22 for 1. Still trail then by 339.
Yes, I'm not really up on my motor racing, but there was a motor racing driver, Mike Hawthorne, who was killed relatively close to where I live in Guildford. He was not racing; he was clearly in his own in a car and was killed.
He was a world champion.
He was. Yeah, he was. Henry Croken is going to come around the wicket. He's running in from the pavilion end with 3 slips as he races in around the wicket. Comes in and bowls to Weatherald. Short, pulled away by Weatherald. Didn't get all of that, but he's going to get a couple of runs as the ball rather dribbles away through square leg for a couple of runs. Hasn't quite got his length and line right here this morning, Henry Croken, but just needs to pitch the ball up. They've got a new ball in hand. Weatherald goes into double figures. He's on 11. Leicestershire 24 for 1. At the rest of the field, there's a wideish third man, almost a deep backward point, to be honest. A cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a square leg just in front of square, and a fine leg as Croken in again. Bowls and covers up, goes forward as Weatherall, plays to Robinson, who sends in a not very good throw, but to be honest, he set off Weatherall for the single, and Scriven was having none of it, and I think rightly sent him back, did Tom Scriven.
Well, he sort of set off, stopped, then he went.
Yes.
And at no stage had Scriven moved.
Yes,
so
it was an odd bit of
that could have been horrible.
Robinson was in quickly. The throw was a poor throw, in fairness, but by that time Weatherald had just about got himself back in his ground. Croken in again, bowls to Weatherald again, too short, and Weatherald's able to just tuck inside the line and ease the ball down to fine leg and picks up another single. He goes to 12. And Leicestershire to 25 for 1, and the early signs for Leicestershire are that Weatherald looks pretty solid here this morning, Richard.
You would hope from an Aussie test. There probably was a run there, it being Robinson, who's got a long way to reach down and had Scriven gone straight away, but very early doors, so to speak, to be taking a risk in that respect. Extra catcher has gone in the gully.
Yes, now 3 slips and a gully, as Richard says, as Croken is in and bowls, and Scriven is solidly and stoutly forward, the bat and pad close together, the ball played into the offside. There is no run. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Very good morning wherever you're listening from. Adrian Harms and Richard Ray, your commentary team. We'll be joined by Rita Green shortly.
Matthew's been in touch, who you've met actually, Matthew from Melbourne. He arrived at Hove a couple of years
right
ago.
Gosh, you've got a good memory. In comes Croken, bowls dug out by Scriven. He picks up another single to mid-wicket, fielded by Hughes. Scriven goes to 7 and Leicestershire 26 for 1.
He says, good morning Richard and Mr. Harms, who I did have the pleasure of meeting down at Sussex a few seasons ago. He's watching in Melbourne with Tilda and sees this as, quote, a massive chance for Tom Scriv to show off how good a batter he actually is. But Tilda, who's a rather fine young cricketer herself, is still concerned with how close the slip fielders stand to each other in England compared to Australia.
Interesting. In comes Croken round the wicket, bowls, and Weatherald throws the kitchen sink at that, looking to play it away through the offside. Ball goes through to John Simpson. There is no run. 26 for 1 at the end of the 4th over of the morning. Scriven has 7, Weatherald has 12. Lovely Melbourne, just imagine by the banks of the Yarra, and I guess starting to go into autumn in Melbourne, but I'd imagine the weather's still very nice. And they do say it's one of these cities you can have sort of 4 seasons in a day. But a lovely place nonetheless. How lovely to get a message from Melbourne, Richard.
Indeed. Home of my great-great-great-grandfather, believe it or not.
Right.
Well, I can't remember how many greats there are, but there's a couple.
Yeah.
Robinson is in and bowling to Tom Scriven. That is a little bit wide outside off stump, and Scriven, although he stepped forward, it was no more than a gesture. Watched it through into the gloves of Simpson.
I've been very lucky to have gone a couple of times, and one of my great memories of Melbourne is just outside of Melbourne. There's a steam train, known affectionately as Puffing Billy.
Right.
Which I'm sure that... Sorry, I forget the name of the gentleman you mentioned, his name there.
Matthew.
Yeah, Matthew will be familiar with it, I'm sure. Which is great fun as it winds its way.
And it goes up into the hills.
I think it's called the Danadong Hill, something like that, just outside of Melbourne.
Robinson in, bowl, straighter. Scriven is careful, playing slightly across the line, pushing it out towards mid-on. Price moves across to his left to field, and there's no run.
I think it's early days, isn't it? And the bowlers are just sort of warming to their task. But these two have looked, dare I say it, relatively comfortable this morning. I think they played very straight. Doesn't seem to be quite the movement there was yesterday. I mean, Robinson looked a real handful, didn't he, in the 2 overs last night?
It does sometimes take a few overs for the heavy roller effect to come off, doesn't it? In goes Robinson and bowls. Scriven looks to drive, and he's reaching for it a little bit. Doesn't time it thick outside edge, and it squirts out towards point. Is that Hudson Prentice at point?
Yes, it is.
Yes. Sussex, most of them have their caps on, which is nice to see. One sun hat I see at first slip, otherwise the navy Sussex cap with the martlets. Very smart. There's a few new ones out there. Not too many of the old faded ones, which are popular with the older pros.
Yeah, a few have sort of got caps last year. So
they're still quite new.
Yeah.
Robinson is in and bowls, and a beauty that beats Scriven. Outswing again. Scriven playing down the line of off stump. Bounces past his outside edge.
The most faded Sussex cap I think I saw down the years was Ben Brown when he was skipper at the club or wicketkeeper. Ben's cap was a really faded blue.
Who was your wicketkeeper who used to favour a mullet?
Oh, Ollie Carter.
Ollie used to have a fairly faded, I seem to recall. In goes Robinson and bowls, and Scriven turns him off the straight. Robinson hands started to go into the thickish inside part of the bat. It must be difficult for bowlers sometimes. You think you've got through, and the batters have good eyes and just take it off the straight, worked it away down towards deep backward square. Scriven and picks up 1, moves on to 8. But Matthew's right, this is a big opportunity for Scriven. And he looks like he's determined to make the most of it. Weatherald bouncing almost at the crease, awaits the arrival of Robinson, bowls and head right over the ball from Weatherald as he walks into a defensive press. Back down the wicket it goes. It presents an absolutely immovable barrier to the ball. End of the over. 27 for 1. Scriven has 8. Weatherald 12. Robinson 1 for 10 off 5. And what Sussex are doing well, which Leicestershire obviously didn't in the first session yesterday, is even if you're not taking wickets, you're still controlling the scoreboard. You're not conceding lots of runs. They're just going at 3s at the moment. Leicestershire, well, one brief period yesterday went to 11s.
Yes. I'm just looking, there's play in every game around the country, which, considering the pretty awful weather forecast that we all saw prior to these games starting is...
Storm Dave doesn't appear to me. It's just very localised up in Scotland then, is it?
Interesting. Henry Croken out the attack after just a couple of overs, and Tom Price is going to bowl his first ball in Sussex colours. I saw him warming up, fielding at mid-wicket, and here he comes, running away from us into bowl to Tom Scriven, clipped away, and these two clearly know each other. Nice looking shot by Scriven, fielded at mid-wicket, good bit of fielding as well by Henry Croken, prevents anything more than a single, and the total moves on to 28 for 1. So briefly, Glamorgan 115 for 4 against Yorkshire, Essex 228 for 3 at Southampton against Hampshire, Somerset 309 for 7 against the champions Nottinghamshire at Taunton, Warwickshire 14 without loss in reply to Surrey's 328 yesterday. In the second division, Derbyshire 417 for 4 against Worcestershire, Kent 65 for 2 in reply to Durham's 335. Price is in bowls, Weatherald is forward, plays down the onside of the track, and Price fields off his own bowling and there is no run. Middlesex 288 for 5 at Lords against Gloucestershire, and Lancashire 364 for 8 down the M1 at Northamptonshire. Tom Price is bowling with 3 slips, a deep backward point, a cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg, and 20 minutes gone of the morning's play, and Price is in again, bowls, and Weatherald defends into the other. Again, he's looking for that quick single, and Tom Scriven's very much to hold up his hand and say, no, 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 there's not a single there, which there wasn't. But he's a busy cricketer, Weatherald, isn't he? I'm just sort of watching him now. He walks away towards the square leg umpire, he's sort of a twirl of the bat, and he wanders back towards his crease, does a little bit of gardening, and he wanders away again. He's sort of twitchy at the crease, isn't he? And now he's ready. And Price in again, bowls, and Weatherall tucks nicely inside the line, picks up a couple of runs. Throw comes in actually to the non-striker's end. Tom Price wasn't ready for that. It was a good bit of fielding out in the deep by Hudson Prentice. He got in the throw, and Tom Price probably ought to have been behind the stumps as the throw came in. In the end, Scriven got back comfortably enough.
If you are batting with Weatherald, you're going to have to be on your toes, though, because he likes it.
Yeah, he does.
He's a good judge of a run, I would suggest, but he's going to get the absolute maximum.
Price again, in and bowls, and Weatherald clips nicely, and this is a lovely shot. I'm not sure it's going to go all the way for 4. There's 2 Sussex fielders in hot pursuit, and the ball is just pulled up inside the boundary. They're thinking of, well, interesting that, because they picked up a couple of runs, but they were looking for the third. Well, on this occasion it was Scriven, I think, who was thinking, maybe there is a third, and there was a little bit of yes knowing, and in the end they decided the answer was no, and they'd settled on 2.
Yeah, it was Scriven's call, and he in the end decided not to go. There was a third, because the throw it's a long way from out there, and it was a good 10 yards or so short. Simpson had to run out from behind the stumps, but Weatherald on that occasion took Scriven's instruction.
Price again, in and bowls, and Weatherall just places comfortably away on the offside and picks up a single. So Weatherall goes to 70 at the end of the over. Leicestershire are 33 for 1, and it's developing into a nice partnership between these two, the night watchman Tom Scriven and Jake Weatherall. Not quite sure that Sussex have got their lines and lengths quite right here this morning, I think, with the exception of Ollie Robinson. Henry Croken into the attack for a couple of overs, then taken out. They're bringing Tom Price in.
My guess is that they'll want Croken to come down the slope and use his extra pace there, so he'll probably take over from Robinson. With respect to Hudson Prentice, he might have to come up the slope once Price's work is done. Bringing in the third man for Weatherald, so it's an attacking field from Robinson. He's still got the 4 slips, and now a sort of deepish gully as well. Robinson in to Weatherald. The ball pushes one across him, and Weatherald plays down the wrong line and is beaten. Bounces through into the gloves of Simpson. Slips all have their hands plunged deep into their pockets. It has gone a bit colder again. The sun that was threatening to come out has retreated, and the clouds have got a little bit darker. Hopefully they'll be blown across, but underneath them It's markedly colder.
Yes, it is.
Robinson turns, shirt flapping in, bowls outside off stump, good pace and bounce, and a little bit of shape back in to Simpson, but it was a touch too wide, and a safe, very exaggerated leave from Jake Weatherald.
Looking at the Jake Weatherald, he came in for that second test and he didn't play in the first test in Perth because that's when Khawaja played, wasn't it? I think Khawaja hurt his back. I think Weatherald came in for the second test, which was in... Was that in Adelaide? No, it was in Brisbane.
Robinson bowls to Weatherald. It's a little bit too full. It's on his toes. It's clipped it out to deep backward square, and that is going to go for 4. No real chance for Croken running up the ropes. It's the shorter of the boundaries for this game, and it crosses the ropes just more or less at the point where the meet meets the Uptonsteel stand seats, and Weatherall picks up a boundary, moves on to 21.
Yes, he played in...
Robinson bowls to him again. He turns him again off his legs, but straighter this time, in front of square, out towards mid-wicket, where Hudson Prentice can quickly seize on the ball, ensure that no single could be taken.
Yes, he played at Brisbane. He made 72 in Australia's first innings before he was LBW to Jofra Archer. And then in the second innings, he was not out 17. That was a game that Australia won by 8 wickets. He then went on to play in the next test, which was in Adelaide. He made 18 in the first innings, only a single in the second, but certainly that's when he came in, wasn't it, into that second test match.
31 now, Jake Weatherald. As Robinson bowls to him, outside off stump, taken chest high again by Simpson, left by Weatherald, pushed across him. I don't pronounce his second name. B-E-A-T-H. Beath or Beath?
Oh.
Jake Beath or Beath Weatherald.
I wonder if Robinson's going to come around the wicket to him. I shall make way for Rita at the end of this over, because I've got to go and do a radio update.
Weatherald bobbing at the knees as Robinson comes in from that round the wicket run. Bowls straight. Weatherald covers up, more or less on the back foot, and drops it out into the offside. Robinson turns, takes his sweater from the very well wrapped up umpire Michael Goff, gloved, unlike Rob White. Michael Goff has gloves on both umpires again in their baseball style caps rather than their Panamas, but judging by the spherical nature of their umpires' coats, they're quite short umpires' coats, they've got plenty of layers on underneath them as well. 37 for 1. Price then turns, comes in from the pavilion end, bowls to Simpson, a little bit short, but it does move away, and Scriven, I should say, has a little fend at it, and it bounces through to John Simpson behind the stump. So another play and miss from Scriven. Weatherald wanders down, has a word with his young teammate. He's on 9 off 26 balls, still looking for a little bit of fluency perhaps. Price is in, bowls, and he's going to pick up runs there. It was just wide enough for Scriven on the back foot to work it away through point. Wide off point. Fielder runs back from sort of that deepish backward point position. And Scriven picks up a couple, moves into double figures, and for the first time today, it's good morning to equally well wrapped up Rita Green.
Good morning, Richard. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, the jacket's on. I'm teetering though. I think it's warming up in here nicely, so I'll give it an over and it might come off.
Price in, bowl, straight bounces, leaves. Scriven beats him on the back foot this time. Bearing something of a charmed life at the moment, Tom Scriven. Won't let it affect him, I'm sure. faced 28 deliveries now for his 11 runs. Probably played and missed half a dozen times, I would say, this morning. Shuffles back into position. Just the 3 slips as Price in. Bowls to him, and did he beat him again there? Did he just pull out of the shot? I think he left it. We'll give him the benefit there, Tom Scriven. A very, very late decision to leave. The bat was just starting to come down when he said no, I'll leave it, and pulled it back out of the way. 39 for 1. Definitely got quite a lot colder as Price is in and bowls. Another outswinger. Wasn't too far from off stump, but not quite as close as Haynes and his fellow slips would have you believe. It was left again by Scriven. But it's been good from the Sussex seamers this morning. No breakthrough, but they haven't given anything away. And as I say, that's so important, really. Make the batsmen work for their runs. And if and when the breakthrough does come, when the heavy roller effect wears off as Price bowls straight and again stays on the back foot, just slightly short of a length, Scriven, and plays it back down the pitch on the offside, doesn't time it. End of the over though, he's survived it. 2 overs, none for 8 for Price. Leicestershire 39 for 1. There we all are on the camera.
Indeed. Even Adrian is
standing in the background. If you're wondering what's going on, he's doing his updates to Radio Sussex on something called Lucy Live, which
is
well,
not
you
somebody.
Know all about.
Yeah, it's not somebody. It took me a little while to figure that out. Not somebody called Lucy, but what a morning it's been so far on the pitch. Yeah, I thought the sun was going to break through and stick around. It hasn't. And a great contest here as Robinson comes down the hill to Weatherald. Full delivery and just punched into the offside, but nicely taken. A nice diving stop at point. I love this contest between these two. You know, 2 players of international pedigree. Ollie Robinson looking so fit this season. Got the captaincy as well. And against well, a guy that's used to big crowds at the recent Ashes. He's a very busy batter, isn't he? I'd like to compare myself to Jake Weatherald. I'm not left-handed, mind you, and I'm certainly not as good, but very busy, always doing things, doing a bit of gardening, bit of chat. Here comes Ollie Robinson round the wicket now. It's punched into the mid-wicket region, no run. But he's one of those players, isn't he? Always sort of moving around. He takes a little wander towards the square leg umpire, as though he wants to have a chat with the square leg umpire. Takes his time, composes himself for the next ball. But quite a signing, Richard, I think.
It is, yes, and we were speculating yesterday that Andrew McDonald's sort of Leicestershire connections might have had something to do with it. I'm sure he will have consulted McDonald, now head coach of Australia, of course.
Robinson in, driven straight to short cover, and either side of the fielder there, that would have been 2 or 3. I don't necessarily say a boundary at the moment today, because I think the surface has got a little bit of dew, a little bit of, well, certainly it's heavier, as you would expect at this time of the season. But yeah, great work in terms of recruitment for Weatherald, but probably some work to be done with the bowling side, but we shall see.
Yeah.
Robinson in again. Full delivery, just punched to mid-wicket, and this time they go through for a single. Really nicely done there for any young or not so young cricketers out there. He's leaning into the ball, just pushing it into the gap, and as all good batters do, just get off strike and leave it to your partner. And I think Tom Scriven's done a brilliant job. Last night I was working on a football show far away from here, and but watching the last moments of last night's play, and my goodness me, Tom Scriven coming in with quite a job to do. Robinson up to wicket now and bowls, full delivery and a big shout, big appeal and given. Oh, there was a bit of a question mark there that the umpire needed to think about, and Tom Scriven is absolutely distraught, I think, here. Very, very disappointed. Is he disappointed with the stroke he played or the decision? Nevertheless, he comes back towards the changing rooms. We'll have a little look at the replay.
I don't think height was an issue, that's for sure. He didn't get in a big stride. I don't think it got up too much. Let's have a look.
Oh,
that's a fairly decent shout. You got to say. I think
below
the
knee roll.
The bat wasn't really close to it. It was a back pad, and I think that's a perfectly legitimate decision. He'd have thought about it, as all good umpires should. But Scriven, well, he did his job. He was there as night watchman, but he will, as you said, be very disappointed, because he'll have seen it as an opportunity to go on and again make a case for batting higher up the order than he normally does. But Robinson has picked up his second wicket, and there is, we are told, or we read yesterday, that an ECB pace bowling scout is here. So Robinson, if he's here today, will be making a good impression on said scout. 2 for 15 he's got now.
And the score, Leicestershire 40 for 2. So the deficit 3-2-1. And go would be somebody shouting that in here. But anyway, but 321 runs is the deficit, so quite a way to go. And Holland comes to the wicket. All big woolly pull over there. It's a chilly day, and I like the way Josh Hull, actually, a pedigree of his own there, of playing the role of taking the water bottle out to Weatherald, probably having a little bit of a chat with him as well. But decent over so far. And as you said, Richard, the Sussex bowlers, they've just been on the money and not given any pressure release this morning. Robinson's in. This one's defended by the right-handed batter of Holland, and there's no run, and it's a wicket over. Just one off the over, 40 for 2. And that's exactly what Sussex wanted this morning.
Yeah. Tom Scriven will be disappointed at the leg before, but he didn't get forward. It was a good fullish delivery from Robinson. It did move off the pitch, suggesting that the effect of the heavy roller is now beginning to come off now. It moved yesterday, the ball on the pitch, much of the day. Yes, it's been exposed all day, but it still looks as though there are plenty of patches on there, plenty of green patches on there. There's plenty of pace in the pitch as well. A little bit of movement back in, and Scriven on the back foot was trapped palpably, as they sometimes say, leg before. Ollie Price is in, and Tom Price, I beg your pardon, is in and bowling to Jake Weatherald. I knew I'd do that in the end. Weatherald defends on the back foot, drops it out towards short leg, and there is no run. Ollie still at Glaws, of course. Tom, the brothers have separated. Tom now here at down at Sussex. Wind's getting up again, and it's a little bit chilly. 40 for 2 Leicestershire. It's a difficult position as Price is in and bowling full. Oh, gorgeous off drive, gorgeous straight drive, back past Price. It was there too, it was in the slot, but it was a lovely shot, full. It did swing in a little bit, but Weatherall just leant into it, punched it away, back past Price, back past the stumps, just to the right of the umpire, and it fairly whistled to the boundary. Shot of the day so far.
Yeah, lovely stroke, love an on drive. It's all about the timing and just a little bit of movement, and he just pounced upon it, got his body position completely right there, Weatherald, and 4 runs it is. Oh, really nice stroke.
Moves on to 26. Price is in again to him, again fullish on off stump this time. Weatherald defends, blocks it out into the offside. Croken is in there in the covers. Now picks up, and there's no run.
It's so chilly. There's a bit of an exodus going on at the stand to our right. I think the wind is definitely howling through, and then looking for another position to sit in this wonderful stadium arena to watch the game.
Might be back this afternoon, but there is still one gentleman up there. He's fairly well wrapped up as Price is into Weatherall, drags his length back a bit, swings in a touch, he turns the wrists on it, pushes it off the back foot out towards mid wicket, and you heard the very Australian no as he saw the fielder closing in on the ball. Holland, of course, spent the winter in Australia as well, playing for Ringwood in captaining, I understand, club side in Melbourne. Now captaining Leicestershire in the absence of the Victorian, Peter Hanscom. Price gets into his stride, runs in, bowls, tries to pull it away there, Weatherald. It bounces up, doesn't perhaps bounce as much as he'd hoped, Weatherald, because it thumps into the thigh pad below the bat and trickles out towards long leg, and the leg by is duly taken. 45 for 2. Foxes still, as Rita pointed out, well over 300 behind, and if the pitch does start to behave like it behaved yesterday, it's going to be a tough old morning for the Foxes, assuming the Sussex seam attack keep up this sort of accuracy. In goes Price and bowls. Sort of forward defensive from Ian Holland. It's not. He never does make a big stride, but everything's nice and close together and compact, and he blocks the delivery out into the offside. Price ends his over, none for 12 from his 3. Did beat the bat of Scriven a couple of times, but Weatherald has looked reasonably comfortable against him. Indeed, Robinson has a word with Price. And Robinson, that's an interesting one, is taking himself off having taken the wicket, but he has bowled 4 overs this morning, is it? Or 5, to try and work it out.
Yeah,
either way,
probably a regional plan, isn't it? To do 4 or 5, but surprising, isn't it? When after you take a wicket, you probably expect the bowler to stay on for at least another one.
His decision.
Yeah, indeed.
He's the skipper, and he's decided to give Finn Hudson-Prentice a go.
Yes, FHP in. Up to the wicket now and bowls and cut into the offside, and that's going to be 4 runs. Back onto the back foot very, very quickly was the Aussie, rocked onto the back foot, and 4 runs. Really nicely taken, just taken slightly in front of him, and the diving fielder gave it a good shot to try and save the runs, but nicely done there. That'll do his confidence a world of good, but he's going along nicely here. Weatherald 30 for 42.
Away, wasn't it?
Yeah, nicely played.
I love the way he commits to whatever shot he's playing.
Yeah, and it wasn't exactly a loosener there from Finn Hudson-Prentice. Here comes the next ball of the over, in. Bit of a shout from... Oh, I say a bit of a shout. It turned out to escalate in sound, actually, as the appeal went on, but it was not out.
He just seemed to lose that one a little bit, Weatherald. Took his bottom hand off the bat, thumped into the pad. It sounded a touch woody. It might also have pitched outside leg. Remember, it's the right arm seamer coming in over the wicket to the left hand bat, so it would have had to have done a bit.
Yeah, exactly. With that angle, you'd have to do rather well to even be potentially an LBW. Here comes next ball, left alone by the Aussie with
like
bit of magic.
Yes.
Swordsman's magic. And he'll be very, very keen to say that he absolutely intended that, which I'm sure he did. And through for a dot ball. That's all it'll look like in the scorecard. And look, the umpire's doing a little bit of work on...
just checking the bat width.
Oh, is he? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
with the gauge, just
When you do that at the beginning of the innings?
Always, when the new batsman comes in, early on, they'll to just make sure that the bat is.
I thought he was just
hits
admiring
the gauge.
In. And this was driven once again, but a check drive straight to the fielder. That's the skipper, Ollie Robinson. There's no run.
Be a bit careful, Weatherald. That little bit of swing back in. He's cross with himself, getting a bit overexcited. 30 off 45 at 66 is obviously it's a good start, but Leicestershire need a 3-figure score from him, really. Clark gave Sussex, they need Weatherald to do the same.
For the Bennett end, Hudson-Prentice in once again. This one's defended by Weatherald, and there's no run. You're listening to BBC Leicester, BBC Sussex, BBC Sport, and around the world on our YouTube channel. I'm Rita Green. Next to me is the wonderful Richard Ray. Got Adrian Harms waiting in the wings. And also, nice to see Kevin Howells as well, isn't it?
It is.
Gracing
First
us with
vision you see now. All sorts. You should have seen the press box yesterday. All sorts of people I hadn't seen for years.
celebrities at every corner, I'm sure. Next ball, driven once again into the point region. There's a chase on. It's probably not going to go to the boundary rope. They take one, they take two, and they go back for a third as well. And nicely played. It wasn't. It was more of a controlled drive into the offside. He's really strong in that area. Very much a driving type of shot. Wouldn't have been point actually for the left-hand wicket, but there we go. 50 runs is up, by the way. Just shy of 15 overs, so 52 for 2. So Leicestershire looking to consolidate their position here. Holland yet to score, and Weatherald on 33 from 47. And even at this early stage, Richard, it feels as though Weatherald's innings is going to be rather pivotal to today anyway.
Potentially. Leicestershire's batting lineup is one that I think that they're pretty happy with. Weatherald having replaced Hanscom, as I've said, and they've rejigged it. And Sol Budinger, at the top of the order, probably a little unlucky to be left out, having played the games he played and had the season he had last season as well. But they are strong in the batting. They bat all the way down. Price is in to Weatherald, who tucks him neatly off his legs, fine enough to run to the boundary for 4. Didn't get any bat on it, says umpire White, to Weatherald's disappointment perhaps, because it went quite quickly, and normally when it goes quite as quickly as that, there's a little bit of bat involved, but not on that occasion. But obviously still 4 leg byes onto the Leicestershire score. It's funny because obviously at the moment the ground staff have left a lot of grass on the square. The outfield here is still, it's always lightning fast, but for once I think the outfield may actually be slightly faster than the square because there's so much grass on the pitches still. In goes Price, and again Weatherald is turning him off his legs, or this time he's connecting and turning him off his legs, and gets plenty on it, working it out towards long leg for a single. Moves on to 34, 57 for 2. Something Sussex did very well yesterday was bat partnerships. Although there were only 250s on top, 150, 250s on top of the century for Clark. Most of the batters got into double figures. In goes Price and bowls. Holland leaves outside off stump, so that we had a regular sort of series of sort of 50 plus partnerships, and the floodlights are coming on for the first. Didn't have them at all yesterday, and it is, I'm not sure it's markedly darker than it was at some stages yesterday, but coming on they are. Might help Sussex a bit. Sometimes the ball does a little bit more under the lights, but it is a bit cold. Price, shirt hanging out of his trousers, runs in and bowls to Holland, who plays him off stump, a little tentatively but comfortably enough, pushing it out into the offside. No run.
It's amazing. He had a full day of play yesterday. Looking at the forecast for yesterday, looked pretty, I think the word is dodgy.
I think it's the earliest ever start in the county championship, isn't it, as well?
Is it? Wow.
So we got remarkable, I mean, throughout the country, a remarkable amount of play. Price in, bowls, Holland leaves, it bounces, and it threatens to come back in a little bit as well, and he indicates with his right hand, having seen it bounce through to Simpson, that there's a bit there, and there was a bit there all day yesterday. Not quite so much this morning, as I say, possibly because the heavy roller had gone on it, and now maybe wearing off. 8 to 10 overs normally, they reckon. Price, orange soles on his cricket boots, runs in and bowls, out swinger. Again Holland can step forward and leave, and he'll take his time, will Ian Holland, and he has plenty of time to play himself in. He remains scoreless, having faced 6 deliveries. Weatherald 34 off 49, 57 for 2. Floodlights look a bit reluctant, don't they? They're sort of, must we? All right.
Well, first time this season, so in the game that is. Need to put it on,
yeah,
but I'm surprised actually they're coming on as well. But especially with the electricity prices, but I'll swerve away from that one entirely, back to the cricket. 57 for 2 Leicestershire, deficit just over 300. But yeah, newly promoted to Division 1, Richard. He won Division 2 rather, by 48 points. Whopper of a season last season. I can't wait to, it probably feels like a lifetime ago, but get your view on expectations this season. Right, a fresh new over. This one's tucked into the onside by Weatherald, through for a single. Hudson Prentice continues from the Bennett end. But there's a real, must be, electric feel-good factor from last season, but also the reality of, wow, Division 1, here we come.
There's a little bit of that. Obviously, you wonder how competitive and how different it will be. I don't think it's sort of like going up from the Championship to the Premier League sort of thing. I don't think there's that much difference between the counties these days, but there's a lot of know-how, obviously, that the younger Leicestershire players in those terms don't have.
Holland on strike. Hudson Prentice, full delivery, and nicely defended by Holland. I say nicely here. I think this is a day for really watching the ball onto the bat, so not decision making and shot making too early. Windy conditions here from my weather app. Later on today, the wind is supposed to pick up even more, but I think it's going to be one of those days where it's going to be gusty and then not so gusty. So yeah, a day for just taking each ball on its merits. I'm coming up with all the cliches, but it's one of those days. Next ball in, defended again by Holland. Skipper, Mr. Cricket here, bowler, batter, skipper, decent fielder as well. Plays a really big part, doesn't he, in the
huge
Leicestershire squad.
Absolutely, yeah. No, he's going to be a key man in Holland this season. Last season, 38 wickets, comfortably top in terms of wicket gathering for the Foxes, 20s.
Hudson Prentice past the umpire in bowls, and just too high, that one. Bit of a half shout for an LB, wasn't even that really, and definitely not out. Bit of a chat going on between the umpire and Hudson Prentice. One of those chats of keep an eye on your follow through foot positions here, mind the wicket please. Nothing too official at all. The umpires well wrapped up today with their baseball caps. As traditionalists probably won't agree with the old baseball caps for umpires, but I'm fine either way if anyone's wondering. Hudson Prentice in, this one's left alone. Nice bounce here on this pitch, isn't it, Richard? It's not electric and through the roof, but this stage of the season, yeah,
I've
nice.
seen far worse. Put it that way here. So yeah, well done to the ground staff for that bit of life.
And for those of you out there like myself waiting for the first game of the season and wondering what pitch we're going to get from the ground staff at your club, at your county, it's always a bit of a nerve jangling time. What you're going to get. Next ball in, defended once again. Nice straight delivery. Nothing much to feed off there for Ian Holland, and there is no run. End of the over, just one from that over. End of the over, 58 for 2 Leicestershire, and Weatherald on strike once again in the next over.
There'll be a few club cricketers who'll be playing their first game.
Maybe even this weekend.
Season today.
I think next weekend is when most clubs start. But you're right, maybe pre-season game this weekend. Why not? Yeah, I'm looking forward to the season myself. Done my best over the winter period to try and make sure I'm raring to go, but we shall see. There's always a pre-season positivity, isn't there? And that's what no matter what level of cricket you're at, you want to get off to a good start. You want to be able to get some runs under your belt, some catches, and also some wickets.
Bowling. Robinson is mixing and matching his attack. Tom Clark's going to have a go on the back of his century yesterday, so not the longest spell for Price. Sort of anticipating perhaps a longish day in the field. Robinson. Well, Clark was ready to go, but Weatherald wasn't ready to receive. He steps back, and Clark turns and goes back to the top of his mark. He's going to bowl round the wicket to the left-hander with 2 slips, bowls, and it's short outside off stump, and it's cut away for 4. A little bit of a gift, and he raised his eyes to the heavens there. Tom Clark didn't perhaps get on top of it as much as he would have liked, Weatherald, but it was safe enough. It sort of cut it through gully. It was long way wide of second slip, and Clark cross with himself, slightly loose. First delivery coming up the slope.
Yeah, it was a big thick edge there from Weatherald, but safe enough. It would have gone over gully even if there had been a gully fielder there.
Clark in again. Better length. Weatherald goes back, as he will be wont to do. A man brought up on Australian pitches, and just drops it out into the offside. Probably quite like this pitch in a way, that there is a little bit of pace in there. He can go back. So there have been pitches here in the past. It's been a little bit puddingy, and you have to get forward really. But he's able to rock back fairly safely at the moment. Holland 11 balls faced, and yet to get off the mark. In he goes, and he won't get off the mark with that one because it thumps into the thigh pad, trickles down towards fine leg, and I'm pretty sure he didn't get an inside edge on that. And there goes the knee of umpire White, raised to the hand. So a single is taken, but not for Holland. Weatherald on to 40 now with that boundary and the single as well.
Yeah, they're just keeping it ticking along, haven't they?
Yeah, he's going nicely, Weatherald. 64 for 2. Clark is in, to him, bowls, over pitches on leg stump, clipped away, out towards deep square, or deep mid-wicket, just in front of deep square really, and the single is taken. The sweeper is out there. Now Leicestershire had to have a sweeper fairly early on both sides because the bowling was not straight. Robinson hasn't had to do that for the most part, but he has given Tom Clark a little bit of cover. Clark turns back over the wicket to the right-handed Holland. A tempter outside off stump. Looked for half a moment as though Holland might begin to step forward and drive it. Did step forward but lifted his bat over the line of the ball. A few more coming in. Easter weekend. Say the Bennett end is reasonably well occupied, probably about 80, something like that, people in that in the seats at that far end, dark green seats in front of the Turner Indoor Centre. Clark has posted a sort of wide third man now as he runs in and bowls to Holland very wide, and Holland lets it go through. Clark gets away with it. It is not signalled wide by umpire White. End of his first over then. Tom Clark, the first ball aside, it wasn't too bad an over, went for 6. Leicester 65 for 2 off 18 overs. I hardly dare look at my notes to see what Sussex were on. They had their 100 up off 14.2. Put it that way. And 154 for 2 off 30 at lunch. Very difficult for a captain in those circumstances.
And Hudson Prentice continues from the Bennett end down the slope to Jake Weatherald, who tries to cut this into the offside, but somehow just petals out to cover. No run, and goes for a very long walk to the square leg area.
Pootles out.
Pootle? You know, with me, you're going to get a variety of...
I like that.
A complex variety of vocabulary, ladies and gentlemen. Here all day, maybe even tomorrow. But the Aussie twiddling his bat, ready for the next delivery. Wide stance in. It's driven once again. He's looking to drive anything. He loves it. He doesn't actually have a really over the top cover drive action, which is quite nice, compact, but it's all about the timing. And we've seen some really nice cover drives from him so far, but that one not middled.
That was well bowled actually by Hudson Prentice. Just held it back a touch. We saw yesterday, just from slightly short of a length, one or two just stop slightly, and there were a couple of very near caught and bowled chances. One, I think, may have been Clark, that was chipped over the head of the bowler Green.
Next delivery, down the leg side and taken by the wicketkeeper. No run. How do you think day 3 and day 4 is going to pan out as well? There we go, Richard. There's a nice easy question for you. How do you think this wicket?
Rather depends what happens on day 2, but and the pitch, whether it flattens. Obviously, that's the key. We can still use, each side can still use the heavy roller twice, which I really don't like. But one would hope that the pitch keeps offering the bowlers a little bit.
Hudson Prentice in, left alone by Weatherald, no run. I like to give you nice easy questions of predicting the future. Don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but again, early season, isn't it? And really trying to understand the pitch and
that again was
the conditions.
Short of he bowls sometimes that slightly shorter length, Hudson Prentice, but that one sort of looped, it wasn't. It died a little bit into the pitch, which it can happen with pitches. They can die rather than sort of stay lively.
Hudson Prentice again, fuller delivery and driven, and there's a chase on in the deep. The fielder's going to go round and pick it up just before the boundary rope. That's Jack Carson, and he's got quite a job out there. He's got literally half of Leicestershire to cover to our left hand side. Is it still, I've got to look at my notes here, the largest county ground on the circuit?
I believe so.
Including the Oval, which is also
acreage.
Most of London.
Yes.
So it's a big old expanse there to conduct. It just shows, isn't it, that the outfield isn't completely electric quick today.
Yeah, it was across the square again. And
good point, yes. And you never know what you're going to get when it goes across the square.
It is thick. Well, you can see the heaviness of the amount of grass that's been left on the unused pitches.
Hudson Prentice in. This one is. Tries to tuck it into the onside as Weatherall, but doesn't work out, and there is no run. And I was impressed with Hudson Prentice. He's quite a cricketer as well, the 30-year-old, born at Haywards Heath. And always plays quite a part for Sussex. Seen him quite a lot over the years, and 30 years old now, Hudson Prentice. I feel quite old thinking about it, but 5 overs so far for 20 runs, no wickets so far for him. But he's doing the job, isn't he? You're right. I
know, he's a very fine cricketer. I thought that at Derby as well. I think his best ever bowling figures, his best ever is same thing, isn't it? His best bowling figures are against Leicestershire for Sussex. Tom Clark is in and bowling to Holland, who's going to get off the mark a little streakily. It was foolish, it swung a little bit. He was drawn into the drive, and that is 4. It was a good effort chasing back, and he got to the ball just before it crossed the. It didn't cross the rope at third man, but he did. I'm not quite sure who the fielder is there running back from third slip. Apologies about that. But until he turns and I see the number. But although he got there and got his hand to it, his body sort of slid past him. So Holland gets off the mark with a slightly streaky 4. He kept it down, but it was off a thick edge. In goes Clark, bowls to him again. That's a better shot from Holland. It's a little bit shorter. He stands up and punches it away in front of point, and he's going to pick up 2 runs on that occasion, as the ball is picked up around about 10 yards inside the ropes.
I think, Jack Carson's going to have a busy day in the field. Good effort, though, to try and prevent the 4.
I think we might see him. I mean, we saw a good few overs from Rehan Ahmed yesterday, so I would think that unless the seamers start picking up wickets, we might see Carson have an over or 2 before lunch. Clark is in and bowls a little bit short, and again punched away through the offside. It's asking for it rather, outside off stump. Same shot, same result, just the 2 picked up this time around 2 yards inside the ropes. I will finish this over and then we'll get Adrian back alongside you. 75 for 2 now. Leicestershire, Holland on to 8, 4 and then consecutive 2s. Weatherald 43. He looks unhurried. He's, as I say, a busy bat, but looks very well organised. Clark is in, bowls again short, again punched away, and this time it's going to go for 4. Well, you know, first time it happened, second time it happened, to do it for a third time, what else is going to happen really? And Holland shown that he can play the shot. This time punched it away behind square, used that extra little bit of pace, and says thank you very much. And Clark turns a little disconsolately, understandably, and heads back to his mark. Robinson is going to lob the ball back to him from mid-off, but he's out having a chats with his teammates as Clark is in and bowls. That's a better length, as Reed says. Fullish, a little bit of movement.
Sorry, Richard, I couldn't.
It's all right. Was better,
but it's just slightly too short, those previous deliveries, wasn't it? And that one was just slightly fuller and gave Holland something to think about. Definitely.
Yeah. That's the line. That's the length. But you've got to do it 6 balls out of 6, ideally. Clark tosses the ball from hand to hand before turning, running away from us from the pavilion end and bowling to Holland. A better length again, but too wide this time, and it swings into the gloves of Simpson. End of the 20th over of the Leicestershire reply. 80 remain then to be bowled today. Leicestershire 79 for 2. They have lost just the 1 wicket this morning, that of the night watchman Tom Scriven, who was legged before wicket to Ollie Robinson. 2 wickets for Robinson, but he might have to bring himself back on before too long. Holland has 12 and Weatherald 43.
Yeah, relatively expensive over there from Clark. My maths is up to speed. That's 12 runs for the Leicestershire Foxes. You're listening to BBC Sport, BBC Sussex, BBC Leicester, and I'm Rita Green, and Adrian Harms is going to join me very, very shortly.
Hello, Rita. In comes Hudson Prentice and bowls to Weatherald, who plays that away into the offside, and there is no run. I noticed Ollie Robinson in deep conversation with Tom Haynes, who is the new vice-captain for Sussex this season. And so far, I think this has very much been Leicestershire's morning. I think they'd be very pleased under cloudy skies to have just lost the night watchman, Tom Scriven. Jake Weatherald has adapted well, having just stepped off the plane from Australia to, conditions that he won't have experienced much, I wouldn't have thought, playing cricket. As in comes Hudson Prentice round the wicket bowls and driven by Weatherald. That's a super shot. That's possibly the shot of the morning. I mean, a super on drive, beautifully timed straight down the ground, that takes him to 47, and he looks a very fine acquisition for Leicestershire, Rita.
Yeah, not a bad signing.
It's good, doesn't it?
Exactly, and to play an on drive, a couple of on drives now this morning. Sneaking into the afternoon. One this morning, one in the afternoon, to be precise. Yeah, nice, sweetly timed. Yes. Didn't need to have extravagant movement, which he didn't put into it. Lovely stroke, 4 runs.
Hudson Prentice in again around the wicket bowls, and Weatherald was on drives without timing to mid-off, fielded by Robinson. I hope you don't mind mentioning that, Rita. The last time I saw you was probably a couple of years ago, and you were a little stressed because I think your family were trying to get tickets for Oasis for the following year at Wembley, which I know you got in the end. And
yes.
You were saying afterwards that you had a wonderful time.
Your memory is incredible, Adrian. Yes, I checked it out actually. It was September 24 since I last saw it. And it was a very, very stressful morning for anyone that was doing the same. It was very stressy.
Here comes Hudson Prentice. And bowls, I thought he'd nicked that behind for a moment, Weatherald. That was a good bit of bowling by Hudson Prentice. We may see a replay of that. I got that nipped away off the pitch a little bit. Coming around the wicket, Weatherald looking to play the ball, also to cut the ball down towards third man, and he was beaten, and that hasn't happened too often this morning, by Finn Hudson Prentice. You can probably tell the wind has got up a little bit, and it has got a little chillier here. Let's just see this again. Actually, it did. I mean, I think it was also a misjudgment by Weatherald. Actually, he wasn't far away from bowling the Australian opener.
Millimetres away from the stumps. Millimetres.
Hudson Prentice racing is again bowled. Weatherald slams that away. That's a lovely shot and a very good bit of fielding by Jack Carson. Good cricket all round. Nice shot by Weatherald. And a good stop by Jack Carson, who was racing around the third man boundary. He lost his glasses off his cap as he went tumbling to stop the ball going for 4. Just a single to Weatherald, who goes to 48. And Leicestershire to 84 for 2. Wow, where does the time go, Rita?
I know, so exactly. And I was one of those silly people that's paid a ridiculous amount of money for Oasis tickets just to finish that off, and but it was an amazing day. My husband and I had a great time with friends as well.
Oh, wonderful.
Everything I'd hoped for.
There you go. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, and Holland plays an immaculate drive to mid-off. There is no run. 84 for 2. Holland on 12, Weatherald on 40. I have to say, Rita, I'm a bit old school, and I love the old days when if there was a concert announced, you went to London or wherever it was, and you queued up, and if you got in the queue early, you got a ticket, and it was as simple as that. Whereas just trying to buy tickets for anything now online, anything popular, it's just a nightmare.
It really is. Oh, I mean, the thought of actually going online and getting and it does take the fizz out of the excitement of it, definitely. And I went to university in Reading and getting Reading festival tickets and getting up at 4 in the morning. I never used to get up at that time in the morning ever, and staying outside HMV in Reading and being so happy when you get that ticket in your hand. Just spot on. It's that experience, isn't it?
I remember queuing up in Shaftesbury Avenue and getting tickets to see the Police back in the day, and they were playing in a circus tent on Tooting Common, and we queued up all night and got tickets. It was just, but we did it.
Next over starts and driven beautifully by Weatherald for 4 runs. Really nice stroke there, just leaned into it, and he's on to his 50. Raises his bat very quickly there to the stands, quite rightly. He was 66 on his back. And that's Jake Weatherald, the overseas signing for the Foxes. Does he even know what time of day it is, getting off the plane from Australia, but he's doing the job here for the Foxes. 52 off just 65 deliveries.
Bit of super knock, hasn't it? And the Tom Clark experiment isn't quite working here. Actually, I can see Jack Carson warming up, the off spinner. So Tom Haynes is making some suggestions to Tom Clark about where to put the field. But to be honest, at the moment, he's bowled he's in his 3rd over, 0 for 22. He hasn't quite got his line and length right, and Jake Weatherald is looking in the groove here.
Yeah, Tom Clark certainly did the business yesterday with the bat.
He did, batted beautifully. He really did.
And now with the ball, not so good so far. This one's a full delivery. I keep saying full delivery. It's one of those days for full deliveries. I'm not boring you all. I'm just telling you what's going on out there, and it's no run. And I like the way Weatherald thinks here. Hits the boundaries, but then he tends to just lean onto deliveries, push it into the gaps, take the single, rotate the strike. And for all batters out there, that's exactly what you need to do. It's not about blasting it around every single ball. Clark in again from the pavilion end, just lent into that one, and there's no run.
Gee, you almost took the words out of my mouth. I thought what he has done really well here is to rotate the strike. Pick up the 1s and 2s, and even when it wasn't easy early on, he was, the scoreboard was still ticking along nicely, and almost without, looking here now, Leicestershire 88 for 2, having been, they lost a wicket last night to Ollie Robinson, and then, you might well have thought to yourself, well, actually, they're in real trouble. 10 for 1 to be 88 for 2, and the only other wicket is the night watchman is a good effort by Leicestershire.
Weatherald on strike, pushes this to exactly the same position, and Ollie Robinson does the cleaning up job there in the field, and there's no run.
Awful throw by Robinson. He acknowledges John Simpson and says, sorry about that.
When you're the skipper, you've got to lead by example, and he certainly did this morning, actually.
Yes, he did.
He bowled very nicely.
Yeah, he's. We were saying yesterday in commentary, and having said Ollie Robinson at the media day last week, that he really does look fit and in the groove, and I thought he ran in really hard this morning.
Clark again. Round the wicket.
Better.
Jumps up at him, actually. A little bit of bounce that Weatherald didn't expect. There's no run. So something for Jake Weatherald to keep an eye on. The half centurion, if that's even a term that I don't think I've used that term for. 52 from 69. Let's go there. But something for Weatherald to think about. Clark, the right-handed bowler, round the wicket. 2 slips. They come in for the next delivery and driven straight to the skipper, Ollie Robinson, and there is no run. Yeah, Ollie Robinson, by the way, end of the over, 88 for 2. I was listening in on the interviews that were done with Robinson, and it was apparent to me from afar that he really means business. You know, you look at him, his fitness level, clearly he's really worked on that, but also his leadership words as well he shared with the media. He really wants to do the job here, the Kent-born man. But I'm a Kent girl myself, so any references to Kent. Oh yeah, I grew up down in Kent, so played for Berkshire. But don't worry, Berkshire fans, loyalty's still there.
No, I think you're right. He spoke really well at the press day, and he's got the bit between his teeth. I think he feels he's got a bit to prove. Does Ollie? In comes Hudson Prentice over the wicket. Bowls always very, very nearly accounted for Ian Holland. Now, he's got a thick inside edge on that and very nearly played on. We'll just see that again in a moment. But that really wasn't very far away. Just see a replay. The umpire is slightly in the way of the replay. But in comes Hudson Prentice. We're going to see it now. There we go. Well, that's an inside edge. It's gone low past John Simpson's left hand. Wasn't a chance. The good news is we've got brighter skies drifting across Grace Road, and I suspect that we may not be too much longer before the floodlights are turned off. We'll see, but the light is good without the lights, as in comes Hudson Prentice. In and bowls, and he beats on an outside of the off stump. This is a good little spell from Fid Hudson Prentice. It is 7th over, figures of 0 for 29, but he could easily have picked up a couple of wickets in this spell, and that was a cracking delivery.
Really good delivery, giving Ian Holland something seriously to think about here.
Yeah, I did enjoy the days of queuing up for tickets. I remember queuing up on one occasion for tickets for a cup final at Wembley, queuing up all night.
Did you get them?
Yeah, I did. So if you got in the queue, you got tickets. In comes Hudson Prentice. Again, over the wicket bowls. Holland is forward, placed in mid-off. There is no.
Was that an FA Cup final?
It was an FA Cup final, and I'm not a Tottenham Hotspur fan. My loyalties lie elsewhere. But it was the replay of the 1981 Cup final between Tottenham and Manchester City. And the first match was drawn 1-1. I remember that I was with a group of mates and we were all in the pub and we said, what are we going to do tonight? And someone said, why don't we go to Wembley? I gather there's FA Cup final replay tickets. We said, well, that's a good idea. So I think we got a slab of beer in the boot of the car up to Wembley, and we sat in the queue all night and we got tickets. In comes Hudson Prentice. Bowls. Holland drives down the track. Hudson Prentice fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. And it was a terrific cup final. As I say, my loyalties, I kind of didn't mind who won. I just wanted to see a good game, and it was a game where Ricky Villa, the Argentinian, scored one of the great FA Cup goals. So yeah,
and you were there.
And I was there. Yeah.
FA Cup final replay. I mean, even that term is not really one that we repeat very often. And it sounds like you had a great time even before.
Yeah, well, I think half the fun was queuing up. To
yeah, exactly. Well, yeah.
Things you do. In comes Hudson Prentice bowls, and Holland is forward, plays down the onside of the track.
Well, more recently, I've been in the queue a few times for Wimbledon tickets. Right, actually.
Yeah.
Good 24 hours, even more in the queue. Yes, I'm one of those. One of the only Grand Slams that you can do that. Yes. You can turn up and enjoy yourself for the day before, and then get up at squirrel o'clock and go. So that's quite a good day.
So you got your tent and
Yes, indeed. Yeah. And it was a lot of fun. I've done it once without a tent before. Not to be recommended.
Hudson Prentice in and bowls, and Holland covers up. There's a good over and a maiden over by Finn Hudson Prentice. He's bowling really nicely here for Sussex. He has bowled 7 overs and no maidens, 0 for 29. At the end of the over, Leicestershire on 92 for 2, with Holland on 16, Jake Weatherald on 52. No, you're right, you can't get. Funny enough, I went last year and stood in the queue. The queue moved really quickly, actually. I mean, I didn't get onto any of the show courts, but just quite a fun thing to do. But you could see where all the people had camped, and then we're going into we're going into it. Oh, the sun is really bright now. I'm sure the lights will go off.
Save the Lecky bill, please, Leicestershire Cricket Club. Surely turn them off.
Oh, yeah, don't go there with electricity bills.
I've already, I think, got in trouble mentioning it once. But the sun is out.
Heating in our house goes on beginning of January and goes off at the end of January. It's just
That's quite generous from our household. Next over, and lovely lead into that stroke into the onside, Jake Weatherald, and it's going to go all the way to the boundary rope. Just got the timing completely right there. Anything slightly down, leg side, just leans into that, Jake Weatherald. He's looking in pretty good form here, the left-handed Aussie. And the scoreline now, Leicestershire 96 for 2.
Yeah, he's I mean, that was he was overpitched by Tom Clark, wasn't it? But I thought it was a terrific shot from Jake Weatherald. I mean, he just timed the ball beautifully through mid-wicket for 4 runs.
Clark's got to get his line of length right here. Next one's better.
Yes, that is
just
better.
Punched into the cover area and there's no run. That was way better. That was the right line, the right length.
Just adjusting his leg side field here, Ollie Robinson. He's got 2 slips in place, a backward point, cover mid-off, and a deep backward point. But on the leg side, he's just got the 3 fielders, himself at mid-on, but the 2 other fielders are set back on the leg side. So Weatherald has been very adept at hitting a boundary, then just picking up the single and rotating the strike. I wonder if he'll do the same again.
Clark round the wicket. This one's defended, no run, and Weatherald now is doing what all good informed batters and those that have been in a little while are doing, just trying to vary up his position in the crease, taking a couple of steps forward. Not all batters, but ones that when you're confident, you never do this at the innings beginning. 4 off the first ball of the over, and Clark is got a bit of a battle here to try and get his line and length right, but he's in, past the umpire, in and bowls. Oh, this one just got a little bit high on him. Weatherald tried to flick it to the third man area, missed it, no run. There's a little bit of bounce going on from both ends, actually, something for the batters to think about.
Yes, just occasionally Tom Clark's produced a very good delivery. He does bowl at a good pace. He was telling me last night in his interview that he had a shoulder operation in the winter, and he spent a lot of time recuperating from that. He didn't go away.
Clark in again, round the wicket, driven. And the skipper does a really good job there. Saved good. probably 4. Slid across the carpet here at Grace Road. I'm showing my age here. So the Uptonsteel Grace Road. And there's no run. Yeah, what a cricketer. You know, yesterday hitting a ton. Drops on 6 and really took advantage of that, didn't he, Tom Clark?
Yes, he did.
25 years old. Got quite a lot of experience under his belt as well. Next ball of the over. Driven once again, and this time it will be 4. He's coming to the ball, takes a couple little steps down the wicket. Does Weatherald there. 4 runs, really nice stroke. And quite frankly, Adrian, we have our pick of shots of the day so far, and that was one of them. 100 is up for Leicestershire Foxes. And the sun is out as well.
Well, 2 shots which show why Jake Weatherald is a test match opener. A beautiful shot clipped away through the leg side, and then a lovely drive straight through mid-off. And he looks in super nick, doesn't he? 60 off 76 balls. He hasn't looked really in any trouble at all. And Ollie Robinson's got a bit of a problem here. I can just see Tom Haynes warming up. He bowls a little bit of medium pace. I would be surprised if we don't see a little bit of Robinson before lunch. I just wonder whether the skipper might bring himself back on for 3 or 4 overs. There's a change of bowling at the Bennett end, and it looks to me like Henry Croken, who didn't get his line right early on. He only bowled the 2 overs, but bowled with decent pace. 2 overs for 6 is coming into the Sussex attack. The floodlights are staying on as the sun disappears, and Croken is in over the wicket. Bowls and let go by Holland outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. And I think Leicestershire will be very pleased with the way this morning has gone.
Yeah, so far pretty good. You know, a late wicket last night, in the day that is, but the early part of the innings, Rishi Patel out for I think it was just 4 runs, and then the night watchman out this morning. I think he did a pretty decent job actually.
Robinson in bowls, and Holland plays a curious shot. He almost stopped on the shot. He was looking to play it firmly through the offside, and then the ball rather dribbled into the gully. No run. Elsewhere around the county championship today, Glamorgan 146 for 5 against Yorkshire in Cardiff. Essex 278 for 4 down at Southampton. A century there for Matt Critchley, 121 not out. I was saying yesterday, I think he's one of the players who I'm a little surprised hasn't picked up more international honours, but he started the season well with a century, and of course bowls leg spin as well. Croken in bowls to Holland. That's a quick delivery, and that one strikes Holland round about the thigh pad and bounces onto the leg side. Did he give it a leg by? I didn't quite see. Let's just see what happens on the scoreboard. Goes to 101 for 2. Yet Holland remains on 16. At Taunton, Somerset bowled out for 347. The champions Nottinghamshire 4 without loss in reply. And Warwickshire going along very nicely at Edgbaston, 84 without loss in reply to Surrey's 328. In the second division, Derbyshire 501 for 5. Martin Anderson 119 not out. Croken bowls to Weatherald, who throws the kitchen sink at that, looking to drive the ball through the covers. He's beaten for pace, if the truth be known. The ball thumps into the gloves of John Simpson, and there is no run. Yeah, 199 Martin Anderson. Lewis Rees making 114, so Derbyshire in control in that game at Derby. Kent in all sorts of trouble at Durham. They're 124 for 6 in reply to Durham's 325. And Middlesex 443 for 5 at Lords against Gloucestershire. As Croken is in, there's a loud appeal. The ball hits the pad. Croken didn't really appeal. It was more the slip cordon. Lewis Deploy 141 not out. Middlesex going along very nicely indeed. Oh, one other game, sorry. Northamptonshire 26 for 2 in reply to Lancashire's 384.
Should we talk about Ben, folks? Or is there not enough time?
Well, yeah,
wow, what a cricketer.
Yeah, what a player. And in comes Croken and bowls, and again, Weatherald just slightly playing across the line, struck on the pad, the ball bounced into the offside. Good over from Henry Croken, a maiden over. Just the leg by coming off it. Leicestershire 101 for 2. Holland on 16. Weatherald on 60. I'll have to go and do an update in a couple of moments' time, and I'll leave with Rita and Richard, and then I'll be back. Yes, I mean I wax.
He's not bad, is he?
Well, I was saying to Richard earlier that I've always thought in any game of cricket you play your best wicket keeper, and England's best wicket keeper, without a doubt, is Ben Foakes. There is all the talk that wicket keepers have to be able to bat these days. Well, he can bat actually, and maybe the England selectors hadn't realised that he couldn't bat when he went to Australia, which was something of an oversight that I think everyone else saw. Because we saw the Alex Carey effect of a very fine wicket-keeper and the impact he had on the Ashes. So say no more, really. It was a massive mistake not taking Ben Foakes, in my honest opinion. We're going to get a change of bowling, and it's going to be Tom Haines. I'm going to leave you, Rita, because I need to do this update, and I'll leave you with Rita and with Richard.
Thank you, Adrian. Yeah, change of bowling. Weatherald at the non-strikers end, 60 from 79, and Ian Holland on strike, 16 from 30. First ball is well and truly down the leg side. That was quite a delivery, and a wide delivery. Not one that Haynes would like to see again. Quite a delivery. Yeah, let's not dwell on the replay on that one, I think, Richard.
No, a little bit surprised. As I say, we haven't seen Carson yet. Rahan Ahmed did turn a few.
Haynes in again. This one's tucked into the onside. Much better delivery, and they scuttle through for a single. I think that was a loosener, the first one. I'm being unfair there. But I think it's fair to say that Robinson's got something to think about here with regards to the bowling lineup today.
I don't blame Haynes. I mean, we've been going on about it getting a bit warmer. Now I've just been downstairs, and it's Baltic.
Oh, is it? Okay. Because it feels lovely in here.
I know, but for some, it just hasn't got any warmer yet. Perhaps it will now, because the cloud, that heavy cloud, has finally broken up. We've actually got some blue above us.
Tom Haynes round the wicket to the left-handed batter, and that's Weatherald with a thick edge, and it's going to go away for 4 runs. Oh, that was
a genuine edge.
Absolutely. And something to think about for Jake Weatherald, but also for the Sussex bowlers. They're probably thinking, haven't had our luck today. Big thick edge, and if there'd been a second slip, maybe, possibly. Did have soft hands on that, did Weatherald, so don't know, but definitely a thick edge. Moral victory there for the bowler. Haynes in again, full delivery, punched into the offside, and they go through for a single. Don't think there was a single there actually, but they've nicely done. The cover fielder came round, but there was still a single there. And I think Leicestershire done pretty well this morning, haven't they?
They'll be very pleased to have just lost so far, the night watchman. And with Weatherald, hopefully, if he doesn't get, from Leicestershire's point of view, hopefully, I should emphasise, with power to add.
Getting breezy out there, ladies and gentlemen. Haynes in again, drifting down leg side, tuck it round the the fine leg area, and they go through for a single. 112 for 2 the scoreline. Bright sunshine here in Leicester, Uptonsteel Grace Road, but if you're coming along here, let me recommend that you come along with a big jacket, some gloves, and maybe even a hat as well.
It looks gorgeous now. Maybe it's going to warm up. They did promise, their Met Office.
Next delivery. Soft hands into the third man area, and there's a chase on. Will it go to the boundary rope? No, it won't. Dragged back by the fielder. I think that's Henry Croken in the deep, and they go through for a couple. And streaky, I think it's fair to say, the runs so far this over. It's been a bit of a mixed bag. That wide at the beginning of the over, then a single, a 4, single, 2 leg byes as well. You can tell we're coming up to tea. And Robinson's off the pitch, by the way, at the moment. Just for the moment.
For lunch, even.
Oh, goodness me. Did I say tea? Sorry, everyone. Thanks, though, Richard, for listening to me. Yeah. Tea. Yeah, that's right. Tea, Rita, is after lunch. 246 is the deficit for Leicester. In fact, they put a second slip in here. Good move.
Well, he's edged a couple.
Haynes in again, round the wicket. A defensive stroke, and there's no run. And if anything, that over had more drama and potential than maybe many before. But Leicestershire certainly survived that one, and certainly put a ton of runs in that over, relatively speaking. And the end of the over, 115 for 2. Blustery conditions, but I think Leicester doing rather well.
Yeah, one of those little experiments with Tom Haynes that came very close to coming off for the visitors. First edge was a genuine edge through, probably would have carried to second or third slip, but Weatherald picked up 4 instead. So Croken to continue from the Bennett end, casting a long shadow. Tall young man turns, comes down the slope and bowls to Ian Holland, a little bit short, looks to cut it. It's a no ball because, well, I'd have to have a look at the replay. He looked to maybe go a little bit too wide on that occasion. Umpire Goff is, well, he's checking the front crease, so perhaps he just did overstep, but a couple of occasions when he went a little bit too wide and may have actually cut the side crease. Not Henry Croken, Ollie Robinson yesterday. In goes Croken and bowls, and he's caught in that slips. It was a it was a nicely taken catch, nicely taken at third slip. It bounced a little bit perhaps on Ian Holland, but Holland couldn't keep it down, took the outside edge, flew to third slip.
I think it was Jack Leading who took
Leading made no mistake. Let's have a look at the replay. Did it do a little bit? A bit hard to tell from that angle, but it was travelling. Here we go. It didn't do too much. It wasn't the greatest shot that Ian Holland has played. It just reached out for it, maybe just trying to dab it down to third man, and didn't quite get enough on it.
Yes, good catch. I would say that I feel that Sussex needed that. Just in the previous over, I thought Tom Haynes looked a bit disappointed with some of the runs that were being picked up. He was sort of looking around the field, and they sort of needed to get themselves. I mean, they're not out of the game by any manner of means, but I just felt that Leicestershire was starting to get on top. And what have we got? Another 25 minutes to lunch. Had Leicestershire gone to lunch just 2 down, I think Sussex would have been disappointed to have only picked up the 1 wicket this morning. Nonetheless, they have done so now. And Henry Croken, you were saying earlier on, Richard, he is the quickest of the Sussex seamers, and he did get quite a bit of bounce in that opening spell. Not that well directed, but clearly he's got that extra yard, and he's picked up his first wicket.
117 for 3 now, Leicestershire. And replacing Ian Holland, well, this may be fun, is Rehan Ahmed, batting for the first time with Jake Weatherald. Weatherald takes off his helmet as he accompanies Rehan Ahmed to the crease, having walked down to meet him as he came in. Had a wonderful start to last season with the bat, Rehan, and he went on to make 5 centuries, in fact. But for all that Leicestershire and Alphonso Thomas was telling the England setup that Ahmed should be batting higher, and he was much more effective batting higher, they didn't listen to anything the counties said to them.
Well, there's a surprise.
Yeah. But perhaps if he starts this season in the same way, perhaps he'll get a chance. But he's got to get through the next few deliveries first. In goes Croken and bowls to Ahmed, tucks him off his legs, a straight delivery that he works, taking his bottom hand off the bat out to backward square. Haynes is deep, actually, so a comfortable single is taken. I think I might have brought him up for the first few deliveries to Rehan, but Rehan will be grateful just to have gotten off the mark, a single to get him off the mark. Yep, 760 runs, Rehan, in 16 innings at 50. And you throw in his wickets as well, his 23 wickets. He was top of the bowling averages. Round the wicket goes Croken to Weatherald. Tucks him up a bit. Weatherald equal to it. Drops it out towards shortish mid-wicket. But Croken working up something of a head of steam. The breeze, there used to be flags on the flagpoles down Milligan Road. And they're not there. I mentioned yesterday the Friends of Grace Road have paid for a new club flags, but we can't actually see them because they're on the pavilion flagpoles, so I can't actually the flags were very useful for wind direction. In goes Croken, man, bowls an expansive drive that's in, and he completely lost it. He had no idea where that had gone deep, but so backward square, and he went for it, got a thickish edge. It was in the air for a while, but the man at sort of backward point, I should say, on the boundary, Todd Price, just there was a shout at him, but he just didn't see it, and it didn't pass. It didn't pass that far away from him as it went over the ropes. So 122 for 3. Weatherald holding things together for Leicestershire at the moment. BBC Radio's Sussex and Leicester, and of course BBC Sport, bringing a ball-by-ball commentary as the BBC does on all the championship fixtures. In goes Croken and bowls to Jake Weatherald of Leicestershire and of course Australia. He drives but doesn't time it. It's foolish delivery. All he can do is hit it out to Haynes in the covers.
He's certainly going for his shots here, Jake Weatherald. I can see Ollie Robinson warming up at mid-on. I wonder whether we might get a blast of Robinson before lunch. I'd be surprised if Croken comes off having picked up a wicket. So maybe Robinson's going to bowl from this end leading up to lunch.
He is doing his stretches at the moment. Croken is in and bowls short, but it rises nicely and goes through at a height to John Simpson behind the stumps. Tried to ramp it, I think, just tried to help it down and on its way to a very fine third man, or even sort of long stop Weatherald, and it's a risk. He didn't get anything on it, and it was taken by Simpson above his head. But again, Croken, by a margin, with respect to Robinson, the quickest bowler we've seen, I suspect, in this game.
No, I would completely agree with you, and he's been consistently the quickest Sussex bowler over the last couple of seasons. He's had some injury issues, but he is quick, and if he could bowl consistently, good line and length, he'd pick up a lot of wickets and be a handful, would Henry Croken, and a very useful bowler in the Sussex armoury. Now, we were right about Ollie Robinson. He's going to come on to bowl from the pavilion end, 122 for 3. The sun has momentarily gone in, but the clouds are increasingly high, and Robinson runs in to bowl to the right-handed Rehan Ahmed. He's in and bowls, and a real loosener from Robinson down the leg side, and well stopped by John Simpson, scooting across to his left-hand side. The field, 3 slips, a point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
It is so different, honestly. I think the first delivery from Haynes,
yes,
and then that one from Robinson indicating as much. So, coming up the slope.
The sun is back with us. Robinson on his way again, bowls, and Ahmed is forward, plays that to backward point. There is no run. Yes, I mean, we're able to share a joke with Tom Haynes. I'm sure that if there was an award for the worst ball of the season, then Tom Haynes is probably going to win it with his first ball that he bowled, which was a wide full toss down the leg side.
But I was saying it was a worthwhile experiment because he very nearly got Weatherald. He very nearly did, and it can happen.
Yeah, he's one of these bowlers, Tom Haynes. I always compare him to Greg Chappell back in the day. You bring him into the attack when you need a wicket, and invariably they do. In comes Robinson, bowls, good delivery, well pitched up. Ahmed plays it well though, clips the ball away through the leg side. He's going to pick up a boundary, I think. Yes, he does. But it was a good delivery by Robinson. Ahmed played it well, but he timed the shot beautifully, and the ball raced away over the outfield to the mid-wicket boundary. So his first boundary, and Leicestershire go to 126 for 3.
I think it's a good sign for Robinson's captaincy that he's prepared to go to Haynes and say, go on then, Haynes only bowled 10 overs in the Championship last season, took 1 wicket, but he's seen something that maybe he's got a little sort of golden arm or a knack or something.
Robinson in and bowls. Ahmed is beaten. There's a pacey delivery from Robinson. Good bounce as well. Ahmed is beaten outside the off stump. There is a change in the field. The third slip has now gone to a shortish mid-wicket, so just 2 slips and a ring of 3 saving 1. A mid-on, short mid-wicket. There's a deep mid-wicket right out on the boundary, and a fine leg. He's about on the 45 really. He's more a backward square leg, to be honest, deep backward square. Robinson in short-sleeved shirt runs away from us, in and bowls, and Ahmed tucks this one down to fine leg. There's a howl from everybody, but Ahmed looked in control of his shot. He goes to 6, and Leicestershire to 127 for 3. I'm sure that Leicestershire will be delighted with the way. I mean, you bring in a test player, you expect him to score runs, but I think Jake Weatherald has played really very nicely this morning.
Yes, he has. I mean, you're getting value for money here, aren't you? You've got an England test bowler in Ollie Robinson, you've got an Aussie test batsman in Jake Weatherald, you've got an England all-rounder in Rehan Ahmed, all at the crease at the moment, all doing battle. It's cracking cricket.
Yes, it is. Now Robinson.
On a good pitch.
Yes, on a very good pitch.
You know, pacey, interesting pitch.
Weatherald waits. Robinson is in, bowls, and Weatherald drives nicely down the ground, 4 runs. Cracking shot by Jake Weatherald. Ollie Robinson's annoyed with himself, but it was a lovely shot. It was slightly over pitched, and anything that's been over the pitched, Weatherald showing he's a quality player. He's onto it in a flash, and he drilled the ball straight back down the ground for a boundary. Lovely shot. He goes to 75, 131 for 3. It's been a really good morning's cricket. It's been a good game, hasn't it? So far, really good.
It often seems to be between these counties. We've seen some crackers over the years. We've seen a few when 700 have played. Well, 2 when played 700, played 600, whatever. But by and large,
was that a Kookaburra game?
Probably.
Yeah, I think it was a Kookaburra.
I tried to forget it, but
I remember it was baking hot.
It was glorious.
And I remember Ricky Clark joined us on commentary. It was a good job we had a third voice, because we were just trying to make it sound as interesting as we could.
I mean, it was interesting for Leicestershire in a way, in that records were broken, but not the sort you enjoy very much. Croken bowls to Rehan Ahmed, who just turns him with beautiful timing away off his hip down to the backward square boundary for 4. Well, Rehan, if he's hangs around, as we will score his runs reasonably quickly. His strike rate last season was was it 75s?
Wow.
For his 700 odd runs, and and that included those 5 centuries. So, and when runs are scored quickly, well, it gives the captain so much more sort of scope, really. Leaves plenty of time in the game. 135 for 3. Deep backward square has now gone out, and Croken bowls again to Ahmed. Again down the leg side.
Yeah.
Ahmed steps inside it and doesn't get anything on it as he attempts to turn it to fine leg, and he just sort of punches the back of his bat in annoyance.
A good example in this over, I think, of Henry Croken, that if he were able to consistently bowl good line and length, but he's bowled 2 deliveries, having picked up a wicket in the previous over, that he's splayed down the leg side. He's been hit for a boundary, and he's lucky that one didn't go for 4 as well.
In he comes, bowls to Ahmed. That's a better line on off stump. Ahmed just leans forward, no great stride, with an angled bat, and pushes it wide of backward point down towards third man for a single. Looks to have time, these two, probably. Well, definitely, I think. With respect to the others, Leicestershire's 2 best batsmen now. Jake Weatherald, Rahan Ahmed. Ahmed's batting is most enjoyable to watch, but it's getting better as well, Adrian, if that makes sense. Someone who's watched him from the start.
Yeah.
He looks a class act. Round the wicket comes Croken to Weatherald, who drives gloriously out to the... Oh, what a great diving stop. What a stop on the backward point boundary by Price. That was astonishing, because that absolutely whistled away, bounced a couple of times, was going about 100 miles an hour, and on the boundary, Price flung himself to his left, goalkeeper style, and took it two-handed on the bounce, turned and threw it away, saved 3 runs. Well, if he didn't pick up that previous one from my word, he saw that one, and that was sensational fielding.
That really was something special, wasn't it? Very good indeed.
That was whistling along. In goes Croken to Ahmed, who's caught behind. Well, there I was picking him up, and he jumped and had a little... Was it an inside edge? Did it come back a little bit? We'll have to have a look on the replay on that one. He's looking down at his bat in disappointment. He'd gone to 11 without any problems off just 9 balls, but now Henry Croken has got the wicket. On the back foot, he didn't come forward.
Well, that's...
Yep, it was the outside edge. He was looking to force, and it wasn't really there to force.
And
a little bit of bounce.
And that's really what you get with Henry. He's bowled a couple of loose deliveries down the leg side, and all of a sudden he bowls a cracking delivery. Ahmed gets a little nick to it, and they pick up a wicket. So he's a very dangerous customer, Henry Croken. And as I say, you just feel if he could just get the consistency into his bowling, he's going to be a real handful for Sussex. And he's picked up those 2 wickets. And Sussex suddenly have got themselves, I say they were never out of the game, but those 2 wickets have just made a huge difference coming up to lunch.
Absolutely. You're suggesting it was looking like Leicestershire's morning, but I think Sussex would have been pretty happy with 3 wickets, and if they can pick up 1 more before lunch, 4 wickets in the session would make it definitely theirs. Only Weatherald standing in their way at the moment.
Soon you may come in Lewis Hill.
Sir, as he's known presumably to the pupils at Oundle School now.
Yes.
Talking about cricket masters, the one you met. Well, Lewis Hill is now has that role at Oundle. Big school in Northamptonshire, actually. Oundle.
Is it?
Yes. About from here, 15, 20 miles, something like that. Between here and Northampton, if you go by a slightly roundabout route. Andrew Radd, our colleague from BBC Radio Northampton, will tell you all about Oundle, because he is heavily involved with Oundle Cricket Club.
Ah, right, okay.
And which was, I think, Josh Hull's home club as well. If I'm wrong, the Hulls will be going mad on down the line at the moment. A couple of messages that I've failed to read out, which I will in a moment, as Croken is in to Hill down the leg side. And as Adrian says, you never quite know what you're going to get with Henry Croken, but that's fine if he's picking up wickets, because he's got 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 19 now, and that is just what Ollie Robinson and the Sussex doctor ordered.
Yes, indeed. Now we're going to have another change of bowling. Ollie Robinson's only bowled the 1 over from this end. It looks
going
like
back to Tom Haynes.
He's bringing Tom Haynes back, so that's an interesting change by the skipper. I wonder what's prompted that. Strange, isn't it? You come back on a ball 1 over. He's obviously got some plan up his sleeve.
I think you're going to have fun with Ollie Robinson.
Yeah.
Over the and trying to work out why has he done that.
Yes, we'll ask him later. I could say to you, oh yeah, Ollie Robinson's coming back from 3 or 4 overs before lunch.
Is he going to bowl spin?
No.
Or is it just going to try and bowl little cutters?
Well, it's definitely going to be Tom Haynes, isn't it?
Yeah.
So,
I thought whether Haynes could bowl little cutters.
No, yeah. Well, he's coming around the wicket. Bowls to Jake Weatherald, who plays this firmly to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Well, he's now got a second slip to Weatherald, having nearly picked him up there a couple of overs ago. Morning, or afternoon I should say, to David Popple. Hello, Pops. He says, morning, Rich. He had a day at Lord's yesterday. He said he had a nice day there. He's at Burley Park Cricket, lovely Burley Park Cricket Club on the outskirts of Stamford.
Comes Haynes again. Bowls and looking to be cut away by Weatherall, but he's beaten outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, who's standing up to the stumps. Just to give you the feel, sorry Rich, 2 slips, backward point, cover, sweeper on the cover boundary, mid on mid wicket, and a fine leg.
David completed park run at Rutland Water this morning, and he's now having a day listening to you guys, as he puts it.
Haynes in and bowls. Weatherall covers up, plays to mid wicket, no run. What sort of time would David have been running the?
I think he's sort of working his way back into it. Is David, but it's getting shorter the time he's doing it all the time. He points out that he also correctly called the Foxes to win Division 2 around this time last year. I note that he doesn't then make a prediction for Division 1. He's just reminding us that he predicted Division 2 at this time, but he's not giving us a prediction this time.
Haynes in bowls. Weatherall plays firmly into the offside. There is no run.
But he says he's looking forward to the match against Nottinghamshire.
Yes, I'm sure. What talking about park run? You were athletically on park run. What sort of time do you do, Richard?
Usually about 23 minutes, something like that. Which
wow.
It's
well, it's
no great. I'm just very pleased not to be lapped.
Comes Haynes and bowls, and Weatherall turns this to mid wicket. There is no run. I don't do it anymore, but I used to do the park run in Guildford, which is my hometown.
Okay. And
it's 2 laps of Stoke Park, which is in the middle of the town, and that was always my objective, not to get lapped if I could. But quite often I'll be overtaken by somebody pushing a pushchair or somewhere in fancy dress or whatever, which is incredibly embarrassing. In comes Haynes, bowls down the leg side, good take by Simpson. And there is no run. So maiden over from Tom Haynes, 137 for 4. I'm just sort of looking and wondering whether Robinson's going to bring himself on at the far end. Surely he'll keep Croken on, I'd have thought, having picked up those 2 wickets. Yes, he is.
I was overtaken by a beer bottle once in the London Marathon.
How many times is that the only time you've done the marathon?
Oh no, a few.
No, I meant the London. Have you?
Oh, 6 Londons.
Have you? Wow, well done you. I'm increasingly in awe, Richard.
Wouldn't like to try it these days. It's a long way, you know.
Yeah, it is a long way.
So Croken, can he pick up 1 more before lunch? It'll be at least 2 more overs, possibly 3 before the break. 137 for 4. Croken over the wicket, bowls to Hill, who leans forward and is beaten on the outside edge. You could say played deliberately inside the line, but very different sort of player to Rahan is Lewis. Sometimes it does take a while to get in, but he was very successful last season. Lewis Hill had a really, really solid season. He made 917 championship runs, 2 centuries, 6 50s, and he averaged 46, just under. And it is his testimonial year. Lewis Hill. In goes Croken, bowls and bowled him! Off stump is comprehensively removed. Hill walking into a defensive press, and Croken has made a triple breakthrough for Sussex, and my word, they are fully on top now. Hill goes without scoring. Leicestershire in trouble at 137 for 5.
Well, I think Lewis Hill was probably beaten for pace. That was a quick delivery. We said about Henry Croken and you never quite know what you're going to get, but that was full and straight. And
it was a good ball as well. It straightened, it left him.
So Hill is on his way back, and as you say, all of a sudden, out of sort of nowhere, really, Sussex have got themselves into a good position. It was 117 for 2, now 137 for 5.
Well, that was a super delivery. You could argue that Hill might have got a little further forward, but it was, as you said, Adrian, quick, but it also held its line a little bit and off stump out of the ground. What a sight!
Yes,
for Henry Croken, lovely sight. I'll just finish messages. The last one that I hadn't read out was from Jonathan Farmer, an email from Jonathan. Hello, Jonathan. He says, how wonderful to hear commentary again. Here's hoping for an enthralling summer of cricket. He's writing a biography of Leicestershire great George Geary as he listens, and wonders what modern players would think if they were expected to bowl 19,303.4 overs in their career. He also scored 13,501 runs. The days of George Geary. The Geary bar is still well, actually, I'm not sure it is. I'm not sure it is extant anymore. It's named after a popular Irish stout. It used to be the Geary stand over there, but alongside the manual scoreboard. But first the stand went, and it has been now renamed. So Croken into Steve Eskenazi, bowls. Eskenazi leans across slightly as he pushes it off his legs, middle and leg. Got across, pushed it out towards short mid-wicket. This is a key stand now. Eskenazi, not the last of the recognised batsmen, because the likes of Ben Cox are very effective players, but he's the last who makes his living from batting, so to speak. And he has a big job to do to stay with Jake Weatherald. 137 for 5 as Croken is in and bowls. Eskenazi gets a full delivery that he digs out, plays it back up the pitch, and Croken, full of enthusiasm and youth and agility, flings himself to his right. Didn't need to, because it was just going to trickle up to mid-on, but instinctively flung himself across the pitch to get to the ball.
He's certainly turned things around here for Sussex.
He has. Runs in, bowls. Good bouncer to Eskenazi. Saw it late, but he ducked out of it neatly as well. Well, Leicestershire still got plenty to do to avoid the follow-on here. Adrian?
Yes,
It's well, what is it? 221, 222?
Yes.
No, 212, 211.
Yeah.
My maths. 212, isn't it?
Yes. Yep, 150 less.
In goes Croken and bowls down the leg side. Eskenazi tries to help it on his way, doesn't get anything on it. So again, the Croken mixed bag that we've come to expect, but in that mixed bag there was an absolute jaffer that removed the off stump of Lewis Hill. So he is now sitting on figures of 6 overs, 1 maiden, 3 4 19, and he's really making a difference for his side. One more before the close? Yeah, just one more.
Yeah, and it's going to be Tom Haynes. I wonder whether Ollie Robinson might bring himself back on for the final over before lunch. I mean, just bowled 1 over, but I think the skipper will be pleased now with the way things have gone. As in comes Haynes to bowl to Weatherald, who plays this onto the onside and picks up a single to a deep backward square leg. 1 more to the total. Live cricket here on the BBC. Adrian Holmes, Richard Ray, in sunshine here at Grace Road.
Apparently I'm doing, with my sunglasses on, I'm doing an Ali G impression.
Really?
Thank you, Robert. Robert Coe, that is. Hello. Happy new season to you, Robert, as well. And to Dad, Senior, Mr. Co.
Haynes coming over the wicket to the right-handed Eskenazi's in and bowls, and Eskenazi's back and steers that back down the track. Haynes fields off his own bowling, and again there is no run. 2 slips in place. There's a ring of 4 now on the offside. There's a backward point cover, a short extra cover in the shape of Jack Carson and a mid-off. Then on the onside, a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Haynes again runs away from us. In and bowls, Eskenazi lets that go. I suspect that wasn't far away, you know, so you have to say good leave by Steve Eskenazi, who's made his way up from London, from Middlesex, and to bolster this Leicestershire middle order. And as you say, having lost those wickets just before lunch, the job to do now to keep Weatherald company. Haynes in again, bowls, and Eskenazi gets off the mark. No, he doesn't. That's a very good bit of fielding at backward point by, I think that's Finn Hudson-Prentice there, diving away to his right-hand side to prevent a run being taken.
Eskenazi played 3 games for the Foxes at the end of last season, batted 4 times, made 227 runs and averaged 56.7.
Which is more than useful. Haynes in, bowls, Eskenazi solidly and stoutly forward, players out into the offside, and Jack Carson nips round from extra cover to field and then polishes the ball vigorously on his jumper.
Made a century at Northampton in the last game, I seem to recall.
Well, he certainly did well for Middlesex down there. I think he skippered the side as well. As in comes Haynes, bowls, Eskenazi's now on his way as he edges that down towards third man, picks up a single. So I think there's lunch. Yes, it is. That is the final ball of the over, and we go to lunch on 139 for 5. Jake Weatherald, 77 not out. He's played a super innings, the Australia. Steve Eskenazi on 1. Henry Croken, though, in wicket taker for Sussex. He's picked up 3 wickets. And half an hour ago, I was saying it was very much Leicestershire's morning, but I think on the balance of the wickets going down just before the break, Sussex will be the happier of the 2 sides.
I agree strongly. But Eskenazi coming in low at 7, partly obviously because Tom Scriven came in as night watchman, is a very, very effective county bat, and of course Weatherald is a international quality bat. But they are going to need these two to go big this afternoon, because at the moment they have an awful lot of work to do to get Leicestershire back into a sort of competitive position in this game. Sun back out, so hopefully lunch will be lunchtime for those at the ground will be a little bit warmer than it might otherwise have been, but applause for Sussex, who've picked up 4 wickets this morning as they leave the pitch. We'll be back with you in around about 35 minutes time. Myself, Adrian Harms from BBC Radio Sussex, and Rita Green from BBC Sport. We'll also be live on BBC Radio Leicester throughout the rest of the afternoon, but in the meantime, however you're listening to us, or indeed watching on the excellent stream, we'll be back with you, as I say, in 35 minutes time.
it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win. Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win.
rather blew the Leicestershire innings open shortly before lunch, taking 3 wickets in fairly short order and generating a decent amount of pace and movement from the Bennett end, for those who know Grace Road. And what with Ollie Robinson having picked up a wicket first thing in the morning, 4 wickets in the session for Sussex, and there's a definite spring about their step as they head out to the middle. Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester, Adrian Harms from BBC Radio Sussex, Rita Green from BBC Sport, your commentators this afternoon. And we're going to see the aforementioned Ollie Robinson, the Sussex captain this year, open the bowling for his side. In this session, that is. He's already got 8 overs under his belt yesterday and this morning, 2 for 24. His figures, and he's going to try and improve on those now. In he comes from the Bennett end and bowls to Eskenazi, who edges and he's caught at third slip. First ball, Eskenazi can't believe what he was done. He was drawn into the big push. It wasn't really a full-blooded drive. He just went for it a little bit too hard, got the edge, and diving away to his right, Jack Leaning, I think it was, took another excellent catch, his second of the innings. And what a start to proceedings for Sussex. Leicestershire really are in trouble now on 139 for 6.
Wow, what a start to this session. Lovely catch by Jack Leaning down to his right hand side. Had some work to be done. The first catch of the day that he took out was a little bit more straightforward, but that one, straight after the lunch period, raring to go, and Jack Leaning took a lovely catch. And it's that man, Ollie Robinson. A push drive there from Eskenazi, and Jack Leaning did the rest. That's exactly what Sussex want to do. Keep that momentum going as they did just before the luncheon break. And another wicket falls, 139 for 6.
Yeah, it was he was on the money, Robinson, first up, absolutely on the money. It might just have left just a little bit of nibble away from Eskenazi, but Eskenazi will be cross at the way he went out, a little bit hard hands, went through with the push. It wasn't a defensive shot, took the edge, flew to Leaning's right, and no mistake. And really the Foxes are in trouble now because they're down to the sort of all-rounders, so to speak. Ben Cox is coming out to join Jake Weatherald, who must be wondering what he's got himself into at the moment. He's got a chance of carrying his bat in his first innings for the Foxes. He is 77 not out, and without him it really would be not a pleasant picture as far as Leicestershire were concerned. So what can Ben Cox do? Cox had a pretty good season, well, obviously with the gloves he always does, but with the bat as well. He scored 550 runs at 37 last season. But he didn't have England bowlers roaring in at him. Robinson is in and bowls, and very correct from Cox. Leans forward, does what plays the shot, perhaps, that Eskenazi might have been advised to play. Bright orange, fluorescent orange grip on his bat handled Ben Cox. Lovely chap to talk to is Ben. Polite as well. He's one of those of the group who'll always come up to you and say hello and shake hands and how are you doing and that sort of thing. Others wait to be approached, but he's in your face. In goes Robinson, bowls outside off stump, fullish but a little bit too wide, so Cox can step forward and let that one go through. Very experienced, of course, Ben Cox. Still associate him with Worcester, probably, don't you? I would think most people do.
Indeed, there's a lot of players in this match that are playing with my mind here. Stevie Eskenazi, I think of Middlesex in the main, and Jack Leaning with Kent. I need to sort of move things on in my mind, but Cox has got a job to do here.
If we're around long enough, they all come around, they all go around the counties, don't they? In goes Robinson and bowls. Cox defends again, nice high left elbow, not a big forward press, but just sort of waited for it and played it carefully down the pitch on the onside. Tom Haynes picks up. Yep, it's like with the Price brothers, who I'll always associate probably Tom Price with Gloucestershire, but of course now at Sussex. And sometimes you need a change of scenery. Things can get stale's probably the wrong word, but you can get in ruts, as Robinson is in. Cox goes for the drive and it slides past his outside edge. It looked nice from Cox. Didn't connect though. Was reaching a little bit. He rehearses a shot several times. Movement again from Robinson. The sun is out, but it had got a little bit warmer. It did go really cold at about sort of 12 o'clock, but the wind, although it's blowing harder now, it's also blowing from a slightly different direction. We've got the sky like we had yesterday, clouds moving quickly with patches of blue, and the sun out a lot of the time. Get out of the wind and it's pretty pleasant. Robinson in, Cox defends on off stump, pushes it out into the offside. Wicket maiden to start the session for the skipper, Ollie Robinson, who like Croken now has 3 wickets to his name. 3 for 24 for Ollie Robinson. And Leicestershire still needing another, 80, just under 80 runs simply to avoid the follow-on.
That's the first job on their minds. Yeah, Henry Croken, didn't he bowl beautifully just before, pretty much all day today, but pretty much the pick of it was before lunch. Those 3 wickets in the space of 14 balls. The swing is real today, and Robinson and Croken, especially from that Bennett end, are doing the business.
We are now going to see the spin. So Robinson is doing the sort of, it's like, the expected thing I suppose would have been to see it an over or 2 before lunch, but things were going nicely with Croken, and he went to Haynes instead, who nearly got Weatherald, and now he's going to Jack Carson in his sunglasses, his sort of Geraint Thomas specials with white frames. Blows on his right hand.
And here comes Carson past the umpire and bowls. And this is tucked into the onside, to the square leg area. And Weatherald has done what he's doing all day. It's just relieve the pressure, rotate the strike. Got a left-handed, right-handed combination here. And a bit of spin, bit of variety. And Sussex's tails are up, that's for sure. They'll be looking for more wickets. And if you can hear on the effects mic, ladies and gentlemen, yes, it is rather blowy. I think around 40 miles an hour is the wind speed. Although I'm no meteorologist, I have no instrumental equipment, but I'm guessing.
Isn't the Met Office based near you somewhere?
In Bracknell, and this was defended, and there's no run. Indeed, in the Berks Road. Or have they moved? I think their headquarters are Bracknell, but then the where they do all the thinking and all the research essentially is down in West Country.
I'd have it based in Barbados, I think.
Not Bracknell. What are you talking about? Come on. Carson in. This one's pushed into the onside off the back foot by Cox, and there's no run. Barbados. Look, it's beautiful here today. I found a non-windy spot, so to speak, in the ground, and it was beautiful earlier on, I must admit, but in the wind it is a little bit sharper. Cox on strike. This one's looped up and driven. Tempting manner, and Robinson dives, gets the ball, throws the ball in, but they go through for a single. Slightly delayed throw in, but I think they were safe nonetheless. And one more to the total, one priceless run to the total, 141 for 6th the scoreline. The deficit 220, so work to be done by Leicestershire. And we continue here from the pavilion end with Carson. He's in and bowls to the left-handed Weatherald. Thick edge, goes to the point region, and there's no run. You're listening to BBC Sport, BBC Leicester, BBC Sussex. I'm Rita Green, alongside Richard Ray and Adrian Harms, and a bit of Kevin Howells potentially later on. Yes, you heard correctly there. Next ball of the over, past the umpire, White, and a lofted drive into the onside, and 4 runs. That was an unusual stroke, actually, considering the situation. I think he saw it really early, did Weatherald, onto the front foot, in the air for quite a period of time, but nowhere near the sweeper in the deep, and 4 runs to the total. Much needed 4 runs, 145 for 6 the total.
Yeah, he won't want just to let Carson bowl at him, but again, although Leicestershire have increased the run rate, runs per over scored from 3s it was at the start throughout much of the morning to 4.5, they've lost 5 wickets in so doing, and they still need another 76 to avoid the follow on. Maths is probably way out there, but it's still plenty. Robinson with his tail up from the Bennett end comes roaring down the hill, bowls 2 Cox, a little bit short. He tries to force it away off the back foot. It's a little bit outside edgy as it runs down towards Croken, who is fielding at sort of deepish backward point there for the attempted force off the back foot, or indeed front foot really, that skews away in the air. Backward point. Cover / extra, trying to cover both positions, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, long leg, and 3 slips, rubbing their hands, and not just to keep them warm, in anticipation as Robinson is in and bowls outside off stump, and through it goes. A little burst of something not entirely unpleasant musically comes into our ears and then disappears. Somebody realises on the desk at BBC Radio Leicester.
Pleasant. The last delivery though is a good leave. I know it sounds quite boring, but actually today is a day where judging that line of length and the swing is going to be everything. What deliveries do you really intercept and what do you just leave alone?
Robinson is in and bowls. Cox gets one that comes back at him a little bit and he's not sure where it's gone. It's come off an inside edge and pad and trickled behind square on the on side, and he's called through for a safe enough single by Jake Weatherald, but little victory for the bowler there. He was beaten, Ben Cox, but he's still there. He's on 2 now off 11 balls faced. Weatherald on 82. Leicestershire probably need him to get 182 to get themselves back into any sort of competitive position in this game. Third slip has gone to gully, so 2 slips and a gully still being kept in for Weatherald as Robinson is in and bowls to the Australian. It bounces there. There's no chance at all of that being given out leg before. It was both high and pitched outside leg stump, and it was only really Robinson who appealed, but he opened his lungs and bellowed it back at the umpire.
Big appeal there from Robinson, who today hasn't always been the most vocal in his appeals, but he was convinced on that one. Although as he went past the umpire there, well, he did indicate, passing, yes.
I think once you start, you might as well commit to the appeal, but I think there was an element of embarrassment about it as well. In he goes, bowls, Weatherall on off stump, waits for it, goes back and just dabs it down towards that gully.
I have a terrible reputation of appealing, even from square leg and on point. As you say, if you're going to appeal, you go big.
Not necessarily from square leg. If I'm the bowler, I would, but...
Yeah, I mean, some of them I've no clue, but to add to the overall appeal, put it that way, I've been quite energetic in my appeals over the past.
Well, if everybody's gone up, you can...
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm not alone in the appeal.
Robinson in, bowls, beauty that bounces, and Weatherall did brilliantly not to play that, actually. At the very last second, he just managed to pull his bat out of the line, but it bounced and left him, and it was rising on the way up into the gloves of John Simpson, and Robinson sensing, I think, Leicestershire's vulnerability now, trying to drive the knife home, and he's doing a pretty good job of it. 3 for 25 off 10 for the England man. Leicestershire 146 for 6. We'll be going live on BBC Radio Leicester in about 8 minutes time. Doesn't mean you have to do anything. We'll be live on everything else that we're on as well still. So I should have said we're going to be live as well on BBC Radio Leicester.
Indeed. And Carson's going to continue, as you'd expect, from the pavilion end. He's in and bowls. Oh, maybe a little bit of turn, but nothing going sideways, but just giving the batter, Cox, something to think about.
I like his height, I like his action. Gets a little bit of bounce on the ball as well.
Lovely fluid action, and takes quite a few steps before he hits the crease. So there's a bit of pace on that as well. He's in and bowls. Lofted delivery. Check drive. Yeah,
lovely
really nice to watch. And for you young spinners out there, this is an action that I try and rehearse as well. And the Northern Ireland born Carson, I believe.
Feisty character.
Excellent.
At times.
Oh, in a bowls. And soft hands there from Cox. Goes to the gully region, but no run. Feisty? In what way?
Hey, I'll let Adrian tell you about that.
Oh,
we were mixing him up. Actually, in fairness, I was mixing him up previously with James Coles, but yeah, he was involved in a little incident in a match between Leicestershire and Sussex and Leicestershire, I should say, a couple of years ago at Hove.
Passionate, maybe, as well. Shorter delivery. Oh, I think Cox probably missed out there. That was a short delivery that could have been cut and even pulled, quite frankly, but got away with that one. And Cox decides to just defend that one. 2 from 12 deliveries so far for Cox, who's playing a observing role here at the moment. Next delivery, lofted delivery, and a big thick edge for where second slip would have been, and there's a chase on. It goes towards the boundary rope, but the ball will be pulled in. They go through for 2. Yeah, that was a big edge, wasn't it? And you think, gosh, if there had been a second slip, what would have been 148 for 6? And Carson's action, his consistency as well from the pavilion end, and you think with Robinson potentially from the Bennett end, this could be quite a pressure cooker for the Leicestershire batters. Last delivery of the over. This one's driven into the vacant cover area, and they go through for a single. So Cox nicks the strike, and it's the end of the over. 64 overs remaining today. Deficit 212. Sorry, nearly said 112. 212. And if you're joining us around the world, I think we're global, aren't we? We're very much a global
YouTube.
Broadcast. Yeah, YouTube. We're in all corners of the globe. And this really is it's the start of the season, yes, but really good conditions for both. And you have to think that avoiding the follow-on will be a pivotal moment potentially for Leicestershire, I think, in this game. But plenty of time to go. 149 for 6.
Robinson will, understandably enough, continue 3 slips behind Ben Cox as he comes in from the Bennett end and bowls. Cox is playing firmly, again slightly across the line, hence the oohs and ahs from the likes of Simpson behind the stumps. They see it as a possible leg before candidate. Got plenty on it, pushed it out to mid-on. Understandably, Sussex anticipating wickets every delivery at the moment. Robinson turns, sun goes behind cloud, comes in, bowls, outside edge, no, just a very good ball that bounced and left him into the gloves of Robinson, into the gloves of Simpson, I should say, it went. Robinson really has found his lines and lengths and getting movement and bounce and pace post lunch in particular. Looking every inch at the moment. The international bowler, wonderful contest between him and Weatherald, who is fighting away for the Foxes on 82. Cox is struggling a little bit as in goes Robinson, bowls to him and goes past the outside edge with another beauty. No fun out there if you're a batsman who is just trying to play himself in, or herself, or batter, I should say.
I still sneak it into the maybe I'm old school as well in terms of talk about who's holding the bat, but 2 beauties there from Robinson, just beaten by 2 really good balls, and actually Cox did well not to nick it. So kudos to him too.
He waits, bat raised, Robinson in, bowls to him, it seems back in. It's a latish appeal and it looked a bit high to me, but it's full-throated again, as you would expect from Ollie Robinson, but he was just that heartbeat, if you like, before turning and appealing. Simpson et al. Behind the stumps all went up immediately, of course, and legitimately so. Robinson just that momentary wait before turning and adding his voice to the appeal. Umpire Michael Goff said no, and said it was a little bit too high, made that little gesture with his right hand. In goes Robinson and bowls outside off stump, good bounce and pace, but didn't really do too much on that occasion. Cox could and did leave. It's cracking stuff at the moment from Ollie Robinson, who opened proceedings post-lunch with a wicket maiden and hasn't really let up since. Given absolutely nothing away and beaten new batsman Ben Cox 4 to 5 times now. Turns, finishes over, runs in and bowls, and Cox is forward, not completely convincingly as it straightened up on him a little bit, but inside part of the bat, ball runs up the pitch on the onside, and on comes the Sussex 12thers with pads and helmet, so that Carson can put a little bit more pressure with an extra close fielder at short leg, you would think. For certainly Cox, I'd be slightly nervous if I was short leg to Weatherald on 82. He looks a strong chap.
Yeah, he fancies this one, lads. Getting there, indeed. But 3 for 25 off 11 overs. Robinson is bowling beautifully and certainly knocking on the door for England. Possibly. I mean, they say a few places are up for grabs, but you can see the quality there, can't you?
It's got to be in the conversation, you would think. But especially if he's going to keep this up for the first few games of the season.
Right, here comes Carson from the pavilion end. It's time to the Aussie Weatherald who defends this one, and there's no run. We've got a mid-wicket. We've got one slip. Point. Let's go around the ground. We've got a sort of a deep cover, extra cover right on the boundary rope. A short cover, mid on, mid off, a mid-wicket. Deep mid-wicket as well. This one, down the wicket does Weatherald, and there's no run. On to the next ball, and it looks like here Jack Carson is certainly playing with the thoughts and minds of Jack Weatherald. Jake Weatherald. God, Jake's muddled up here, but here we go. Next ball, Weatherald on strike, on the back foot and cut into the offside. There's a man in the deep. Cuts it off though, and just one more to the total. Nicely played there, and he pounced on that, Jake Weatherald. Got his body position into the right place, cut it into the offside, and I thought, yes please, I'd like to get off strike. 150 up. Next ball. It's Carson who is in to the right-handed Cox, and there's no run, and Carson's really doing the business here. That last ball was just a little bit short, but only one run from the over so far, and a very tight over before as well from Robinson. So the pressure is mounting here on the Leicestershire batters, but they're still there. Reverse sweep, and nicely played there.
Well, good afternoon to listeners on BBC Radio Leicester. Apologies about that. You join us at a good moment for Leicestershire, in that Ben Cox has just reverse swept Jack Carson for 4, but Leicestershire overall not in a good position in the game. 154 for 6. The Foxes replying to that Sussex score that Zoe mentioned of 361 on the first day. 3 wickets for the fast bowler Henry Croken, and 3 for the other fast bowler, the former England fast bowler, and hopefully from his point of view England again fast bowler Ollie Robinson has reduced the Foxes, but Jake Weatherald, the new signing from Australia, is standing firm. He's 83, not out as Carson bowls to Cox, who defends out into the offside. But the Foxes, an awful lot of work to do. They trail by 207. They still need another 67 just to avoid the follow-on. There's a little bit in the pitch, as there was yesterday. Not quite as much as there was yesterday, but enough there to make it a really fascinating test for the Foxes batsmen. At the moment, Weatherald is passing that test, but nobody else is really, and Robinson is sensing Leicestershire are struggling a little bit. But Weatherald is going to be on strike. This next over from Robinson from the Bennett end. Comes down the hill. It's quite a nice day here at Grace Road now, and bowls to Weatherald, who steps forward and leaves quite dramatically, theatrically. almost, as he steps forward into the lead, then lifts the bat over the line of the ball and does a little hop and a skip forward before hopping and skipping back. The energy levels that he must use just sort of batting really without even running must be extraordinarily high, because he's like many top batsmen, he's a constant almost blur of motion, of little fiddles and movements and trigger points. In goes Robinson, bowls to him, and he's bowled him, he's chopped on, and that is huge. That really is huge. Weatherald was the man who was standing firm but no longer, got a delivery just outside off stump, looked to swing back in a little bit, he tried to cut it away, looked to me to come off the bottom edge and onto his off stump. So Robinson picks up the Aussie Test opener, Jake Weatherald. He has 4 for 25 now, and Leicestershire in deep strife at 154 for 7.
Absolute disappointment there from Jake Weatherald, who's absolutely furious with himself. That ball was way too close to cut. And a bit of mind games there, I think, from Ollie Robinson in terms of, was it the in-swing or the out-swinger? So, to be fair, there was a lot of thought process required by the batter as to what the right shot was, but he's furious with himself. Out for 83 from 107. And the Foxes, well, yeah, they are in deep trouble here, as Ben Green comes out, and he certainly can do a thing or two with a bat and the ball for that matter. But the Foxes have got work to be done here at a rather blustery Grace Road, but still time in the game to really make an impact, that's for sure.
Awful lot of time, but
Yeah.
I was over in the press box during the lunch interval. One or two who've made arrangements for Monday and now beginning to scratch their heads and think, well, might have a bit more time on Monday than they thought, but a long time to go, as you say, before we get to that point. Ben Green is a genuine all-rounder. He's having a chat to Ben Cox at the moment. Green, last season in the county championship, Ben Green played 11 games for the Foxes, 16 innings. He made 328 runs at 23 and a half, more or less. He did have a half century, a 58 not out, quite early on, but he has that and more to make if Leicestershire are going to get themselves back into this game. And Rita, having taken some good wickets in her post-lunch session, gives away to Adrian, who must be chuffed to bits with how things are going. After a difficult pre-season, Sussex have had 4 and a bit excellent sessions.
Yes, they have. I was just admonishing Rita for bringing those chocolates. I mean, they're just irresistible. I think I've eaten 4.
It's not fair,
so
is it?
I've got to get back on commentary because this is ridiculous.
How very dare she?
I'm as big as a house. In comes Robinson and bowls to Green, who plays nicely away through the onside. Picks up a couple of runs, does Ben Green, in hot pursuit is Finn Hudson-Prentice. So Ollie Robinson with 4 wickets to his name, 4 for 25. He enjoyed that last one, didn't he?
It's a big wicket, isn't it? It's a test wicket.
Quite the send-off, wasn't it?
It's a test wicket, in a way. You know, if you get a very, very good batsman out, then I think you're entitled to give it a good punch of the air, as Robinson did. When you say send-off, you're suggesting he gave him a shout, or
no, just a
celebration.
Just a celebration.
That's absolutely fair enough.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I didn't mean by any means that he'd said anything. He was just really pleased in on bowls. He's bowling quickly here, you know, Ollie Robinson. This is
lively. It's mid-80s, isn't it? 85s.
This is as good as I've seen him bowl. I mean, he bowled beautifully at Worcester the last game of last season, but in that was the last game of the season. The pitch was a little different to this, but he's bowling beautifully here.
Just glanced to my right at the box of chocks.
No, I know.
It has been denuded somewhat.
It has, I'm sorry. Most of them are in my tummy, which is not good, really. I just had to go and sit next door. I think this is just... I'm weak-willed. It's pathetic, really. Robinson bowls to Ben Green. Green is forward, plays down the onside of the track. And there is no run. Pitiful man. 156 for 7. Leicestershire. Ollie Robinson wanders back to... The wind has really got up, actually, Richard.
It has.
I know Storm Dave is approaching the western side of the UK, but I think we're going to feel the effects of it, not the rain, but the effects of the wind over the next... They say particularly overnight.
But I was saying to Rita, the sky's now as it was yesterday, so it's sort of broken up, and the clouds moving quickly, and the wind is quite warm again.
Robinson in again, bowls, and Green gets back, gloves high out of the way through to John Simpson. It's the end of the over. Well, they're impressive figures from Ollie Robinson. 12 overs, 2 maidens. He's taken 4 for 27. We thought he might be a handful, and he's certainly proving so today. He's bowled well throughout. Other 3 wickets to Henry Croken,
to whom he has just made a sign, and Croken has now begun to warm up as well.
Spot.
So he's decided that
he's done his bit.
Although Carson, possibly he took himself off after the over after taking a wicket this morning as well. But usually with a 5 foot in the offing, he's quite but he's being very unselfish as captain. But it's worked. His rotation is working beautifully. Carson is in and bowling to Ben Cox, who just goes back and nibbles it down towards deep backward square for 1. These two have a Surrey-like job to do. Surrey recovered from 60 for 6, did they? Something like that against Warwickshire yesterday to post a competitive score. Leicestershire are going to have to do something similar here. Let us know if the wind becomes a little bit annoying in our effects, Mike. I brought it into a little bit out of the wind, but it really is blowing hard at the moment. Carson is in and drifts one nicely. I do love that loop past the outside edge of Ben Green's bat into the gloves of Simpson. Short leg and a slip. Carson in. A little bit short on that occasion, a little bit flatter, didn't have quite as much loop, and Green had plenty of time to go back, tried to punch it back past Carson, who managed to field in his follow through. He and Cox, not actually for the first time, almost colliding. People who will know why I'm smiling about that. They were the two involved previously. Short straight mid-on has come in as Carson is in. It's pushed out towards mid-wicket by Ben Green. No run.
Apologies if we've already discussed it, Richard, but it may not even happen. But if would Sussex enforce the follow-on if it came to that?
Yeah, a good question. I'd be inclined to, on the basis that the pitch might flatten. Carson is in, outside off stump, nicely drifting delivery that is uncertainly nurdled away towards backward point by Ben Green. I'd be inclined to. Sometimes I'm one of those who doesn't like enforcing, having seen Leicestershire lose games in which they've enforced the follow-on. But I think I would on this occasion. In goes Carson, bowls it, oh my goodness, it spins, beats the prod of Green and somehow misses the stumps. How did that miss the stumps?
They're all standing there as if to say, well, that must have missed by a coat of varnish, I think.
If the guys can show a replay of that one, I'd love to know how close it was, because my word, it was close.
I think Ollie Robinson actually made a signal to Henry Croken at the end of that last over and said sort of 1 more, so I think you're right. I think he quite fancies the 5 for here, Robinson, but I think this may be his last. Yes, I quite like the follow-on. I think it's a sign of intent that you're in charge of the game. That being said, it's the first match of the season, bowling back to back. Is that a good idea?
Difficult, windy, but nobody's got huge number of. Well, Robinson 12 now, but
no, you're right. And they've done a lot of pre-season. I also the weather forecast is actually not bad for the next couple of days, but I just wonder whether that might be on their mind. They've got to do it first. Robinson in bowls to Cox, who is going to get 4 runs, and that was 4 runs closer to Leicestershire, avoiding any potential follow-on as he nudges that one through the slips and gully cordon. I think Tom Haynes would be a bit disappointed he didn't stop that. Was it Tom Haynes in there? No, Tom Price. Either way, it's run away for 4. Cox goes to 14, 161 for 7, and it may well be that the follow-on doesn't even come into play, but an interesting debate if these next 3 wickets do fall quickly, but these two are both very capable batters. Robinson back to his mark at the Bennett end of the ground. The sun now shining brightly. Lovely afternoon, lots of blue sky around us. Now Robinson's going to make a change to the field, and this is one thing that Sussex weren't great on last year, was over rates. And I have to say, I'm not a great fan of changing a field halfway through an over, and fielders coming in a long way into fielding, but you have to be careful about that. Anyway, Tom Haynes has jogged into position. 4 slips go down. Robinson in, bowls, and Cox nudges that one down to fine leg. Picks up another single, does Ben Cox. He goes to 15, and Leicestershire to 162 for 7. Just a quick rattle around elsewhere with Glamorgan 192 for 5 now against Yorkshire. That's something of a recovery, having been in all sorts of trouble. A delayed start down that game down in Cardiff yesterday. My mouse isn't working, so I can't tell you who's doing well down there. Essex 324 for 6 at Southampton. Nottinghamshire 60 for 1 at Taunton, and Warwickshire 156 for 2 against Surrey, as in comes Robinson. Bowls. Oh, that was a nasty delivery. And there could be a run out here. The throw comes in, and he's hit the stumps. That's out. No, you reckon he just got back?
He was back, yeah.
Well, it's actually gone for 4 overthrows. So, well, let me explain what happened, because I didn't do it very well. Robinson bowled to Ben Green up on his toes. He played it to square leg. They thought there was a single. They both were stranded in the middle of the pitch. Jack Carson, with a very good bit of fielding, threw the stumps down, but Ben Green had just got back. The ball then hit the stumps and ricocheted away for 4 runs. So Ben Green gets 4 runs for his pains, when he might have been slightly worried he's going to be right. Good bit of fielding by Carson, though.
Well, first he was nearly beaned by an excellent bouncer from Robinson as well, so no wonder his senses were slightly scrambled.
Yeah. Yes. Anyway, he's still there. Robinson will be a bit miffed about that. Comes in and bowls. Oh, he beats Greenhouse. He's bowling well here, Ollie Robinson.
Isn't he?
Yeah, he really is.
Isn't he, though?
He's just running in with that sort of lovely fluid approach to the crease. And he's leading from the front here. The Sussex skipper, he's picked up 4 wickets. And a couple of years ago, probably more than that now, 3 or 4 years ago, I interviewed Ben Brown, just when Ollie Robinson was on the verge of England honours, and I spoke to Ben, who'd clearly kept Ollie Robinson an awful lot during his career, and he said every ball that Ollie Robinson bowls, you think you're going to get a nick. He said he goes past the outside edge an awful lot. Robinson in bowls, let go by Green. That's a good leave, actually. Well judged. Through to Simpson, no run. And probably as a keeper, you quite enjoy keeping to someone like Robinson, because you're in the game a lot.
I think that bouncer he bowled to Green is probably the first he's bowled in the best part of 13 overs on a pitch that has got a bit of bounce about it, so very much a sort of surprise weapon, but really was a cracking bouncer.
Robinson back to his mark. Wheels around. The sun has disappeared momentarily. Robinson is in. Bowls. Hit on the boot almost is Ben Green. And again, there's a little bit of hesitation as the ball rebounds down the track, down towards mid-on. Umpire Goff is unmoved. I think that Ben Green might have a sore toe from that, or maybe it's on the right or the bottom of the pad. Either way, it's a leg by. The total goes up to 160. I'm going to go to 168, or is that already up? No, it's already up. 167 for 7. At the end of the over, Robinson 13 overs, taken 4 for 37. And Jack Carson will continue. I think you like watching Jack Carson bowl, Richard.
I do. I think the only criticism I'd have of him is he sometimes sort of tries too many variations, really, but he has real potential with the height and the loop and the turn. In he goes. Bowls, Cox sweeps, misses from outside off stump, taken beautifully by Simpson. Offers the ball to the bails, doesn't happily demolish the stumps, which is a thing with some wicket keepers. Doesn't bother. Knew that Cox, his fellow keeper, had his back foot firmly anchored, but he's immediately sent short leg to backward square, about halfway back. Carson is in, and that probably would have been a catch to short leg as it pops up off Cox's bat and was well in front of square, but you never quite know. Cox, I'm sure, would say, well, I knew the short leg wasn't there. Silly mid-on is about 3/4 of the way back. Carson in. Solidly forward is Green, pushing out into the offside. There's no run. High quality stuff from the Sussex attack at the moment. Not just at the moment, it has been pretty much from the start, really. They didn't make the mistakes the Leicestershire attack made. They didn't spray it around. In goes Carson, bowls a flatter delivery, doesn't really turn, and Green can go back and just push it firmly back up the pitch towards that silly mid-on.
Yes, that opening passage of play was painful, wasn't it, for Leicestershire? That hurt them because the runs were coming at a rate, and before you knew where they were, there was 50 on the board and then 100.
Carson bowls, back goes Green, a little suspiciously, pokes it out into the offside, off the back foot, and there is no run. And the difference was that although Scriven went early and then Holland offered some good support to Weatherald, they didn't get away from Sussex, so there was a partnership of sorts, but it wasn't a sort of 8 and over partnership. Carson is in, Green is back and defends, playing firmly out towards wideish mid-wicket. End of a good over from Carson. A maiden, in fact, his first in the 5 overs he's bowled. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15. How he didn't get Green in his previous over, I am still scratching my head about how that ball didn't bowl him. It all but kissed the stumps. 167 for 7 then remains the score. Leicestershire still need another, what, 44?
44, yes, you're
44 right. To avoid the follow-on. And we are now, as we've been forecasting, going to see some Henry Croken.
Yes, so would so it was 361, so they need 211 to avoid the follow-on. Or do they need 212? I'm never quite sure, to be honest. Is it 100? As long as you're within 150, you avoid the follow-on, don't you? That's
and they
correct.
Trail by 194.
Yeah, so if they get to 211, they're fine. So 44 needed. But as we say, whether Sussex would want to do that, and it may not even come into play, because certainly the two Bens can both bat. In comes Henry Croken from the Bennett end, in and bowls, and forward comes Ben Cox. Plays to mid-off, fielded by skipper Ollie Robinson. There is no run. Just in terms of the field, there are 3 slips, a wideish third man, a cover mid-off, then 3 fielders on the onside. There's a mid-on who's the only fielder on the leg side in front of square, a deep backward square who's probably 6 or 7 yards in from the boundary edge, and a fine leg, Finn Hudson-Prentice. Sorry, Tom Price down below us here. As in comes Croken and bowls. Pacey delivery, but wide of the off stump. The skipper liked it, he's clapping his hand, but Ben Cox had absolutely nothing to do with it. Let the ball pass by outside the off stump into the gloves of keeper John Simpson, and there is no run. 167 for 7. Lots of blue sky around at the city of Leicester this afternoon, being blown along, the clouds being blown along on a brisk breeze. But if you can get out the wind, it's really very pleasant as Robinson is in, bowls, and Cox seems to have plenty of time and eases that one down to third man and picks up a single. He goes to 16. Leicestershire to 166 for 7. I think he's got a good record against Sussex, Ben Cox, both in his days at Worcestershire and for Leicestershire. You talk about, astute signings. I would say Ben Cox was a very astute signing by Leicestershire. A very good county cricketer. And there's some very, very good keepers around. I'm thinking about Ben Cox. I particularly like Ollie Robinson up at Durham. I think he's a very fine wicket keeper. Some good keepers around the championship. Croken in bowls. Oh, well, I'll tell you what. Oh, that's a misfield by Ollie Robinson at mid-off. He recovers. And there is no run, but that was a shot of a man who wants to get on with it, Ben Green. It was a little short and he decided he was going to club that one away. He didn't really move his feet, but he drilled it straight to Ollie Robinson, probably a yard either side, and that would have been 4 runs. I hear the wind getting up again as the 3 slips go down, and in comes Henry Croken. Bowls, and Green clips this one nicely away. Now there can be at least a couple here, possibly 3, in hot pursuit out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. They've taken 2, and they're going to come back for 3. Will they get there? That's good running, very good running by Ben Green. Good throw actually came in from the long on boundary, and just for a minute Green might have thought, oh, I just need to step on the accelerator here a little bit, but he did, and it was well run. He goes to double figures. He goes to 10. So let's do 171 for 7. I see all your wisdom books lined up there, Richard, on the little shelf inside the commentary box. You sort of leave them there during the winter.
I do.
Yeah.
They take up a lot of space.
Yeah, a lot of space at home, yeah. Croken in, bowls, and Cox. I think that might have come off the thigh pad. We'll wait for the umpire Goff's decision. Yes, indeed, there he is with a tap of the thigh, signalling that is a leg by at the end of Henry Croken's over. Figures for Croken of 7 overs, 2 maidens. He's taken 3 for 23. Leicestershire here. Live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms and Richard Ray, your commentary team. Leicestershire 172 for 7. At one stage they were 117 for 2, but Henry Croken took 3 wickets just before lunch. Ollie Robinson with a couple just after lunch, including that of Jake Weatherald, who batted beautifully for his 83. And now these two in the shape of Green and Cox trying to repair the damage, and so far they've added, looking what they have added actually, the 7th wicket went down. That was
154.
Yeah, I didn't make a note of that. Thank you, Richard.
So only 18. Carson in, bowls, turns and bounces a little bit, but it sort of started middle and leg and turned a little bit further, bounced off the pad of Ben Cox and sort of dribbled down towards short fine. The leg by is duly taken.
Are you an assiduous reader of your wisdom when you get it?
Yes, I haven't got the 2026 as yet. Sometimes in the winter I'll sit and I don't often have time to read all the articles, to be honest. Carson is in full toss, and Green trying to turn it into the leg side, gets a leading edge, and it runs out along the ground towards Robinson at mid-off. Amazing how many times a full toss can result in something strange happening. And it did on that occasion, but Green, and to an extent Carson, got away with it. In he goes, bowls again. Green goes back and wristily sort of works it out towards mid-wicket, but he has to wait in his ground because some good work there at mid-wicket by waiting for him to turn. So I can see it might be, it looks like Haynes is slightly stocky figure, but I'm not sure. 30. Diving across from that short straight mid on. Carson is in again. That's not a great ball, but he's gotten away with it again, because although it's short and a little bit leg side, all Green does is turn, push it firmly to mid wicket, and there is a mid wicket, so no damage really done. Carson is in and bowls, better length, not too much turn. Green playing it off the back foot, playing it off the pitch, seeing that there isn't too much there for the spinner. It's not too much of a risk. Plays it out again to mid-wicket. Short leg is going to go to the halfway back behind square position for the sort of top edge sweep. As Carson is in, Green goes back, and it's becoming a repetitive game, because once again he's gone back and turned it more or less straight to mid-wicket. So another maiden over for Jack Carson, his second. 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 15. His figures now, Leicestershire, well, they haven't lost a wicket in the last 5 or 6 overs, but from Sussex's point of view, they're kind of going nowhere. Leicestershire are going nowhere because of the squeeze in terms of runs scored. Green, as you saw from that previous over when he clubbed that delivery straight to the fielder, can go big. Cox can be busy, but
Yes.
they're both still in the process of playing themselves in.
So Tom Haynes having a little natter there, the vice skipper to the skipper, so maybe they're contemplating a change. Richard's going to take his leave of absence. I wonder if he's going to avoid the chocolates. In comes Croken, bowls, and beats Cox, not taken cleanly by Simpson, and there is no run. He's a very fit guy, is Richard, with his cycling and swimming and running, and probably far stronger-willed than I am.
So I can eat lots of chocolates. But if it's given to you, it's free calories.
Yeah, I said to Rita, I'm a pathetic excuse for a man, really. I mean, I just can't walk past the chocolates. I mean, it's just, But they do look very inviting. Anyway, Croken is back to his mark. 3 slips and a gully now in place for Henry Croken, who is on his way from the Bennett End bowls, and up on his toes as Cox plays slightly across the line onto the onside. There is no run. I know we don't talk football really on our cricket commentary, but I have to say I have noticed that Manchester City are beating Liverpool 4-0 in the FA Cup, which is worth a mention, I think, in terms of surprising. Was it surprising? I don't know, but there we are.
Yeah, a scoreline of that
Magnitude.
exactly. Yeah, no, it's worth
a mention, I think.
all-round sports show, surely.
Yeah.
Predominantly cricket.
Croken in bright sunshine now. In and bowls, and Cox is forward and plays that calmly down to a wideish third man, almost a deep backward point in reality. And he goes to 17, 174 for 7. He's looked largely untroubled, Ben Cox, as Leicestershire inch their way towards avoiding the follow-on, which who knows whether it will come into play or not. It may not be a thing at all. We shall see. Croken turns, the sun disappears. In and bowls again, and Green is beaten. He was looking to play that one away down in the direction of backward point, and he kind of didn't move his fleet and rather wafted his bat at a sharp delivery from Henry Croken. I just get the feeling with Ben Green, and Richard would know far more than I do, that he just looks like the sort of quickly wants to get on with it a bit. And actually in this situation I sometimes wonder whether you're better off maybe playing in natural game and thinking, do you know what, I'm hanging around here, I'm going to thump a couple of 4s, which will probably make him feel an awful lot better. Croken again, the trees swaying in the distance as Croken in, but Green resists the temptation this time and plays a model forward defensive shot to mid-on, and there is no run. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms, Rita Green and Richard Ray, your commentary team here at Grace Road. And despite the fact of the pretty awful weather forecast we saw a couple of days ago, we haven't lost a minute of play so far in this game, which is very refreshing on the opening weekend of the season. Croken in again, bowls, and Green lets that one drift past the off stump, taken by Simpson. Green having absolutely nothing to do with it, and it is the end of the over. Charlie Tier, who is one of the 12th men up here on duties, is coming running onto the field of play. He's going to replace, I think, Jack Leaning, who's gone running off. So Charlie Tier represents Scotland as a wicket keeper. An opportunity to go on with some 12th man duties, and the wind is starting to howl, isn't it?
Yeah, to the point our camera is twitching a little bit, so if you're watching the feed, you'll see, I think it's Storm Dave.
It is Storm Dave.
Great name. Officially is here. Right, here's Carson from the pavilion end. The back foot punched into the onside, and they go through for a quick single. Cox, the back foot just gently rocked there, and just trying to rotate the strike here. I think it's a good point, Adrian, about is it better just to play a natural game? Because sometimes the situation, the game could play with your mind a little bit too much, and Ben Green is the type of guy to get on with it. Watched him many times, and quite a player he is. Next one, driven into the offside. Really nicely played there by Ben Green with his sleeveless pullover. It's one of those days, isn't it? It is a little bit chilly out there, definitely, in the wind. I felt as though I was in a wind tunnel actually a few moments ago, Adrian. I thought I was going to be blown off the staircase at one point. I thought Kevin Howells needed to save me actually. This one's tucked into the onside nicely, but straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, there was a comical moment where basically Kevin and I were both clinging on to the railings hoping that we'll be safe. We are though, ladies and gentlemen, don't worry. Scoreline 176 for 7 here at Grace Road. Sun's gone in, blowy day as we've mentioned. Carson in, beautiful action, a reverse sweep, and it misses the slip fielder. There's a dive in the deep to try and save the boundary, but nonetheless it's gone over the boundary rope. But lots of oohs and ahs over that one. A reverse sweep, creative thinking there by Cox, and the result is 4 runs. But creativity is probably what's required. But Haynes, the slip fielder, started to move. And actually, that was very clever play there from Haynes, actually trying to get round to try and take the catch, but just missed. And Ben Cox, the very experienced 34-year-old, is here to survive and fight another ball. He's Carson in. Lofted delivery, pushed into the offside, and nicely done. Through for a single, yet another single. So these two are just ticking the scoreboard over, and Carson's doing a really good job here from the pavilion end with Croken or Robinson from the Bennett Road end, and just has piled on the pressure today. So far for Carson, no wickets for 22 off nearly 7 overs. Here's the last ball of the over. Lofted delivery and straight back to the bowler, and there is no run. End of the over, 181 for 7. Deficit now 180 on this sunny day here at the Uptonsteel Grace Road Arena, Stadium, Pavilion. Just a magnificent place to watch your cricket.
I'm glad you think that. Because it's not everybody's favourite ground. It's a sort of funny old mix of architectural styles. If actually you can't really even use the word style, can you really? It's just homogeneous. Nothing about it in that respect. Hey,
there's a manual
it
scoreboard.
Sort of works, doesn't it? Yes.
Yeah, manual scoreboards are rare to see in the county game, right?
There's only 2.
Indeed, yeah.
So
both of them have decent places.
Henry Croken then looking for a 4th wicket. The 4 slips in an echelon. Crouch down, hands on knees as Croken is in, bowls to Cox, who is hurried but is solid enough behind it on the back foot, blocking it out into the offside. We are 46 overs into the day, so almost sort of at the halfway point. Add in the 4 overs we had last night, so this ball is now over 50 overs old, and even the Dukes will begin to lose some of its bite. Croken is in, drops a little bit short. Not short enough though as far as Cox is concerned, because he tried to pull. He didn't really get up again too much on him. Came off a thickish bottom part of the bat as he tried to pull, and ran it out towards mid-on instead. He and Green have a sort of signalled conversation about what the ball is doing. Cox 23 now. He's battled his way to that. He's had to battle as well. Croken is in and bowls to him again, slightly hurried, but he manages to work the straight delivery away out towards square leg. Carson runs across, slides and picks up on the lushly grassed unused pitch over there, and he's going to have to get to work with someone's going to have to get to work with the laundry cleaner, because he's got a nice big green smear now all over his left knee, which he brushes at ruefully. Croken is in and bowls Green, high left elbow. He's quite a tall man, Ben Green, and looking to force it out, and the offside again doesn't really time it, and he runs fairly gently out towards point. Had a chat to Ben at the end of play yesterday. It's difficult after a day like that. He and Ian Holland wanted to talk about how well Leicestershire had recovered, which they did to a certain extent. when you have to say, but what about that first session? 150 odd for 2. A lot of damage done there. In goes Croken and bowls a rapid bouncer, but rather telegraphed it. It was a little bit too short, and though it did go through quickly, Green was able to lean back and hear the ball whistling past his nose into the gloves of Simpson. What's everybody looking at? What's everybody spotted? Everybody's looking up to their right now. Slips, wicket keeper, up high to the right is one of the... Can't see anything too exciting over there. Croken in bowls. Green gets a ball that bounces on him a bit. There's a half-hearted appeal from Robinson at extra cover because it was far too high. It might have been straight, but on the back foot, Green, a tallish, solidly built man, was never going to be given out leg before in those circumstances. End of Croken's 9th over, 3 for 25. His figures, 182 for 7. Leicestershire, these two putting up some stout resistance that is much needed by the Foxes. Came together with a score on 154, so 28 added so far for the 8th wicket, but they need a stand, really, the Foxes now.
Yeah, decent start to a partnership, but certainly, was it 28 runs? Much needed. I've got a bit of FOMO as well, Richard. What is going on over there? What are you missing out on?
A bit of FOMO.
Fear of missing out.
Oh, I see.
Here comes Carson from the pavilion end.
Ooh,
defender, no run.
FOMO.
Yeah.
Is that what the kids say, or?
Can you tell I got teenage kids who just speak a completely different language? Yeah, I'm having to adapt my vocabulary. Carson's been doing the business here. Into the wind. My goodness, the wind today. Beautiful lofted delivery, and this one's defended. There's no run. Yes, down from the Bennett end with the speedsters of Croken and Robinson as well. They're getting a extra boost of pace, and Carson is into Storm Dave and doing a decent job. Tall chap, right-handed bowler over the wicket, and this one's swept into the onside. There's a player in the deep though. Deep point.
He loves a sweep, does Ben Cox. Hasn't played many though. He's been circumspect. Didn't quite get all of that, did he?
No, if he had full blade, probably would have made it for 4. But
well, Tom Clark put 4 sixes into that stand yesterday. That Uptonsteel stand used the wind to a certain extent. Well, no, it didn't really.
Ben Green on strike. Defending, there's no run. The T20 skipper for Leicestershire.
Yes.
So got a leadership role as well. I think I remember being with you when he was on loan to Leicestershire. We were down in
he
at
was
Lords
all last season, basically.
Yeah. So now a permanent member, well, full member. This one's defended by Ben Green. Nicely played. Soft hands. They go through for a single, safe single, and there's no run. But it seems like he slotted into the squad nicely with his bowling and batting as well. And he's got a job to do here. 2 off the overs so far from Carson, who's bowled just shy of 8 overs so far. Yeah, and the 2 Bens need to do the business here. Talking of Bens, tell me about Ben Mike as well. I'll be interested in a moment, Richard. Next one in, Carson into the offside, tucked to square leg, but there's no run. And end of the over, 184 for 7, just 2 off the over. Yeah, Ben Mike, I'm always a bit of a fan of his as well. You can do. He's
got a bit of a hamstring at the moment. I understand, Ben. He was at East Midlands Airport a couple of days ago with several of the players doing a little bit of promotion.
Did you want another one later, or?
On the, they were airside on the runway with a large hairy plane behind them.
I thought that was AI, but
I think the takeoff bit was. Yeah.
If not, who did the risk assessment on that one?
Imagine the BBC. You'd have files of forms, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah.
Croken to continue from the top end, the Bennett end. Down the slope he comes and bowls to Green, who waits for it and then just dabs it nicely down towards towards third man, fine third man. Finn Hudson-Prentice does a really good job running around in front of the meet, because that is quick territory down there. The ball is running down the slope, picks it up two-handed, turns, pirouettes, gets his throw away, and Green has to settle for a couple. Haynes loses his sun hat at first slip in the wind, manages to jam it back on.
Surprised there haven't been more hats flying around it.
Croken is in and bowls and bounces and looks to flay it away. Green doesn't get anything on it, rehearses the shot, but we've seen one or two dismissals in a fairly similar vein. Leicestershire in this innings, he got away with that one. I'll finish this over and then get Adrian back alongside you, Rita. Blossoms coming out on the cherry tree over there alongside the groundsman's hut, just starting to in the sun as in goes Croken bowls. Green blocks him out just wide of Ollie Robinson at extra cover, and so can take a comfortable single. Otherwise you would not say many trees are in leaf. Bare branches. The limes up and down up Milligan Road, or very bare actually. Still, we're at the Oval next week, then it's a week off. So by the time we're back here after this game, it might present a rather different picture. Let's hope it presents a warmer one. Croken in, bowls onto the legs of Cox, tries to help it on its way, doesn't get anything on it, comes off the pad, rolls down towards fine leg. Tom Price runs in and picks it up, and the leg by is taken.
Yeah, the runs are just ticking over, and nothing too overly risky, but the odd ball is just jagging back into the batter, isn't it, at the moment? The batter's got to be careful not to try and, we've seen Weatherald play on, easy to do, but nice watchful partnership so far.
34 they've added so far for the 8th wicket. Croken in, bowls down the leg side, little bit of bounce, but not the direction that is required. Green steps inside the line, tries to help it on its way, doesn't get anything on it. Taken by Simpson, running obviously across to his left. You must check with the ground stuff. There must have been some drainage laid over the winter. You can see sort of long lines. They have relaid the turf on top of it, and the turf on top is fine. In goes Croken, bowls, Green drives and misses, and a little bit flat-footed, and he walks away and lifts his bat, and he's cross with himself, could easily have given it away there. But as is often the way when grass has been taken up and then turf's taken up and relayed, just on either side of them you can sort of see a line of sand, which they've been reseeded, and I'm sure in a month's time it will all look beautiful. But clearly there's been some work going on there. 188 for 7 after 49.
It's probably a good opportune moment to congratulate the ground staff up and down the lands, especially over that rather harsh winter that we've all had. So it's looking pretty decent. How's it looking down in Hove?
Beautiful, yeah. I have to say that the outfield Hove is absolutely magnificent. It always is good, and it's like a carpet. Ben Gibson and his band of ground staff do a really excellent job on the outfield down at the county ground. I was down there for the press day a couple of weeks ago, and it looked absolutely tremendous. So there'll be hopefully some good weather. I think the weather forecast for next week is actually good. I'm certainly in the middle part of the week, so a long way to remain as we get the second game. Here comes Tom Haynes, comes in and bowls to Ben Cox, who's 4, plays to mid wicket, and there is no run. They're doing a good job here, the two Bens, Cox and Green, inching Leicestershire to within, avoiding the follow-on that may potentially happen. They needed another 12 plus 11, what's that, 23 to do so. A slip is the only close fielder, as in comes Haynes. Oh, that's scooted along the ground. That's gone for 4 by. What on earth happened to that? That absolutely crept along the floor. It's gone for 4 buys. We'll see this again in a moment, Rita. But that's the first one that's really, I mean, a couple have kept lowish, but that's really misbehaved, unless I've read that incorrectly. It completely deceived John Simpson. Let's just see. Well, look, yeah, I mean, well, that crept along the floor, didn't it? I mean, I can't see the screen because the sun's in the way.
No, you're quite right, Adrian. That didn't bounce at all. I'm laughing because it's actually, we haven't seen many gremlins in the pitch, but that was, whoa.
Can't do much about that. In comes Haynes bowls, and forward comes Ben Cox with a very broad bat, and thou shalt not pass was everything about that shot. 192 for 7. The wind has suddenly got up this afternoon, and the trees swaying around Grace Road this afternoon, but the sun is out, and if you're out the wind, it's really very pleasant, and we can just get the effect of the sun coming into our commentary box here as Haynes is in again. Bowls, well, it's a full toss, clipped away, and a very good bit of fielding in there, actually, a short mid-wicket, because that had 4 runs written all over it. It was a full toss, and probably should have gone for 4 if the truth be known. But a good stop in there by, is it Jack Carson in there? Yes, it is. Flinging himself to his left-hand side, and he's hurt his hand, actually, as Jack. He's wincing as in comes Haynes again. Bowls, and Cox drives without timing to short extra cover, and there is no run.
That's where you thank your fielders.
Well, totally.
Full toss, and if you saved any runs there,
Yes.
that was remarkable. And I think Jack's got a bang on the hand, and let's hope it's nothing to write home about.
In comes Haynes again. Bowls, and Cox drives firmly. That's a nice looking shot. That could well be 4 runs. He's racing away towards the extra cover boundary in hot pursuit. Oh, bad luck. Desperately tried to claw the ball back, did Finn Hudson-Prentice, but the ball rolled back into the ropes. That's 4 runs, and a nice shot by Ben Cox. He goes to 29. His fellow Ben Green, is on 15. These two coming together when Leicestershire, the pages have blown over in my book, which isn't good. They came together when it was 154. So they actually added 42. Very sensible runs, this pairing, and they batted very nicely indeed. And I said Ben Cox always seems to play well against Sussex, and he's doing so today. Now there's going to be a change of bowling. We're going to get spin from the Bennett end, and it's the first time. Is it going to be James Coles? No, it's not. I thought it was going to be James Coles for a moment.
Tom Price.
Okay, he's going to come back onto bowl some. For a minute it was James Coles. I don't know what made me think that, but James Coles is standing at first slip in his sun hat next to Tom Clark, and Jack leading the 3rd member of the slip cordon. There are 3 men saving 1 on the offside. Point, cover, and a mid off. There's a mid on, a fine leg, and that means there must be 1 other fielder somewhere, I would imagine. Is it down at 3rd man? Yes, he is. So there's just 2 men on the leg side.
Here comes Price in. This one's tucked into the offside, soft hands down to 3rd man, and they go through for a single.
Richard made a very good point, actually, and as it looks like the follow-on won't come into play now, but he was saying he thought that knowing this Grace Road pitch very well, that it may flatten out and become easier to bat on, which might be the reason, had Sussex been in a position to enforce the follower, they might have decided to do so. Because certainly these two have looked largely untroubled, I think. I think they've just played very straight and very sensibly.
They've really taken their time into the innings and been very, very patient. Here's Price from the Bennett end, and the defender, there's no run. I think they've done very well here. 2 bends. Cox with that cover drive in the previous over, thread the needle there.
Yeah,
how on earth did that get through cover as well as mid on? But indeed it did. Nice looking stroke and 4 runs. So I always think a decent cover drive placed well shows signs of confidence in growing into the innings. But here's Price on debut, as they say. Driven again this time by Cox. And through for a single. So rotating the strike nicely. Just before 3 o'clock here in Leicester. In fact, precisely 8 minutes before 3 o'clock. You're listening to BBC Leicester, BBC Sussex, BBC Sport. We're global on YouTube. I'm alongside Adrian Harms. I'm Rita Green, and Richard Ray will be back in the commentary position anytime soon. In fact, behind us, but on mic as such. Here's Price down the slope, past the umpire in and bowls.
Shot.
And driven beautifully.
Shot.
A lovely on drive. Oh, what a magical stroke there from Ben Green. Just leaned into that, pure timing 4-run. Save your legs in terms of chasing that one. Really nicely played.
Beautifully played, wasn't it? Probably one of the shots of the day. Beautifully played. 200 up for Leicestershire. We were talking earlier about queuing up for concert tickets. And Simon has been in touch. Simon Levinson, and if you're still listening, Levo, good to hear from you. He says, I seem to remember queuing all night to get tickets for Led Zeppelin at the Dome and the Who at the Lyceum in the early 70s.
Awesome.
There we go. That's the way to do it. Get in the queue. You deserve a ticket that way. None of this internet stuff.
Price in. Driven once again, but check drive really, well, not quite timed to mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, it is an experience that you just don't get anymore on the same way on the internet, do you?
And you meet friends in the queue as well. People, well, friends, but people you want to talk to, people from all from all over the place, and it's just it's just interesting, isn't it?
Definitely. Keep the stories coming in, actually.
Keep to different people, when you queued up for something.
You have to work for it as well, not just the experience of the gig or whatever you're going to see, but actually getting in that queue and snacks and drinks galore. Price in. This one's left alone. Nice leave there from Ben Green. I think any leave today, actually, that is pretty nice along with this howling gale, Storm Dave, as well as a decent amount of swing, although the ball is probably not delivering that type of swing so much anymore. But end of the over the 200 mark now, 202 for 7 Leicestershire, the deficit just 159, and going along rather well.
They are. I did queue up to see Her Majesty when she passed away. That was a long queue. That was about 12 hours.
Me too.
Did you do it?
Yeah, I did. When did you get into the queue? Do you remember?
Do you know what? I made up my mind I was going to go, and they were giving sort of queue times, and I was sitting at home. It was about 8:30 in the evening, and it said the queue time is now something like 12 hours. And I thought it's not going to get any shorter, so I just got on a train and went, and I got up there about 10:30 and joined the queue in. What park was it I joined the queue in? And initially it was quite fast. I thought, this is fine. In comes Haynes and bowls, played by Cox to mid-wicket, and there is no run. And then it sort of slowed up progressively as we got towards central London, towards Westminster.
It was so well organised, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was really well organised.
So civilised.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. And it didn't rain. I mean, the weather was good, and in comes Haynes bowls, short, pulled away. That's a poor delivery by Tom Haynes, and that's helped away for 6, I think. Has it gone all the way? No, it's gone for 4. Lovely shot by Ben Cox, who goes to 34. And these two, I've just brought up the 50 partnership, I think, between these two. There we go, 52. And these two have batted really nicely. I think they've just played sensibly. I think they pushed the 1s and 2s. And certainly any thought of the follow-on is being rapidly dismissed. Hey, another short delivery. That's a horrible delivery. That's a really poor delivery. 2 long hops, really. And this one is pulled away for 4 runs. And this tactic isn't quite working for Sussex. Well, it's not working at all. 210 for 7, so 1 more run needed, and Leicestershire will have avoided the follow-on. So well done to these two.
Yeah, it's bonkers to think we were even contemplating a follow-on, but they're coming along nicely here.
Haynes in again, bowls and tucked away down to fine leg, comfortable single for Cox. He goes to 31, and there we are, follow-on averted.
That's one thing down, isn't it? I just remembered I queued up for quite a long time to get a Reading Football Club ticket to the playoff final in, what was it, 2011?
Right.
It's quite a niche story, because I don't think there's many listeners here that would have done the same.
Haynes in again, bowls, and this time that's a better delivery. Beats Green outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, no run.
But there's a ticket that in some respects I wish I hadn't have got, because Reading have never got through the playoffs.
Okay.
And it was a heartbreak galore.
Oh dear.
So I think there's another phone in, basically, or a text in of tickets you got but you wish you hadn't.
Yeah. Haynes in again, bowls short, and he's a little fortunate to get away with that, is Tom Haynes, and he sort of shrugs his shoulders, and I suspect that may be the last we see of Tom Haynes for a little while. 211 for 7. Cox is on 38. 9. Green is on 20. Listening to live cricket on the BBC. A drink's just been brought out from Ollie Robinson, and that may be a drink with maybe one or two sort of little instructions from the coaching staff as well. So the other big event going on. The BBC don't cover it anymore. Is the boat race?
Indeed, is it on the other side?
I think it's on Channel 4, isn't it?
Oh, well, the other side. Oh, okay.
So that's getting underway at 3:25 today.
And indeed, Man City have been beaten. Liverpool have been beaten 4-0. Just for public service broadcasting in the FA Cup quarter-finals. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to live cricket here on the BBC and on YouTube as well.
Might be me.
And start of a fresh new over. And here's Price, Tom Price from the Bennett end in. Driven into the onside, just off the hips there to the fielder in the deep. Nice ripple of applause there. Every run being really appreciated. And Ben Green, no relation, on strike.
I think that was very much as well a recognition around the ground that the Fuller one had been averted.
Oh, of course, yes. I thought we did that the ball before. We were that confident.
I think it was.
Here's Tom Price, 26-year-old, in from the Bennett end with the breeze behind him. They say no to that run, and there is no run. Yeah, we were so confident, weren't we, that it was never going to happen over one run.
Well, certainly when Jake Weatherald was out and Ollie Robinson was on a bit of a roll just after lunch, Sussex looked in control, but these two have batted. As I say, I think people who've played straight and sensibly on this track have made runs.
212 for 7, Leicestershire. Deficit just under 150 now. Ben Green on strike and left alone. Gosh, it's breezy. You can see illustrations of that around the ground. The hospitality area in the distance there with the sort of white gazebo style building just flapping around there, and also the trousers of all the players just flapping around, and you can hear it on the effects mic as well. Lots to contend with from the batters, and real credit to the two Bens here for Leicestershire, who've put on quite a partnership and one of significance this game. This one's defended and there's no run.
Yeah, partnership now 56 between these two.
And that is a decent partnership after 3 wickets in 14 balls, I believe, from the Croken spell just before lunch, and then Weatherald just after lunch as well going. So sort of disappointment after disappointment, but these two really using their patience and taking each ball on its merits. Next ball in, off the hips, off the thigh pad there, through for a single, and there's no run. Jack Leaning picking the ball up and giving a good old polish. When I think of Jack Leaning, I really do think of Kent, but then also former Yorkshire batter as well.
Yes, once made 99 for Yorkshire at Arundel against Sussex. I remember being there I think that would have been his maiden first class 100. I see Ollie Robinson's warming up again.
Price past the umpire, defended by Ben Cox with number 7 on his back, and there is no run. End of the over, and the score is 213 for 7. I'm going to make way for Richard Ray, and here's Adrian Harms.
Thank you, Rita, who is... We'll have to see whether she avoids the chocolates. Yes. No. Yes. No. She makes a movement towards the rather nice box of Easter chocolates that she brought with her. The sun has momentarily disappeared. The wind is really getting up here now. Leicester Richard is back with us, and I think Leicestershire will be very pleased with the way that these two have played, Richard, because they've looked largely untroubled. They've played very sensible cricket. They've blocked the good ball, they've hit the bad ball, and Leicestershire are batting themselves, out of trouble here.
They have an awful lot of work still to do. Of course, the ball has lost a lot of its nip, its bite. 53 overs today, so 57 overs old. So 23 still left with this Dukes, the first of which will be bowled by Finn Hudson-Prentice, who is in and bowls outside off stump. Simpson standing up to Hudson-Prentice. takes the ball outside the off stump. And there is no run. It is hard work for the bowlers as well, with the wind across the ground, so there'll be an element of tiredness as well, maybe just creeping in. And of course the pitch has been exposed now for the best part of 5 sessions, and there is a fair bit of sun around. So although the temperatures might be sort of cold in the air, as Hudson Prentice is in and bowls again outside off stump, again nicely taken by Simpson.
And the wind will dry the pitch out as well, Richard.
That's the other thing, you know, that it may flatten, which is why the avoiding the follow-on may have been a potentially big moment.
Yeah, definitely.
This game could yet be drawn, ridiculous though it sounds, that we've had 17 wickets in, with still half the 4th session still to go. Hudson Prentice in, bowls outside off stump, little bit of room for Green to try and force it away, and does. Angle bat out through point. There isn't a point, just a backward point, so the sweeper has to come in from the boundary to field, and Green picks up a single. Ben Cox was very consistent with the bat last season, 4 half-centuries. So although the sort of weight of runs, he might have hoped for a few more. 550 in the county championship. It was a pretty decent return for a wicket keeper.
Yeah,
but he was playing so well he could have scored more, if that makes sense, and he'll be hoping to go on this time as well. Hudson Prentice is in, bowls 2 of these solidly forward on off stump.
It just always looks to me, Richard, as if he's got a very sound technique.
It's a good player.
Doesn't, nothing flash, just, he's just a very good county cricketer. Someone just walked past it, always got blown over by the wind, I think. Sitting up in the stand away to our right. Another centurion to add to the list in this round of matches, Colin Ingram making 103 for Glamorgan, who were 233 for 7 against Lancashire. No, they're not.
Hudson Prentice is in. I'm fascinated now, and defended by Cox.
I meant against the other side of the Pennines, Yorkshire.
The good side of the Pennines.
Yeah, Lancashire, of course, in Division 2. My apologies.
Where Jimmy Anderson is doing his the usual business.
Yeah, he's taken.
Has he got a 5 for yet?
4 for 43. He's taken.
Just 4 for.
Northampton's 126 for 7.
Hudson Prentice in, bowls. No, you heard the shout from. I think that was Cox rather than Green, as he pushed forward and dropped it out towards Point, who quickly seized on the ball, hence the shout. Cox has a long sleeved shirt on, albeit it's sort of pulled up over up halfway up his forearms, but Ben Green, who's a Devonian, used to high winds, he's in a short sleeved shirt.
Yes, he's not bothered. There is hope for Northampton in that game, because Louis Kimber is 11 not out, Richard. Louis Kimber, who will always be remembered. Was it 2-8? Was it 2-8? What did he put? A huge score down at Hove in that wonderful game of cricket.
He got 250, didn't he? But I can't remember how many more.
Yeah, really was tremendous. John Price comes in and bowls to Ben Green, who thumps that down the ground for straight to mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, lovely chap, and we'll miss him. Glad he's playing, because there was some who thought he might just be going there to play mostly white ball stuff, but he's obviously playing in the county championship. I hope he goes on and makes runs. Miss him. And Mrs K's cakes.
Oh right.
Yeah, she used to be a regular supplier to the Friends of Grace Road. Her Mars bar cake, I remember that one.
Price in, bowls, and Green is beat. That was a good lift on that delivery, and John Simpson taking the ball over his head. In fact, as he ran in, there was a really strong gust of wind, and I was quite surprised Tom Price kept on going, because he must have felt like turning around and coming back. Just that innings, he made 243 off 127 balls, including a UK record 21 sixes. It's the county championship's recorded fastest double century in 100 balls, and the UK's record most runs before lunch. He hit 43 off the over from Robinson, as in comes Price and bowls into the offside, and there is no run. I seem to remember Richard and I were sitting there, and the record books were just tumbling, and you were thumbing through things. It was
we were getting quite yes.
Oh,
it was hard to keep up. Really,
it was just extraordinary.
You can hear our commentary. You can hear your particular commentary on that particular over, which has sort of been had millions of viewings. Absolutely, on YouTube, because I come in at one point and we all get quite confused as to who's on commentary.
Here comes Price. Bowls, shot by Green. He's going to get more runs here. Ollie Robinson in hot pursuit out towards the extra cover boundary. He's not going to get there, and that's 4 more runs to Ben Green. And these two are batting very nicely. He goes to 26, and Leicestershire to 218 for 7. I think the problem was calculating how many runs the over had gone for. I mean, there was no balls and all sorts going on, and sixes disappearing out the ground.
It was unfortunate for Robinson in every sense. Obviously, on the day it was unfortunate, but it didn't do his reputation any good. Just that one over, which is most unfair, really. Yeah,
it was.
But the comments on YouTube about the bowling are really unfair.
Price in bowls, and Green's going to get 4 runs here, down to third man. Well, he's chanced his arm there, and he's got away with it. They say if you slash hard, and he did exactly that and got 4 runs down to third man. Back-to-back boundaries for Ben Green, who's motoring along here. He's gone to 30. Leicestershire, all the 2s, 222 for 7. Actually, what people, and you're right, Richard, there was an awful lot of stuff in the press, people almost gloating that had happened to Ollie Robinson. But what they didn't notice was when they walked off for lunch in that particular, just a little while after, I remember Robinson going over and shaking Louis Kimber's hand. But no one reports those sort of things. Comes Price again, bowls, Green up on his toes and plays with a very high left elbow out into the covers. There is no run. The Leicestershire revival continues. 222 for 7, Cox on 40, Green is on 30, and this partnership is now worth 46 plus 22, which is 68. Very valuable runs for Leicestershire.
Indeed. BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Sport. If you're listening to BBC Radio Leicester, wondering what's going on, we're having a day at the cricket, just the second day of the season. Football and rugby, the timings being different. Tigers due to play at Bordeaux tomorrow. 2-2-2. I think it almost became compulsory to say that Richie Beno style, didn't it? But we'll avoid doing that.
Yep.
Avoid that particular embarrassment. Robinson warming up in a sort of desultory manner at mid-off. Looks glorious out there at the moment. Actually, it's not bad in here because the sun is now on
I agree.
full in our window, and the wind, obviously we're out of the wind, so it's rather pleasant. Price, strong young man, comes in and bowls. I beg your pardon, Hudson Prentice, equally strong young man, comes in and bowls to Ben Cox, who meets the ball with a very dead bat indeed on off stump, pushing it out into the offside. Hudson Prentice doesn't make the mistake of flinging himself after it, lets it roll through to Robinson. So Derbyshire, their first innings, 625 for 8 declared. That's a good start to the season.
It is.
And now they've got Mohammed Abbas to bowl them out, to bowl for them as well. In goes Hudson Prentice, bowls again, the deadest of dead bats from Ben Cox,
as well as Shoaib Bashir as well.
Indeed. So they're covered on whether it's pace or movement, or it was conditions like this, a gale like this, that Abbas produced one of the greatest seam performances I've ever seen. That was against Durham, when he bowled Durham out twice in a day, basically, and sort of moved it to a ridiculous extent at both ways at pace. And Robinson is showing the ball now to the umpire, who is going to check with his colleague whether it goes through the gauge, and doesn't look like it is. Umpire Goff wants to have another look. Oh, it did go through, because it has been thrown back to Robinson. It looked to me to be momentarily balancing on the gauge, but it has clearly gone through with a slight turn. So again, that's usually an indicator that the fielding side are beginning to run out of, try something different, run out of ideas. Hudson Prentice is in, Cox is forward, just stroking it, almost defensively, but just with enough power to get it past Carson in the covers out towards the sweeper and pick up a single.
I remember Mohammed Abbas bowling here against Luke Wells several years ago now, and Luke Wells played something like about 7 maidens in a row to Howard. And I remember talking to Luke about that, and he still talks about those overs and just how difficult it was against Mohammed Abbas on that occasion. Fine bowler.
I think he's the best seam bowler I've seen play for Leicestershire, that's for sure. A little bit short from Hudson Prentice, and the tall green can stand up and work it out through mid-wicket to the sweeper in front of the Uptonsteel stand and take 1.
He's been to a few counties, hasn't he? 'Cause he's been here, he went to Hampshire.
Yeah. Notts. Did he have a season in Notts?
Sure, I think, yes, I think he did, yeah.
Yes, of course he did last season, didn't he? So, yeah.
But he's a really fine bowler.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Could do with him, actually. He goes on St Prentice and bowls, and Cox very solidly forward indeed. But obviously an overseas bowler. Leicester have gone down the spinning route this year. Ajaz Patel from New Zealand, who isn't here, but hopefully will be. Eftoons.
That's what we love about the county championship, though, isn't it? That, you know, if you're a limited overs game and Leicestershire are 150 odd for 7, you're sort of thinking, well, our games are pretty much done, really. But you get these games and they swing to and throw.
Hudson Prentice bowls. Cox is very neatly and compactly forward again. Very respectful of the straight delivery. James Coles has been off the pitch and is coming back with sunglasses on the back of his sun hat.
I wonder how his hat's staying on, actually. Who's this trotting off? Is this young Charlie Tier? I think it is.
There's quite a few Sussex supporters here, I noticed, in the crowd.
Yes.
Because many of them were wrapped up in Sussex logoed stuff like towels and things like that. So, bless them, they didn't want to miss the first game of the season. And so far, players haven't let them down.
Ollie Robinson back into the attack, comes in and bowls to Ben Green, who lets that one go over the top of the off stump, taken by John Simpson, and there is no run. Yes, I saw James Cole's parents were here yesterday. As they left the ground, they pretty much watch all of James's games. Hasn't bowled yet today. He's fielding at first slip. He's involved in deep conversation there with Tom Clark. Spoke to you last night. I took a shot. We like to video interviews now, but my video was not one that would have impressed Steven Spielberg. I think it was apologies to Tom for that. In comes Robinson, bowls, and forward comes Green. Play it into the covers, no run. I think you've called this absolutely right, Richard, in terms of the pitch, because it just looks it looks a decent service. Now I'm mindful the ball will be soft, but apart from that one from Tom Haynes that rolled along the floor, it's been a very, very good pitch. So they're going to have to work hard to get wickets of the bowlers, and that's the way it should be. As Robinson wheels around again, he's got 3 slips in place, 4 wickets to his name. He's in and bowls, and forward comes Green, again plays defensively to mid-on. There is no run. Robinson in his 14th over, figures of 4 for 37. The other 3 wickets taken by Henry Croken. For those just joining us, the outstanding innings before these two was Jake Weatherald, who made an excellent 83 with shots all around the wicket, punishing anything over pitched, anything short was pretty much dispatched to the boundary. So he played on to Robinson, who's in again in bright Leicestershire sunshine, and bowls, and Green drives handsomely to mid-off, and there is no run. Apart from those 3 slips, there's a backward point, a cover, and a mid-off. On the onside, a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And these two coming together when Leicestershire were in deep trouble on 154 for 7. They now have added 70 runs for this 8th wicket. Robinson looking to break that stand. He's in from the Bennett end. Bowls and let go by Ben Green outside the off stump. Nothing to do with it. Goes through to John Simpson. And again, there is no run.
It's a big day for Tom Price, this, the second day of the season 3 seasons ago. Do you remember why?
Is that when he got 100 and a hat-trick?
Yes.
Yeah, was that against Durham?
I can't quite remember.
No, I think it was against Worcester.
Worcester, was it? Okay.
Can't remember. Yeah. That's extraordinary, isn't it? On the same day. Amazing.
Drinks were on him that night.
Oh, not many. Here comes Robinson. Bowls. Well, that's a good leave. Probably wasn't far away from the off stump. Robinson comes back with a typically miserly maiden over. But no wickets, which is what the skipper was after. 224 for 7, and I think 14 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 37 for Ollie Robinson. And I still think, how many overs have we had? Have we got till tea, Richard?
We've had 57 today. Or was that in the innings?
No, so we've had 53 today.
57 and 43 remain, so today.
11 until tea.
So, yeah.
So that's going to be the best part of
50 minutes, 45 minutes, 50 minutes.
Does it show the over 8 on the scoreboard anyway?
It does. As in goes Hudson Prentice, outside off stump, left by Ben Cox, and there is no run. Or it shows it if there's plus or minus.
Right.
Usually, actually, I have known it shown level before, so I can't see it now at the moment. I'm just looking around.
Yes, I'm trying to sort of strain my eyes to see, because one area where Sussex haven't been good in the last couple of 3 seasons is over 8, and I sort of wonder why. Maybe that's one of the reasons why Jack Carson bowled quite a bit after lunch.
It's possible. HP is in, outside off stump again. A little bit of outswing, nicely taken by Simpson, left obviously by Cox, who I say looks very famous last words, determined out there.
He does.
73 balls faced for his 41. He doesn't want to give it away. Looks around him. Just a solitary slip now. I think is Coles. And gloomily in pockets. Hudson Prentice bowls. A little bit shorter, and so Cox can get up on his toes and push it just wide of the sprawling cover. There is cover behind the cover in the form of Henry Croken, the sweeper, so it was only ever going to be one. Nonetheless, got to show willing.
Oh, indeed.
Encouragement for Finney.
He's just having a natter here, isn't he, about a potential field change, but leaving it as it is for the time being.
Good Finney, yes Finney, is the shout as he runs in and bowls and looking to turn it into the leg side. Ben Green, don't think got anything on it. Might have been a bit of an inside edge onto the sort of inner part of the not above the knee, inner part of the thigh really. Might have a bruise there in the morning. He remains on 31. As with Cox, it's been a battling sort of knock. Hudson Prentice bowls outside off stump. He'd had a little dab at it. Now, did he get anything on it? No, he didn't. But the dab deceived the unfortunate Simpson, who was sort of falling away slightly from the ball, reached down two-handed. It hit the end of the gloves, but basically shot through. Not too low, a little bit low.
Yes.
But low enough to deceive Simpson, and has gone to the boundary for 4 byes. I think it was not so much about the low bounce, although it was a little bit low, as Green's threatened shot. Hudson Prentice is in. Green is solidly forward on off stump, playing it out into the offside. And there's no run. End of the 58th over of the innings, so still got plenty of work to do with this ball, Sussex, and if it has gone flat or dead, the ball, This could be sort of longish if Messrs Cox and Green can maintain their concentration. Hard yakka, as Simon Hughes once wrote, a book called.
Indeed. Ollie Robinson's going to carry on. A quick rattle around the other games. Glamorgan 240 for 7 against Yorkshire down in Cardiff. Colin Ingram making 103 for Glamorgan. Essex now 400 for 6 at Southampton against Hampshire. Matt Critchley 173 not out as Robinson, the sun goes in momentarily. Bowls to Cox, who eases that one away on the onside to mid-on and picks up a comfortable single. He goes to 43. Leicestershire to 229 for 7. At Taunton, Nottinghamshire 114 for 2 in reply to Somerset's 347. McCann on 27, Clark on 23. The not out batters. Warwickshire going along very nicely against Surrey, 222 for 2. So in comes Robinson again, bowls, and Green eases this onto the onside. He's going to pick up run more than an ease, actually. That's going to go away for 4 runs. That was beautifully timed by Ben Green. Clipped it away through square leg. Picks up another boundary. He goes to 35 as the whistles blow in the crowd. Someone's got a whistle over there. And Leicestershire to 234 for 7. Who's going well there? Dan Molesley 49, Sam Haynor 45 for Warwickshire. As Richard was saying, in the second division, Derbyshire 625 for 8. Worcestershire 44 without loss. A big double 100 there for Martin Anderson, formerly of Middlesex. Robinson in again. Bowls. Green lets that go. Good leave. There was a bit of a howl from behind the stumps. Kent all out for 197 at Durham. In reply to Durham's 335. Sam Northeast out for 94.
Back at Kent.
Yeah. Middlesex 445 for 9, a century there for Louis Deploy. He made 182. In reply, Gloucestershire 14 without loss. And finally, just down the road from here, Northants 164 for 8. In reply to Lancashire's 384, as in comes Robinson and Bowles. Green defends a ball of good length and punches that to mid-off. There is no run. Louis Kimber's out for 33 in 31 balls, with 5 fours and a 6.
That sounds like Louis.
Back to ball.
Shame he didn't go on and make a really impactful score.
Robinson wheels around at the far end. 234 for 7 are Leicestershire as Robinson is in again. Bowls, and Green again just shoulders arms as that one passed by. Over his stumps, taken by John Simpson, and again there is no run, and Robinson wanders back to his mark. And Leicestershire, it's been a strange innings. At one stage 117 for 2, and then 154 for 7. So these two have now added 80 for this 8th wicket. A very fine partnership it's been as well. Robinson in a game, bowls, and Green plays down the track. Robinson gets a hand to it, takes the pace off the ball, and there is no run. Another Ollie Robinson over goes by. He's now bowled 15 overs, 3 maidens, taken 4 for 42. Sussex 234 for 7. I just wonder whether Robinson might be thinking to himself, yeah, maybe if someone like James Cole's a couple of overs. That's a little surprised James hasn't bowled. I'm not aware that he's nursing any sort of injury, but it's an option, because at the moment these two, I have to say, look pretty comfortable.
They're going along at sort of 3.5s, 4s, and over. Hudson Prentice, though, will continue from the pavilion end. 10 overs, none for 33 as he bowls to Ben Cox. Make that 10.1 overs, none for 34 as he played it out to deep mid-wicket, where Tom Haynes is the fielder. Patience is the key.
It is.
For both batters and bowlers, but the track has definitely got a little bit flatter, and the ball obviously likewise. combination is helping Leicestershire at the moment. In goes Hudson Prentice, bowls outside off stump, and might have been a bit of shape to it, but started wide, went a touch wider. Simpson standing up, completed the fielding, and that sort of short leg slash mid wicket is jogging into second slip now. So James Coles has some company there. Hudson Prentice just adjusts his leg side field as a consequence, brings in the sweeper to a conventional mid wicket as he comes in and bowls outside off stump. A bit of zip, but again he's not making Green play even. Green lets it go through into the gloves of John Simpson.
Well, women's boat race was won for the first time since 2016 by Oxford.
Yeah, I was going to say Cambridge have been
dominant,
haven't they? Hope it was a close one.
I think it was a good race, apparently. Yeah, very tricky conditions.
I imagine. Yeah, that's why I was making those signs. I bet it's windy on the Thames. As forward goes Ben Green on off stump, plays it out into the offside in defence.
There was a recent race, well, in relatively recent history, where one of the boats sank. I remember that. Then a swimmer got in the river. Do you remember that?
I think time is playing tricks on you. It wasn't so very. Yeah, he was a protester, wasn't he? But when it sank, we were back in the previous century, I think, weren't we?
I thought there was one not that long
the last
ago.
20 odd years. Go on then. Look up boat race sinkings. There's a shout for leg before from Hudson Prentice. Looked a bit as though an inside edge might have been involved. There was no real foot movement from Ben Green. Height, I don't think, may have been an issue, but Hudson Prentice can't believe it. He thinks it was very, very adjacent indeed. Can we see a replay? Other chaps, here we go. Thank you, chaps. Let's have a look, see how close it was. It was a good shout. Height might have been, because it was just above the knee roll, and he is a tall man. Hudson Prentice in again. Forward solidly goes Green. But that was well worth a shout, on the basis it might just have gone into the top of sort of middle and off.
It said
Go on then.
the most recent sinking occurred in 1984.
There you go, last century.
When a Cambridge boat sank after ramming a barge before they'd even under starters' orders. I don't remember that, really.
No, I remember the one sinking because of the conditions.
1978 they said that was, apparently, and then 1859.
Yes, I remember that. Starting to feel that way.
Well, a black and white
Do we
telly.
not? Yeah.
Yeah, don't, Richard, the years are going too quickly.
But I was pretty sure there hadn't been one this century.
Ollie Robinson is coming in from the Beddit end. Sussex need a wicket here, goes without saying, in and bowls, and Ben Cox as well. You're not going to get one with that delivery, and he defends stoutly down the pitch. Ollie Robinson just with an air of frustration as he flicks the ball to mid-on and wanders back to his mark.
Do you take an interest sufficiently to support one side or the other?
For some reason, I've always supported Cambridge.
So I must admit, but that's because we're not that far from Cambridge.
Yeah, I don't know why. I was, the family
Possibly.
were always split. I think Dad might have been Oxford. I think you sort of choose your. But I can remember at school going to the. Just break off for a moment as Robinson is in and bowls and hits on the pad. That does look a good shout from Ollie Robinson, and he's given. And in fact, I think Ben Cox knew he was out because he'd started to wander off, and Ollie Robinson picks up his 5th wicket of the innings. The skipper gets the breakthrough. Much talk about Ollie Robinson before this season. He looked as fit as a fiddle before it. He said he needed to get wickets if he's going to force his way in any way back into England contention. Well, he's making a good case for things today. He's picked up his 5th wicket. Good innings from Ben Cox. Very well played. But he's out for 44 and Leicestershire 235 for 7.
Yeah. Umpire Goff makes the bowler sweat because he always thinks about every decision, but that wasn't going anywhere else other than onto the stumps. He gets sort of deceived, Cox, on length as much as anything, and he'll be so disappointed time and again. He gets well into an innings, into the 40s, into the 50s, but isn't quite able to go on.
Good partnership though, wasn't it? I mean, you know, they've really dug Leicestershire out of a bit of a hole. 235 for 8, so that's a partnership of... Is that
81?
81, you're right. Between Cox and Green.
But, Leicestershire needed it to go on a fair bit, because a deficit of 126 is not small.
No.
You know, that's a very good start for the other side. And Sam Wood coming to the crease now is a useful bowling batter, so to speak. You know, he's none of the very few bowlers are any mugs these days, but he is, you know, definitely a 10 or 11, and he's coming at 10 with a big job to do with Ben Green at the other end, 35 not out. He can bat, Wood, but he doesn't get many opportunities, certainly for the first team. 2 innings last season, but he made 60 runs in those innings with a highest score of 33. So he's no mug, he's a lefty.
Okay. Just saying about varsity, I remember as a school kid going to see the varsity football match.
Did you?
At Wembley, yeah.
Varsity football?
At Wembley.
I say.
I think there was sort of 25,000 there or something. Oxford against Cambridge. In comes Robinson, bowls to Wood, who's very confidently forward, placed a mid on, no run. And in fact, the university varsity match used to be really well attended, 60,000-70,000.
Oh, the rugby?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It was, and it was always televised live.
Yes.
As well.
I think it was always sort of seen
before
as
Christmas, wasn't it? Used
Yeah.
to be sort of early December.
Yeah, big day out for people in the city. I think they used to pack up early and go down there and have a few.
A lot of barbers in the.
Oh, definitely. Yes.
Other types of overcoat are available.
Yeah. Robinson in bowls to Wood, beats him outside the off stump, and that wasn't so far away. But Wood survives. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I back in the day, many years ago, they used to have honorary stewards at Twickenham, and a mate of mine got me into being a steward at Twickenham. And yeah, he was a teacher, and he said, "What do you come and do?" So you just put your name down, and you could go and steward. And they used to have the steward's bar at Twickenham, so you could go and have a couple of pints before the game, a very nice lunch, and then go and show a few people to their seats and watch the game. You know, it was all very civilised. In comes Robinson round the wicket and bowls and defends by Wood down to mid on, and there is no run. But things changed because there was then a number of very sad stadium disasters, and they wanted stewards quite rightly to be properly trained, etc. And you had to go through training, and it was a lot more serious, and I didn't really have the time to do it then, so I gave up. But you had to go to get tickets for internationals and all sorts of things. But anyway, that varsity game was always a good game to steward, and it was pretty much packed.
Absolutely.
In comes Robinson. Final ball of the over, bowls to Wood, who lets that go outside the off stump. End of Ollie Robinson's over. Trooper spell by Ollie Robinson. A wicket maiden, 16 overs. 4 maidens, he's taken 5 for 42. 235 for 8. The end of Ben Cox in that over. Very, very fine innings. A partnership of 81 between him and Ben Green. And talking of Green, it's time for Rita Green to come back into the commentary. I know being biased in favour of Ben Green, but anyway, I'll leave you with Richard and Rita.
Chocolates are looking worried. As Adrian leaves the mic, and so they should be, he says. That's the ice cream van for the first time this season. Meanders hopefully down Milligan Road. As I say, if you're out of the wind, it'd be fine. Hudson Prentice is in and bowls. Oh, almost picks up the wicket of Green, who gets in. Little inside edge as it nips back, and his inside edge goes past wicketkeeper Simpson, past the stumps, down to fine leg for 4. Green on to 39.
It's time for me to eat a chocolate, that's fine.
239 for 8.
I think I'm a liability, actually, aren't I? For what I bring into the commentary box. But thick inside edge there. That could have gone anywhere, couldn't it?
It could. It went to the boundary. In goes Hudson Prentice, and Green is forward to that one, looking to drive. It's a little bit too straight, so he plays it down into the ground, and it bounces up into the hands of Hudson Prentice. A little bit of dark cloud gathering in the southwest, where the weather comes from, and to the south as well, but the clouds, as they were yesterday, and understandably in this not quite gale but not far off, are moving quickly. Hudson Prentice battles in and bowls outside off stump, and it is left by Ben Green. He's had no good luck, Finn Hudson Prentice, none for 38 or for 11 and a half. He's bowled some testing deliveries though. Robinson's figures standing in stark contrast on this scoreboard. 16, 4, 42, 5. Great start to the season for the Sussex skipper. Hudson Prentice is in, bowls, Green is forward, thickish outside edge, runs it along the ground out towards that man at backward point / deep-ish gully. Leicestershire closing in on what could be a first batting bonus point of the season. Sussex on a third bowling bonus point. But still, the deficit 122. Significant, you would have thought. Hudson Prentice in, bowls, tucks up Green a little bit. Green is equal to it nonetheless, adjusts, defends out towards mid-on that occasion. A couple of young rooks fly past our commentary box window, looking a little bit battered. The Ospreys are back on Rutland Water. They've just arrived back, bless them, which is lovely to see.
Could be brave if you're a bird out there today trying to fly into the wind.
Hudson Prentice kicking up his heels, runs away from us and bowls very straight. Meets a straight-ish, just ish bat from Ben Green, because the ball runs out towards mid-wicket. And again, there's no run. So 239 for 8 after 62. 6 overs to go before tea, although it is tea time, so it's going to be 4 or just after. Robinson, once again having taken a wicket, takes himself off and hands the ball to young Mr. Croken to see if he too can pick up another wicket or two. Would give him a 5 for as well, of course.
Yeah, both the speedsters have done the business really, and Robinson's playing this game of take a wicket and then have a little breather. And why not when you've got Henry Croken coming steaming in from the Bennett end? And what a difference a wicket makes. Ben Cox, I thought, played beautifully actually, and the patience between him and Green, and that partnership of, what was it, 81, which is absolutely what Leicestershire needed in this innings. 239 for 8 Leicestershire, 122 the deficit, with Wood on strike. Here's Croken in round the wicket. Jumped a little bit on him, Wood, but defended nonetheless. There's no run. But yeah, Ollie Robinson, 5 wickets. Just knocking on that door, isn't he? I was trying to check out actually how old he is. He's 32 years old, so you think about that anymore in Test match cricket? Well, clearly it is a factor, but not a major factor. And I was checking out the averages in the low 30s. Sorry, correction, low 20s in Test cricket. Low 20s. Next ball defended, and there's no run. There's 20 tests for Ollie Robinson, and it's been a while. I mean, maybe we're giving him some coverage here, but it's fair to say he's been on the money today. Conditions, yep, maybe favourable to a certain degree, but very economical with his bowling today. And Croken in to the left-handed Wood. So once again it's defended to cover region. No one there in that area. And And there is a run, so they go through for a single. Right thing to do. Wood's off the mark.
Yeah, I think Green will trust Wood. As I say, he can bat, no question about it. And it might be different when the new man, Yavdevat Singh, comes into bat. But at the moment, I think Green will basically continue to play the same game, and some young chap called Anderson has taken a 5 for as well.
Who? Right, Croken goes over the wicket now to the right-handed Ben Green, and that's defended no run. Isn't it brilliant when you hear Jimmy Anderson steaming in and still doing the business? I can't help but thinking, this is my own personal opinion, that could have been given a couple more tests surely, but there we go, that's the way it ended up being. But yeah, Sam Wood out there at the moment. Was he 21 years old, born in Leicester?
Yeah, local boy.
Very much so, in his debut last year in August. Croken in, going down the leg slightly, bit of a half shout there, and no run off the pads. Ben Green trying to clip it off the pads into the onside.
There's nobody out there. It's a if it isn't too straight, it's worth a try, and they're putting a deep backward square out now.
Yeah, they're making that change. We've still got 2 slips and a gully, mid on, mid off. Now that deep square leg, Croken in, and indeed it goes towards that fielder, but actually it bisects the two fielders in the deep really nicely. Shorter delivery down leg side, given the treatment by Ben Green, who's doing exactly the right thing here. Take the runs where you can. 4 more to the total and 4 more to Ben Green. Total now 244 for 8.
End of the over. 5 now until tea. Green, and there'll be Leicester supporters shouting at their radios or computers or TVs, because some of them do link it all into their TV. We'll shout now, if I say Ben Green hasn't got a first-class century. His highest score, I think, is 77, something like that.
Okay.
And he's a better batsman than that. You know, he clearly has the ability to score a first-class century. And if Sam Wood can dig in, Leicestershire would dearly love it to beat today, that he were to do so. So we're going back to a bit of more spin from Jack Carson now, just to speed things up a little bit. But it's often a good move against tail ender. Leg spinners always get tail enders out. Carson, of course, not a leg spinner.
I've heard of the comparisons between him and Carson and Mushtaq Ahmed. I'll leave that one with you.
Carson is in, bowls, Wood goes back, nurdles it around the corner, but there is a man on the 45, so no run. I'm sure Carson would be happy, but Mushtaq, of course, very famous name in Sussex. 2 championships he bowled them to, really, I think. In goes Carson and bowls. Adrian might have more to say about that. But for a couple of seasons he was unplayable. Mushy. 244 for 8. Carson. Shirt sleeves bravely, steps in and bowls, tosses it up pleasantly on off stump, but Wood, tall young man, gets to the pitch, just blocks it out to extra cover. Takes his time to sort of grip the ball, Carson, just to ready himself before going in and bowling. Draws Wood forward. No turn for him though, and although it hits the inside part of the bat, easy enough for Wood to adjust. Carson steps in and bowls. Wood again is forward. Again he's pushing it out towards extra cover without any aggressive intent whatsoever. Looks purely focused on survival at the moment. Sam Wood, 12 balls faced for his single. Carson steps in and bowls, and Wood sort of turns his wrist on it, pushes it a little bit more firmly, but nonetheless defensively back down the pitch to Carson, who picks up hands the ball to umpire White, because that is over, and another maiden for Carson, his third in a 9-over stint. None for 24, his figures. Not been much there for him really, but as I say, still very pleasant to watch the loop. Up gets the wind under the cloud again as the dark cloud comes over. There's some lighter stuff behind it when hopefully it will drop a bit, but it was forecast, and if you're watching on the screen you can see the players' sweaters and the extent to which they're fluttering in the wind.
Henry Croken from the Bennett end. Full delivery. Punched to mid-on, but straight to mid-on and no run. It was a little bit more gloomy. I mean, I'm not suggesting they should put the lights on, but looks like it's going to get a bit better in a few moments' time. Thankfully, this cloud is probably going to push through rather quickly. But definitely weather conditions to remember today with that wind. Croken in. Speedster, very full delivery. In fact, Yorker length delivery to Ben Green, who's got to play a bit of a role here. Dot ball there, 244 for 8.
How long were the floodlights on this morning? For about sort of half an hour or so, maybe a bit more than that. They turned them off during the lunch interval. There was a season or two when once you switched them on, you had to leave them on.
That's right, yeah, I remember that very much. Expensive. Croken in, right-handed bowler over the wicket, and this one's pushed back to the bowler, and there's no run. But
was it Rob? It may have been Rob Andrew when he was at Sussex who highlighted the cost of running the Sussex floodlights.
Did he put a number on it?
Yes.
I'd be fascinated to know that.
It was something like 500 or 600 quid a day or something like that.
Double that, triple that now.
Yeah, it was a few years ago. It was 4 or 5 years ago, I think he said it was.
Croken past the umpire, Goff, and a big appeal, more from the slip cordon than the bowler, and there is a not out. Definitely not a nick, it was definitely off the pads, but not out is the decision, yeah, but half appeal from the bowler, and slip cordon definitely went up there, but not in unison, and umpire Goff said not out.
He's playing across the line, Green, but I think from outside the line, it hit him outside the line of off stump. He was rather reaching across to work it into the leg side.
Going to start
off go the bails again.
I was going to say a couple of overs ago, but I thought about be cursing it. They put the heavy
bails
exactly.
out,
They got the heavy ones on. Maybe they put that on to start with. You never know. Here's the left-handed Sam Wood on strike to Croken. Who's in? Beaten, in fact, a nick, and it is a wicket for Sussex. Just a little slither of a nick through to the keeper, and Croken gets his 4th wicket of the innings.
Wood doesn't think he hit that, I don't think, but
initially,
everybody else was certain.
Yeah, initially I didn't think so myself, but let's look at the replay. Easy to hear out there, but certainly not from here. And Wood looked bemused, didn't he?
Yeah, didn't
he really looked bemused. It was unlikely to be anything apart from the bat if anything did sort of nick it towards the keeper, but the finger's gone up and the decision has been made. Croken's got this very, very sort of direct front-on action. Was there much movement in that delivery? Just a tiny, weeny bit away. Nothing dramatic. And a question of Goff, the umpire, and the wicket is there. So the 9th wicket goes down, 245 for 9 now. Leicestershire, the deficit 116.
So it looks as though Sussex are going to have a 3-figure first innings lead, unless Yadvinder Singh proves to be an unexpectedly effective batsman. Yeah, I think maybe Wood thought his bat, he was going for a drive. It's often the way, isn't it, with the tail enders? They can keep it out, but once they start attacking, it doesn't look quite so good. But maybe he felt that he'd hit the ground with the bat as it went through, and that was the noise. There was no obvious deflection, but there was a very concerted appeal from the stumps, behind the stumps, and from the bowler, and umpire Goff, who usually takes a few moments to make up his mind, was quite quick in putting his finger up on that occasion. Off goes the bail again.
And Singh's just got one more ball of this over to face, survive. Here comes Croken in to Singh. And a big appeal, and the decision is out. So 2 wickets in 2 balls, and that indeed is the end of the innings. Leicestershire all out for 2 for 5. Full delivery, and Singh did his best there. He had only had 1 delivery to face to survive, but indeed kept a little low maybe as well. And Goff, umpire Goff, the finger went up, and Singh, quite frankly, didn't look too much like he disagreed with that decision. But
I think we can say Advinder Singh is not a good starter, either with ball or bat. First 2 overs went for 25, and he's got first baller with the bat as well. But well played, Ben Green. But again, he's stranded, and you just wonder. Well, there was no way he could come in, and probably shouldn't come in any earlier, really. But well done, Sussex. That's a really good effort.
And Croken's
obviously
had a fifer
by
as well.
Croken and Robinson in particular.
Yeah, 5 for 33. Croken's numbers, and as he walks off, he's holding the ball. Ollie Robinson's giving him that chance to walk off with the ball, and he's got a massive smile on his face. The young man, the 24-year-old, who's absolutely delighted with that one, and as is his teammates as well. And he'll be on a hat trick when he starts the next innings of bowling. So he'll be looking forward to that first ball, indeed getting back out there again. But I think Sussex did a pretty good job actually after that massive partnership in the grand scheme of things of the Leicestershire innings of 81 between Cox and Green. Really brought the game back actually. But a few flurry of wickets and 2, 4, 5 all out, Richard.
Yep, 5 short of a batting bonus point. 116 behind on first innings. It's better than I suppose it might have been at one stage, but once again we come back to that the first session yesterday when Leicestershire just didn't bowl well, let Sussex get off to an absolute flyer, rack up 150 off 30 overs, 154 off 30 overs, and it's those runs. Had it been sort of 70 for 3 at lunch and it was that sort of wicket, then they might have expected to be roughly level at the halfway stage of the game. As it is, they're well behind the 8 ball, as the Americans will put it, and they have an awful lot of work to do to sort of get themselves back in to a position where they could win the game. Sussex starting with a lead of 116 in their second innings. Pitch isn't quite as spicy as it was, but chasing anything more than 250 would be a heck of a job, it feels like to me. Are we going to have one of those ridiculous things whereby we have a 2 over break and then we have 1 over and then we have tea, or are we going to go straight to tea?
I predict tea. That's my guess, but
I do hope so.
I'm not in the know here.
I've got a
What do you think?
Can we influence them? Nothing's gone up on the electronic scoreboard yet. I've got a horrible feeling we might just have 1 over and then have to have tea, rather than having us tea now, as they would say in West Yorkshire. So we'll wait and see and watch what happens, and we'll come back to you in about 5 minutes' time. So Zoe on BBC Radio Leicester. 361. And Leicestershire, shortly before tea, all out 116 runs behind. So an awful lot for the Foxes to do. They're going to probably need to bowl Sussex out for something like 150, 160 to give themselves a serious chance in the second innings. Ian Holland, the captain, opens the bowling for the Foxes. He bowls to Tom Haynes, who gets a delivery just outside of stump that he drops out into the offside. Sees that there's a little bit of a gap in the covers. Sweeper's out. Sweeper out on the offside already. Because perhaps of the way Haynes played in the first innings, went for his shots and they came off in some style quite a lot of the time. But it does mean that there's a single there for him to take easily enough, and he does. So Sussex extend their lead by 1. They lead by 117 now. Holland is into Daniel Hughes outside off stump, seams away a touch. Hughes lifts his bat over the line of the ball, lets it go through. The wind from the south had a good look at the flags, and they are extended, put it that way, from south to north. Adrian brings a cup of tea. Adrian Harms from BBC Radio Sussex, myself Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester, Rita Green from BBC Sport. As Ian Holland is in, Hughes is advancing down to meet the ball, gets the thickest inside edge, and it runs down towards deep backward square, where Yadvinder Singh emerges from behind the column in the commentary box to field. Both Sussex openers off the mark with singles. Just the two slips alongside Ben Cox, Eskenazi and Rishi Patel. As in comes Holland, it's turned off his legs by the left-handed Haynes, and it's not fielded cleanly by Lewis. Hill picks himself up. There was always going to be one there, but it hasn't cost Leicestershire anything because Hill picked himself up, scrambled back, picked up and through, and Haynes settles for 1. He moves on to 2. Josh Hull down on the boundary with a black club gilet on, talking to Sam Wood as Holland is in, bowls outside the off stump to Hughes, who lifts his bat and lets it go through. To Ben Cox. The lead now 1-1-9. So always remember, just add 116 onto the Sussex score. Leicestershire will have that as their target in the second innings. Holland is in and bowls, stops a little bit short, played off the back foot, out to gully. And we're going to rejoin BBC Radio Leicester. You're welcome back here at the Uptonsteel ground, Grace Road, where Sussex had a very good day. Well, they had a very good day yesterday as well. They bowled Leicestershire out for 245, giving the visitors a lead of 116, to which they've added 3 runs in their second innings. We've had just a single over of that second innings. Tom Haynes, who scored a flamboyant 50 in the first innings, has 2, and Daniel Hughes a single. But Sussex basically very much on top, and alongside me, Adrian Harms from BBC Radio Sussex. My feeling, Adrian, is that Leicestershire need to bowl Sussex out for round about 150, 160 to have any real chance in chasing down a score in the second innings.
Yes, I mean, Sussex in a strong position. I mean, you did say, Richard, that maybe the pitch had flattened out a bit. It's been very windy here and any moisture in the pitch. But there's certainly not the green tinge there was earlier on in the match. But that's a substantial lead, 116. Poor shot by Haynes. Crumbs playing all around a straight one and through to the keeper. I would say though that Leicestershire battled hard, didn't they? That 8-wicket partnership of 81 between Ben Cox and Ben Green saw them comfortably past the follow-on, which did look a distinct possibility at one stage. And Ben Green finishing 43 not out, Ben Cox making 44. But no, they'll want early wickets here, as Green runs away from us around the wicket to the left-handed. Haynes is in and bowls, and Haynes is forward and punches to mid-off. There is no run, so 2 slips and a third man. Sweeper on the cover boundary. There's a point and a mid-off, then on the inside, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And the wind has got stronger and stronger as the day has gone on, and that seemed to be the weather forecast. I think we're going to avoid any rain in this part of the world, but I mean, the skies do look a bit threatening, to be honest, but it's certainly very windy now as Green is in battling against the elements in and bowls, and again Tom Haynes plays a rather loose shot outside of the off stump through to Ben Cox, and there is no run.
Doesn't look like he's going to change his approach from the first innings, but why?
No.
But why would he really? Sussex are only going to need 1 or 2 players just to come off if they're going to go for their shots, and they're going to be, 300 ahead.
Yes.
So it's a risk that is worth taking, it seems to me.
Green in again. Bowls. Haynes beaten for the 3rd time in the over. Good delivery. Playing outside of the off stump. He pushed rather tentatively at that, didn't he, Tom Haynes? Ball goes through to the keeper, and there is no run. It's a good match, Ben Green. Bowled very nicely in the first innings. He and Ian Holland were the pick of the bowlers, and he batted very well as well, coming in at number 9 because Tom Scriven came in as night watch. I guess Green would have batted above Scriven normally.
Yes,
Richard. Yeah. He's on his way again. Round the wicket, bowls, short delivery, and Tom Haynes clips this nicely down to a fine leg and picks up a single. He goes to 3 and Sussex to 4 without loss, and brings the Australian Daniel Hughes onto strike. 2 Aussies out there, and both opening the batting for their respective sides. Jake Weatherald, who batted beautifully today, he made 83 before he played on to Ollie Robinson. And Daniel Hughes is a fellow Australian, both of whom have only arrived. I think Daniel Hughes probably arrived a few days ago, but certainly Jake Weatherald was literally in the last few days, as Green is in around the wicket, bowls, and Hughes plays to mid. I thought for a minute he'd played that straight to mid-wicket. There was a cry, but it obviously bounced. End of the over. Leicestershire running between the overs. Sussex 4 without loss. It means their lead is now 120.
Yeah, bounced a good few feet in front of Sam Wood, but was in the air for a while, hence the involuntary cry of catch it. They need early breakthroughs. They're here, Leicestershire. 33 overs remain, so common sense did prevail. We did have tea. We didn't have to come out and just bowl 1 over. But it does mean as in goes Holland and bowls, and forward goes Haynes. We've had 2 overs, 35, so we didn't actually lose any overs between innings then.
No, we didn't.
Because they brought
Because
forward
the innings
the tea.
yeah.
I can't believe how sensible that is. Because it's not something we
Well, it's not usual,
don't usually do things like that.
No, we don't usually do sensible, do we? The rules in county cricket are slightly odd.
Holland is in and bowls outside off stump, pushes it across Tom Haynes, who doesn't launch himself at it, lets it go through.
We're going to have a pretty late finish here because,
I'm afraid so.
We're going to probably have a couple of hours of cricket yet, at least.
Well, yes.
That's going to get us to...
It's going to be 6:30
No, it is going to be
at the earliest,
yeah,
I'm
it is.
afraid.
Yeah, it is. But we will be here, and we have the benefit of the lights, if indeed the light does start to deteriorate, as indeed it will at some stage.
Ian Holland, Leicestershire's captain, in from the Bennett end, bowls to Haynes, a lovely delivery, bounces and leaves him. And Haynes gropes forward. Ball goes past the outside edge into the gloves of Ben Cox. Rishi Patel at first slip, Eskenazi at second.
Gosh, that wind is strong, isn't it?
Isn't it?
It's really howling around. And I think undoubtedly more difficult for the bowlers in conditions like this.
Jake Weatherald at backward point as Holland is in and bowls straighter this time, and Haynes closes the bat face on the defensive push, runs it out to Green at mid-on. Hills at mid-wicket. Scriven is at mid-off. Rahan Ahmed is out there in the wide open acres in front of the manual scoreboard on the boundary. Sam Woods down here at wide third man, and Yakvinder Singh down at long leg. Holland, with the wind behind him, is in, bowls outside off stump and allowed to go through. But Leicestershire don't have the pace bowler who could take advantage of this the sort of gale that is behind. It is close on a gale now, behind the bowler running in from the Bennett end. Holland medium pace at best. Off come the bails, of course they do. At both ends, Haynes goes behind the stumps, hands it to umpire White, who comes jogging in. You think the bowler would be okay to put it back, sorry, the batter would be okay to put a bail back on, really, but does it really require the umpire to? He's coming in and adjusting the stump, but the stump's not necessarily a problem.
I'm sure we have had matches where wind stopped play.
Well, we've played, yeah, we have, for sure. We've also played as Holland goes in and bowls to Haynes and goes past the outside edge again. I'm sure I've commentated on games played without bails or sessions without bails because
Really?
It's just been too windy.
They can do that, can they? Right, I didn't realise that. I presumed if there was no bails that there was probably the umpires saying, well, that's...
Well, the umpire then has to make the call if the stumps are flicked or something like that, you know.
Right,
But,
okay.
but no, I'm certain.
That's
I've
interesting.
commentated on games without bails.
I think we're about to lose a tile off the roof here, actually. There's one over there is hanging very precariously. We've got some...
They're just decorative, light
yes.
polystyrene things.
sort of thing people used to have in their kitchens, or perhaps some
Exactly
people do.
that, yes. Exactly that.
Ben Green is going to run away from us in the gale and bowls to Hughes, who stands tall and plays that very late and just defends into the offside. And there is no run. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Richard Ray, Adrian Harms. Great to have your company on this Saturday afternoon, bank holiday weekend. The good news is I think the weather's due to improve over the next couple of days as well, and hopefully the wind will abate some. As Green is back to his mark down in front of us and runs away from us around the wicket and bowls, and Hughes is struck on the pad. There's a loud appeal, and
Outside the line. It was a big stride, wasn't it?
it was a big stride.
Let's have a look, see if the chaps show a replay.
So it's coming round the wicket. It's always a little more difficult. Michael Goff does give LBWs a lot of consideration. He's now standing at the
Outside the line for me, a bit high as well. You could see two stumps behind him.
Green again. The two slips go down. And Bowles Hughes takes a step down the wicket and plays defensively without timing into the offside. And again, there is no run. Sussex with just two overseas players this season because of both were signed before the issues around the financial problems of the club surface. So Daniel Hughes will play a full season in terms of county championship and T20. He won't play in the One Day Cup. J. Devon Nugcat, the left arm Indian seamer, will play the final 8 county championship matches of the season. As in comes Green and bowls. Hughes is pinned in front as Michael Goff gives that consideration and decides that not out as well. A couple of good shouts though against Daniel Hughes. So this attack, certainly for the first 6 games, is very Ollie Robinson dependent. I mean, Henry Croken has come to the party today. That was a good shout.
That was a better shout.
Yeah, that was a better shout.
That was a better shout. Didn't look to be too much wrong with it.
Send them given, as they say. Green again. Bowls, and Hughes this time hammers the ball through extra cover for 4 runs. Over pitching was Ben Green, and Daniel Hughes wasn't going to miss out on an opportunity for a half volley to hammer the ball away through extra cover for 4. He goes to 5 and Sussex to 8 without loss. To that you add 116 and you'll get the Sussex lead. So that'll be the concern for Sussex, and with these sanctions that have been implied by the ECB, they can't bring any. Well, the ECB of the will be overseeing anyone else coming in, which Sussex clearly can't at the moment. Well, for a while, Green in bowls. Hughes defends onto the onside, no run. End of the over, 8 without loss. Hughes on 5, Haynes on 3. I don't know what whether that's what that stipulation is for lone players. I mean, if suddenly Sussex did have a bowling crisis and, you know, you had 2 or 3 bowlers out injured, I mean, already missing in this game, first game of the season, Sean Hunt and Dom Goodman. Now, I'm fairly sure that had Goodman been fit, I'd have thought as a new signing, there's a very good chance he would have played, possibly at the expense of Henry Croken, who picked up 5 wickets. So the fact that Goodman didn't play was benefited Henry Croken. But if there were injuries to the fast bowling unit and they had to bring in some sort of cover, I just have no idea how that's going to work with these sanctions applied to Sussex, as well as the 12-point deduction.
Ian Holland, third over from the Bennett end. In he comes, bowls, clipped in the air just wide of Lewis Hill, who dived to his right at mid-wicket. The ball runs out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Ben Green lopes in pursuit, and Haynes picks up a couple of slightly fortuitous runs. Hill flung himself to his right, couldn't quite get his hand. I'm not sure whether it passed him in the air. It might just have done.
Yeah.
It's very close.
Well, bowels have blown off again.
I was going to say that they can basically keep them either in their pockets or hand them to the ground staff.
What if they bring on some heavy bales now?
Well, we must be using them already.
Yeah, I mean, the groundsman's just come out and they've blown off at this set, so I wonder whether they've got some heavy bales.
If we're not using them already, that's crazy, because they've been on and off for the last couple of hours. Anyway, the ground staff have handed the umpires what appear to be new sets. Then.
Yeah, it did look like new
perhaps-
bales. They did, Richard. Yeah, definitely.
Perhaps there are some even heavier ones. Why they weren't on in the first place?
Seem a little bit odd.
However, we are no longer bailless. They're on the stumps, and we can continue. Holland in, bowls. Haynes looks to get in position to drive, checks the shot, really plays it firmly on the front foot back down the pitch towards Ian Holland, who sticks out his right hand and Chris Wright style tries to guide it onto the stumps. Chris, I think, is he bowling coach at Derbyshire now? He's got some sort of gig.
Has he?
I think.
Okay.
And
They've blown off again.
no, I think he got some dust in his eye. I think some dust blew off the pitch, and Tom Haynes has had to retreat. He's wiping his eyes, bless him.
Yeah, it's not very comfortable, is it, out there at the moment?
He apologises to Ian Holland, but although the pitch was swept, obviously, during the tea interval between innings, in goes Holland and bowls and goes past the outside edge, and Eskenazi actually raises both hands, and Cox is getting dust in his face now. I'm wondering whether this is going to be an issue.
Well, it does make you wonder, doesn't it? I mean, it does reach a stage where if you've got, bales falling off, players getting dust in their eyes, constant interruptions, whether the decision is, do you know what, this is just too windy to carry on.
I don't think it's going to get any less throughout the rest of the next 2 hours. Haynes drives beautifully for 4. Well, Holland gave him the width. I'm not sure he quite got to the pitch of the ball, but he went through with the shot anyway, and as in the first innings, Tom Haynes is, if it's out there, he's going to go for it, and he went for it and he connected in some style. Moves on to 9.
I thought the worst of the winds were in the west, so I've sort of got half an eye on what's going on in Birmingham, and then that sort of western side of the country, but they're still playing there.
14 without loss. The lead 130. Holland is in and bowls. Haynes goes for the big drive, and he's almost caught at backward point by the diving Weatherald. Weatherald couldn't get there, however, and the ball flies away to the backward point boundary for 4 more. So Tom Haynes, fortune favouring the brave once again. was a little bit wild by Haynes. Didn't have the control of the previous drive, or the style flashed at it really. He got enough of it and he's moved on to 13. 10 off the over so far, 1 ball to go. Holland in, bowls, edged, and he's caught. Well, ironically, he wasn't playing an attacking shot. It was a defensive shot, got a conventional edge, and it was taken by Rishi Patel at first slip. So Leicestershire have the first breakthrough. And Tom Haynes' good luck, if you like, has finally run out. He's gone for 13. Sussex 18 for 1 in their second innings. Effectively 134 for 1 though.
Yes, it's a point for Tom Haynes, half century in the first. You always got the feeling there with Tom that he'd been quite unsettled, hadn't he, during that over with the dust and the wind and everything else. But it's in this sort of situation, I guess it's about concentration, Richard, really. I mean, these are very difficult conditions for everybody, to be honest. But he's got an early breakthrough, and that's Ian Holland's 4th wicket of the match. There's a dog barks somewhere. Where is he? He's a
Leicestershire supporting dog, perhaps.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Welcome, dog. Here comes the sunshine again. I thought actually we were going to get a bit of rain half an hour ago because the skies were quite dark, but actually, as Richard's been saying, the wind is such that any sort of horrible looking stuff is blowing away fairly quickly. So provided the wind doesn't get any stronger, well, we could get a good view of these remaining, how many overs we've got left today? 30 overs
there's
left.
A lot of cricket left to be played today.
Yeah, there's a lot of cricket left to be played, and the Leicestershire, whoever was in the Leicestershire backroom stuff went running on. He had a big sort of balaclava over his head to keep warm.
Inevitably, it was Sol Budinger.
Right. Okay. Is he the team joker?
He's one of the clowns. Yes.
Right. Okay.
Irrepressible is probably the word he'd prefer.
Okay.
The Sussex 12thers retreats somewhat more sedately from the field.
Yes. Green. From this, the pavilion bowls to Daniel Hughes, who prods into the offside, and there is no run. Well, in terms of the state of the match, I mean, it's advantage Sussex, but were Leicestershire to pick up, 3 or 4 wickets before the close, they may feel this game is far from done. And these two sides do have a history of having some very tight 4th innings finishes, so it's not done till it's done, and. Sussex, advantage Sussex, I think you'd have to say that. But you never know. In comes Green, bowls, Hughes takes a step down the wicket, he sits on the pad, he's a long way down. I don't think he's going to get anything than that.
Yeah, it's 2 or 3 steps down, isn't it? It might well have been going on to hit, but how can an umpire give it, really?
Yeah, you've got no idea what's going to happen after the ball's hit the pad. It's still got a long way to go until it hits the stumps. Which is one of the advantages of getting down the track. You make the decision very, very difficult for the umpire. But he's probing away here is Ben Green in his 3rd over. He's in and bowls, and Hughes leans back and smashes that one away through point for 4 runs. Nice shot by Daniel Hughes. He's had a couple of nice falls in this innings of 9. The first one was a lovely extra cover drive. And there was a bit too much width there from Ben Green, and Daniel Hughes wasn't going to miss out on that opportunity. Lovely looking shot. Hammers the ball away through backward point for 4.
This isn't easy for Ben Green because his action is quite chest on. As he runs in, he's sort of quite chest on, and he's a broad-chested man. So he's not very aero, as we say in cycling. So he's running up against a gale, which is it must be like running into a wall at the moment and then delivering the ball.
Yes, not easy. Green again. Strong man in and bowls, and Hughes drive not where he intended, and he was driving slightly across the line to mid-wicket, no run. I have to say, just completely changing the subject, I was watching some of the reports last night of the rocket that's going on its way to the moon, and I was sort of looking and thinking, I wonder what it's like to be halfway to the moon and looking down and thinking, I hope sort of nothing goes wrong really, because you're a long way from Earth, aren't you? Yeah, no one's going to come and rescue you up there. In comes Green around the wicket bowls. Hughes again steps down the wicket and drives, lofts the ball away over wideish mid-on, and it's gone all the way for 6. That's gone miles.
Beautiful pickup.
That's gone absolutely miles. Down the wicket, clips the ball away.
But helped by the wind.
Yes,
and,
sailed.
Yeah, indeed. That was
sailed over mid-on.
It's almost like balloon-like, wasn't it?
Yeah, for 6 runs.
Into the air it went, and the wind just picked it up, and it went the rest of the way.
Did. But it is remarkable. I remember as a kid watching the Apollo program. You know, the first rockets going up to the moon. It's fascinating. I find it fascinating. Well, they look pretty cramped in that capsule. I don't think there's an awful lot of room to move around.
I think it's made me smile. That really, yes. I think if I was atop that explosive device heading for the moon, I'd be thinking, well, I do hope nothing goes wrong.
Yes, I know. Yeah, absolutely. I
think one must trust one's processes, as cricket coaches say. You must trust your backroom staff. They've got it all right, and the old heat shields are going to stay in place, etc., etc.
Ben Cocknell's come running off to get a helmet because he's fed up with Daniel Hughes running down the wicket, and he's going to stand up to the stumps and stop the Australian doing it. I'm sure I read when the thruster rocket went on yesterday. I think they said the rocket was going at 24,000 miles an hour, which is ludicrous, isn't it? Just unbelievable. In comes Green and bowls, and Hughes is hit on the thigh pad, I think. Let's wait for the umpire's signal. Indeed, he is. It's a leg by to the total. That signals the end of the over, and Sussex are 29 for 1. Daniel Hughes has moved on to 15 with that big 6, and to 29 you need to add 116 to get the Sussex lead, which is now 145.
Which is the over 8 is now up on the board.
Where is it?
It is underneath the 1639, but it is so small.
Wow.
It looks like is it -4 or +4?
Wow, I can't see. You need a pair
So
of binoculars.
1640, directly under that, over 8.
Right.
As Holland is in and bowls, Hughes defends, and it is all relatively normal. You're going to see if you can take a picture that you can make bigger.
It's just occurred to me we were doing
magnify.
We were doing some updates for BBC Berkshire, who have got a show going across the south, and it suddenly occurred to me that they may want something at 20 to 5. So do you mind if I just?
No, you crack on. 29 for 1. 145 the lead. Hughes on 15 faces Holland, who bowls straight-ish, middle and leg line, a little bit of swing back in. Holland just sort of turns his wrists on the defensive shot, runs it out towards Ben Green at mid-on. There is no run. So the bonus point situation, just 3 bowling bonus points, no batting bonus points for Leicestershire. 3 of each for Sussex, maximum bowling return, and 3 batting return as well. Holland bowls. Hughes again defends. That's a stentorian no, a very low voice. No, as he pushes it out towards Scriven at mid-off. Relatively restrained compared to, let's say, Weatherald, who's all action at the crease, all ticks and movements and stretches and fiddles and habits. Hughes, not much movement at all between deliveries. In goes Holland, bowls to him, he's moving there, he's walking down the wicket and punching the off drive through mid-off. Scriven is in pursuit, don't think he's going to get there, he isn't. It crosses the ropes in front of our colleagues in the written press. Got their press box up there. Nice shot from Daniel Hughes, and he moves on to 19. And the lead, obviously, ever increasing. 33 for 1 equals 149, the lead already. 9 wickets in hand.
A useful advantage.
Very. Holland is in. Hughes drives dismissively, really. Dismissively. Stepped back into his crease. Holland sort of pitched it up, and Hughes just leant out. Took a stride, but no great stride. And as I say, there was something quite dismissive about that. Holland glances back, but consecutive boundaries hit pretty straight, both of them. The first fairly orthodox and very pleasing, and that was just leave my presence. And it did. The ball had a relative knots. Hughes on to 23 from just 22 balls, 37 for 1, the lead over 150. Holland goes round the wicket, bowls to Hughes, who leaves outside off stump. End of Holland's 4th over, 1 for 21. His figures, and again, it's a different approach from perhaps from the Sussex batters, but there have been balls that they've been able to hit away, and it was a slightly similar story in the first innings. When Leicestershire's batters were in, they weren't really able to get away.
Yes.
And yet here we have a run rate 5.3 again.
Yes, very reminiscent of the first innings. Tom Clark, a centurion in the first innings. Now to face Ben Green as our friend the dog. And a little say in matters. Green is in, bowls to Clark, who defends the first ball down to mid-on. And there is no run. Tom Clark, we've mentioned a couple of times, made 100 on the first game of the season last year at Warwickshire.
Could be one of the outlaws. The Hells Angels that have a chapter here.
Right. Will come a few more bikes, I think.
Which
sounds pretty,
probably are, yeah.
Sounds pretty throaty. Green again in on bowls. Clark defends into the offside, no run. But he didn't really follow that up last season. Tom Clark 140 at Edgbaston, and then only made another 200 or so runs all season in the county championship. His form really fell off a cliff, and he spoke last night about the fact he's very conscious of that, and has worked very hard on all aspects of his game during the winter. He had a shoulder operation as well, which kept him sidelined for a while until pretty much after Christmas. He looks fully restored as Green is in and bowls, and Clark is forward. Ball is on the pad, just dribbles down in front of him, and there is no run. The tiles in our commentary box sort of open and shut. The wind gets up in the void above us.
Don't worry, you won't get beamed, hopefully. We can sue the BBC.
In comes Green around the wicket, bowls, and Clark drives handsomely down the ground. Doesn't quite time it as well as I thought, and footed at mid-on, and it is another dot ball. We've got another 27 overs remaining today. Whether we'll get those in, we do have the benefit of lights should it get to that stage. Two slips in place. Ben Green thinking about a change in the field alongside Ian Holland. Now they have decided on a change. I think they're going to bring the third man up to cover. They're going to bring the cover fielder off up to us. Not a silly mid-off, but a very not even mid-off. He's crossing the wicket now.
It's Rahan. Yeah,
yes, it is. They brought him into a. Oh, God, listen to that wind. Shortish mid-wicket. In comes Green again. Bowls, and Clark drives beautifully through the cover. That's a lovely shot. Over pitched, and as with so many left-handers, the extra cover drive is one of the sort of the stylish shots that makes cricket purr. That was sort of on a ground where David Gower made his name. That was sort of Gower-esque, really. Beautifully played. Nothing in the textbook would look absolutely how you meant to play an extra cover drive. Clark goes to 41 for 1. Green is back to his mark. Around the wicket, bowls. Tom Clark takes a step forward, as Daniel Hughes has been doing. Ben Cox is electing to stay standing back. It is the end of another Ben Green over. He's bowled 4 overs, no wicket for 19. Live cricket here on the BBC. Adrian Harms and Richard Ray, thank you for joining us. The story of the day, Leicestershire bowled out for 245, with 5 wickets for Ollie Robinson, 5 wickets for Henry Croken. A super innings from the Australian Jake Weatherald, he made 83, and good contributions from Ben Cox, who made 44, and Ben Green, who made 43. A lead on first innings for Sussex of 116, and those advantageous runs, is that the way to put it, have been extended by another 41 with the Australian Daniel Hughes now on strike on 23.
Facing Ian Holland around the wicket. Hughes nails it into the offside, takes a step or two down the track just in case, but quickly on it was Jake Weatherald, and no chance of a single. I'm going to try and take a photo of the scoreboard just so to see whether we can make it big enough to see it, but I'm pretty sure the over 8 is +4.
Yes. It'd be really harsh to penalise Leicestershire here because, you know, we're spending half our time with bails blowing off and...
Doesn't work the green, it doesn't pick up the green very well, the photograph. Holland is in and bowls, and on the back foot, rather insouciantly sort of cut driven out towards extra cover by Daniel Hughes, but didn't time it, and it was a fairly straightforward stop for Eskenazi, who's now out there. He was at second slip, Eskenazi. Now it's just Patel. And Leicestershire with the sweeper as well, rather on the defensive already, 41 for 1. Holland in, bowls, driven, but again not quite timed. It was a slightly more orthodox drive, but it was still a little bit loose, if you like, from Hughes. But as I say, the approach is just about working. Hughes 23 off 26. Clark a little bit more orthodox. Early in his innings, 4 off 6. Holland is in, bowls, again driven from outside off stump without getting to the pitch of the ball by Hughes, but he got plenty of the ball. Sam Wood is the sweeper out there on the offside boundary. He keeps it down 2-1. Hughes on to 24, the lead up to 158, 9 wickets in hand.
Brighter skies coming in, Richard, again.
Yeah.
Bit of blue sky.
And once the dark clouds pass, then the wind does drop a little bit as well, thankfully. And again, looks tolerably pleasant out there. Holland over the wicket to Clark, who goes down on one knee, ready to stroke it out into the offside, perhaps just shaped back into him a little bit and got out of shape a touch himself. Thick bottom edge, and the ball rolls slowly out towards Rahan Ahmed, who's at wide-ish mid-off. Big gap in the covers. There is no cover or extra cover, just Wood out there on the boundary in front of the manual scoreboard. Holland is in and bowls. Clark is sort of deceived by the length. He plunged forward. He was nowhere near the pitch of the ball. It popped a little bit on him, but it did so slowly enough for him to adjust and just dab the ball out into the offside. Adrian's off to do an update for BBC Radio Sussex, so Rita will come back alongside. Much for Leicestershire to ponder, for Ian Holland to ponder. He's bowled 5 overs, taken 1 for 22, but what Robinson and Sussex did well was rotate. The seam attack, also used Carson as well to spell his seamers, and Holland would prefer to do the same, but his options are limited. Well, I thought you were going. You're back. You're back.
I was going to go. I thought I was doing an update, but the update has been deferred.
The update is now a later date.
It is. So I'm going to do another 5 minutes or so, and then Rita, will be joining us, or joining you.
It is still going to be Ben Green. I was just saying, Adrian, that Sussex rotated well. Leicestershire would like to do the same, but their options are much more limited. Green is in and bowls, and forward goes Hughes defending. Ball goes back to Green, and there's no run.
I mean, on the assumption that we're going to get 2 full days' play, Sussex are in a very strong position here and able to dictate the game. But the first thing they'll be thinking is we need to get ourselves a sizable lead. That's objective number 1.
Green round the wicket, bowls, driven pleasantly, straight, but a good diving stop by Holland to his left at a deepish mid-off. Means they're no runs accrue. But there are 25 overs and 4 deliveries left today. If we get them all, well, Sussex currently scoring at 4.5. Let's say they score at 4. That's another 100 runs. They're going to be leading by more than 250 going into day 3.
Yes.
It is a very strong position. Poor Green gets halfway to the crease and comes to a halt. Essentially is brought to a halt by the wind. Turns, is blown back to his mark. Tries again. In he goes and bowls and played in the air slightly across the line, pushing firmly is Daniel Hughes, and Rehan Ahmed is in there at a shortish mid-wicket. The ball went straighter than that. Had Ahmed been 3 yards to his right, he'd have been in a perfect position.
See Toby Rowland-Jones in the middle. Wickets for Middlesex today. He's taken 3. Gloucestershire in trouble, 39 for 3 at Lords against Middlesex.
Green is in, bowls a little bit shorter. Hughes goes back and plays firmly, but only as far as mid-on. Singh is the fielder.
Former England players doing well, aren't they? You think, Jimmy Anderson today picking up 5 for 64 for Lancashire against Northants. Still batting though, Northants, 201 for 9 in reply to Lancashire's 384.
Green is in, bowls. There's a touch low, and Hughes, who'd stayed in his crease, had to adjust, but did, and pushed it out towards backward point. Umpire Goff wants a word with Green about his
running on the pitch a little.
His foot.
Yeah. Looks like a good pitch at Derby. Derbyshire making 625 for 8. Worcestershire in reply 91 for 1.
It depends on what your definition of good is.
Well, yeah.
I don't
Flat.
like the pitches at Derby there. They are too flat.
Yeah.
I think they're trying to get more life into them.
Yes, you're right.
Green in, bowls, swings back in, bounces a little bit, beats Hughes' attempted turn into the onside, but thumps into the, well, just above the pad on his front leg. Was going on down the leg side anyway. End of Green's over. An admirable maiden in many respects, coming against the wind, but that's 5 overs into a gale, and a strong man though he is, and limited though Holland's options are, I'm sure he'd like to turn to an option. Sam Wood, Avdadal Singh, Tom Scriven are his seam options.
Yeah. Yes, Sussex were involved in a game at Derbyshire several years ago now that I was at. In comes Holland, bowls, Clark plays defensively onto the onside. There is no run. Total remains 42 and that did end in a very dull draw. I remember Cheteshwar Pujara getting a big double 100, Tom Haynes as well, and it was a bit of a graveyard for bowlers, to be honest. That was an early season game, so maybe similar. Comes Holland again, bowls. Clark's beaten outside the offside. Good delivery by Ian Holland. Beats Clark, taken by Ben Cox. And there is no run. There's some heavier cloud drifting towards us. Some lighter Manchester City blue sky away in the distance, and when the sun is obscured, it suddenly it does get quite gloomy. We've had the lights on once today. Holland trudges in, bowls, and Clark leans at a bend of the knee, and that's a lovely shot, cuts the ball out towards the cover boundary. Take on a good bit of fielding out there. Is that Rian Ahmed? He kicks the crowd. Don't know why, because that was a good bit of fielding. I think he was very happy with his throw, which maybe shows the standards of Rian Ahmed, because he was round very, very quickly to prevent anything more than a single. Played in the T20 World Cup, didn't he? And certainly distinguished himself in that. Suffice to say, a lot of people, myself included, thought he should have figured down under in the Ashes. Holland runs in, bowls to Hughes, who lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by keeper Cox. 6, and there is no run. 43 for 1 are Sussex. Add to that 116 and you get the Sussex lead, which is 159. As Richard was saying, we've still got another 24 overs to go, so Sussex are rattling along here at 4 and over, so conceivably they might have a lead of 250. Conversely, who knows? Leicestershire, I think Sussex will be in a desperate hurry. I want to consolidate their position as Holland is in. Bowls to Hughes, who drives into the covers, and he's dropped. Straight to the man at extra cover. Is that Eskenazi?
It is.
Yeah, it was drilled down. You know, we've got to say it's not a great day to be fielding because it's cold and it's blustery, but I think at this level you expect that to be taken. We're just going to see a replay. It was straight at him. It was hit firmly to the man. Yeah.
It's a straightforward chance.
It is. Holland again bowls to Hughes, who drills this one away and picks up another single. So Daniel Hughes was dropped on 24 when the score was 42 for 1. And now Sussex go to... Oh, did they pick up a couple of runs there? No, it's just a single, so the score was 43 for 1. I apologise. When he was put down. Yeah, no one means to drop catches, but there's been 2 crucial catches dropped in this match. Jake Weatherald dropped Tom Clark when he'd made only 6. He went on to score a ton. And Steve Eskenazi will be rather hoping that Daniel Hughes doesn't do something similar.
Indeed. A weakened side cannot afford to drop any chances, but certainly not 2 chances like those. Green's going to continue, bless him. Round the wicket he goes. Bowls. It's a shout for leg before, but although it was low, I think it was going down, and it was sort of choked off, the appeal, really. Hughes looking to turn his wrists on it. Blue sky, as you say, above. It's been a Manchester City sky day, hasn't it?
Yes.
I understand.
Yes, they rather gave Liverpool a bit of a hiding in the FA Cup today, so another semi-final for Guardiola's side.
Green is in and bowls, touch short outside off stump. Hughes stands up and cuts him away, chops him away out towards the sweeper on the offside boundary. Who's out there at the moment? Looks like Hill. Hughes takes his single, moves on to 26. Holland talking to Green, who looks askance at him, so I don't know what the suggestion is there. Perhaps it's just the way Ben Green normally looks. In he goes, staying round, and bowls to Tom Clark, who covers up nicely. Defends back down the pitch on the onside. Rahan Ahmed picks up. Yakvinder Singh is now warming up, so hopefully from his point of view he'll be coming on at the Bennett end in place of Holland. It would seem harsh to ask him once again to have a go into the gale. Green is in, bowls. Oh, that bounces. He rolled his fingers across the seams and it sort of bounced up and hit Clark amidships as he plunged forward. Dropped down at his feet. The alert Ben Cox behind the stumps stepped out and flicked the ball back towards the stumps in case the discomforted Clark had gone out of his crease, but the flick at the stumps missed and Clark was alert enough to be back in his crease. Green is in to him again. Again it's straightened a touch, but Clark able to adjust and defend it back down the pitch to the Devon man. Yakvinder warms up a little bit more. Glorious thing about cricket is that having had a bad day, which he did yesterday to a point, one good spell, a couple of wickets, and it can all turn round for him.
Yep.
He's going to get that opportunity. Green is in and bowls, and very straight, and Clark meets it with an equally straight bat. Just a single from the over, but Green looks weary. Adrian departs. to do his update. Rita will come back alongside as Leicestershire look for a little light in the darkness, literally and figuratively. It's going to be Scriven from the Bennett end, which suggests poor Yakvinder might be asked to bowl into the gale again, the end from which he was flayed all over South Leicester yesterday.
Yeah, it hasn't been his match so far, I think it's fair to say. Golden Duck and not a great innings, but that is a good thing about cricket. You can come back in an inning in a match with 2 innings and make your mark. Fresh new over. Here's a fresh new bowler, Scriven in. And off the back foot, Hughes defends this one. And it's getting a bit gloomy, isn't it, Richard? But there we go.
It is, yeah, it is. Plenty of dark cloud around, but there is still, again, some light stuff, so no floodlights necessary. No,
and I know that down in Hampshire, the game did get delays with bad light, but I don't think there's many grounds where it's been an issue. Let's hope it doesn't happen here. I'll put the mockers on that one. Scriven in. And left to the keeper, and there is no run.
It's a funny sort of ground, is Southampton, though. What's it called these days? Rose Bowl? Is it back to being the Rose Bowl again, or the GS?
The GS Bowl, isn't it?
It was, but I thought it had changed again. But anyway, it's on the northern outskirts of the city, and.
Sorry, as an update, the Utilita Bowl.
Utilita, that's it.
Of course. Next ball in, Scriven. And driven uppishly, but to mid-off, and there is no run. That was in the air a little while, wasn't it? Whoa. And to say there's been a gale blowing through the commentary box is an understatement. Yeah. certainly windy in all corners of the ground. Sussex 45 for 1 in their second innings. The lead is 161. Scriven, right arm over the wicket, in and bowls, and defended out to mid off, and there is no run. Hope you're okay, Richard.
Just wet.
Lucky you had your jacket on.
Coffee everywhere.
Oh
well. The perils of the early season in the commentary box.
We'll get him back later somehow. But certainly blustery out there. 40-mile-an-hour winds. By the way, I've done my research in my time off. I'll tell you in a moment. Breaking news. Scriven in. Short and wide, and cut into the offside, but certainly not timed in any way, shape or form, and it went out to the cover region. They go through for a single. One more to the total. Yes, the heavy bales are on.
Yeah,
I know, quite frankly, anyone could have guessed that, but I was just chatting to the ground staff, and I did my best to thank them for all they do in the off season, and we had a good old chat about the fact that, when it's raining, wet, miserable, snowy, whatever, these guys and girls, they do so much to make sure these grounds are in good nick for the season. So I did my bit. I'll be doing that all season. As I've got older, I've definitely got wiser to that. Scriven in, cut as well into the offside. They go through for a single. It's a thought of a shy at the stumps there by Weatherald, but they're through without any issues. Didn't middle that in any way, but 2 from the over. Decent first over there from Tom Scriven. 2 more to the total. That's 47 for 1.
Tattersall is coming out to take the place of, let's see, looks like it's going to be Ben Green. Green is the one who's heading in our direction. Well, he's worked hard in those 6 overs against, let's euphemistically call it, the breeze.
He really has, hasn't he? As well as Ian Holland, both of them playing their part with the ball.
Mr. Howells has decided to disassemble our commentary box now. He's taking tiles down, but what can you do? 47 for 1, and it is going to be the unfortunate Yadvinder Singh. I say unfortunate because he's again being asked to bowl up the slope, a slope to which he's unaccustomed into a gale, and in the knowledge that his first 2 overs from this end yesterday went for 25, and Tom Clark's out there again, waiting. Ben Cox is standing up. Yadvinder is in, bowls, a good delivery, straight, slightly short of a perfect length. Leaning forward is Clark and defending. Looks kind of as though Clark is going to place something of the anchor roll around which the Sussex players can build an innings and attack. He's 6 off 17 as Yadvinder is in, bowls to him, meets a solid forward defensive, perfectly good delivery again. Fuller. No great movement for Yadvinder.
This is where you want the rest of the team to really get behind Singh. They'll know perfectly well he would be pleased with that first innings, but giving that encouragement and making sure that he puts that out of his mind for this innings.
Dark clouds come over, wind gets stronger. Yadvinder is in and bowls. A little bit too full this time on leg stump, and Clark can clip it away down towards deep backward square, where Scriven comes running in from sort of wide long leg deep backward square to field. One is taken. Yaddy is the designated name, it would appear, amongst his teammates for Yadvinder.
Have you got a nickname, Richard? That's broadcastable.
Probably, I was going to say, I can hear the shouts all across the county. I won't repeat them. In goes Yadvinder and bowls on off stump, but just outside, and Hughes went back and rather cleverly dabbed it away with an angle bat down towards wide third man. There isn't a third man. It's Rahan who wins. It's not Rahan, it's Hill down there who runs back and fields just inside the ropes. And Hughes picks up a couple and brings up the Sussex 50 for 1, 13.4 overs. It sounds routine, it hasn't been, because conditions are interesting, in inverted commas. Yadvinder is in and bowls. Touch short, edge caught, no, dropped, went straight through first slip's hands. Rahan Ahmed turned and threw his cap to the ground. It wasn't Ahmed who is in there at slip, it's Rishi Patel. He dropped one. There was a chance like that in the first innings above his head, and that was another one. Would have been a great one to hang on to, but it was straight at him, or at least straight above his head, and I think he got both hands to it. Cut away, slightly slow reacting, seeing it. It was just to his left, but as I say, he got 2 hands to it. Gotta hang on. Another one has gone down for Leicestershire this time. And Hughes picks up 4. Yadvinder is in, bowls to him, he's looking to turn it into the leg side, thumps into the pad, and a shout, but not an appeal as such. So no luck for Yadvinder, who gets a pat on the back from Ben Cox, runs up and says, keep going mate, your luck will change. Needed that, needed Patel to hang on. It would have been a great catch, but it's the sort of catch that a first class slip takes.
Yeah, 7 off the over, but that doesn't tell the tale. And for Singh's first over of this innings, if he got the wicket, what a comeback there would have been after the first innings. And yeah, it came to Rishi Patel super fast, but I suppose you would expect that. And actually, I think Rishi's got a problem here, Rishi Patel. He's actually looking at that finger and may need a little bit of treatment potentially. He's doing the usual thing that slips do, actually, of giving a good old sort of heat up with your breath and hoping that it's all okay. But I'm sure he'll be the first to be disappointed at that. But that's what, in the slip cordon, it's always that precarious position of you got to take the catches. And unfortunately, Hughes has had 2 lives here. Clark on strike this time from Scriven, who's down from the Bennett end, and there is no run. Yeah, Hughes was dropped on 24 by I think it was Eskenazi, wasn't it? And then on 29 from Rishi Patel in the slips.
Yeah.
So you know what they say, don't you, about catches?
And they lose them as well.
Winning matches, yes, indeed. But anyway, Scriven in, full delivery and no run. And I got to say that Rishi Patel, it looks like he's in a little bit of pain here. He's sort of crossed his legs. He's doing everything he can to warm up that finger that probably bore the brunt of it. I mean, I've broken many fingers playing cricket, actually. In one particular, just put one of my fingers in almost like a 180 position. Yeah, Richard. Oh wow, you beat me there. Yeah, it's a whole new show us your injuries from cricket. Scriven in, cut into the offside. Nicely played. They go through for a single. They think about a second, and think again. Raham Ahmed with a very decent arm in the deep, patrolling half of Leicestershire to our left, and done really well there to keep it to a single. One more to the total, 55 for 1. But they hurt, don't they? Was that in the slip cord yourself?
Dislocated several times, yeah.
Oh.
Actually, return catches and things like that when I was bowling. I did that to Ian O'Brien, though. I showed him that really weird bent finger and he went, green. He went, Test cricketer.
Daniel Hughes on strike. Full delivery and driven, but this time straight to cover. It's hitting the middle of the bat there, these guys. Yeah, when I took my hand obviously to A&E because my finger was in a completely different direction. They thought it was dislocated. Tried twice to put it back into slot, and then as I nearly fainted, they realised it wasn't dislocated, but definitely a break. So that was, not fun. I was actually gutted I dropped the catch more than anything, but there we go. Left-handed Hughes on strike. Oh, and beaten. Beauty delivery there. Beaten through to the keeper. Cox, and no run. But looks like Rishi Patel, he's still holding that right hand. Just looking back at the is it the right hand or is it the left, actually? Well, one of the hands anyway. And
blowing on his fingers. But he's I think he'll be okay. It's he hasn't gone off or anything, but I think the pain is mental as well as physical.
Tom Scriven. Next delivery and a big shout of appeal. Oh, without any just reward there, or reward anyway for the Leicestershire fielders. I got excited there, didn't I? The decision is not out, ladies and gentlemen. Going down leg, do you think?
Yeah, I think he pitched outside leg. It
didn't have much going for it in the
well,
end.
no, he was on the back foot, but let's have a look. For me, it's very difficult. He's got to bring it back. Yeah, pitched outside leg, and it too much came back as well, so it was probably going to miss leg as well. So.
But that angle, isn't it? The right-hander to the left-hander. You've got to do a heck of a lot to persuade the umpire to rule out all the possibilities apart from it hitting the stumps.
Yeah, you've got to land it on leg stump or middle for a start. 55 for 1. The lead 1-7-1 with 9 wickets in hand. What a position. And 2 days and 20 overs in hand. Ben Green is back with us. Yadvinder Singh likewise. Up the slope he goes and bowls onto the legs of Tom Clark, who can turn it calmly out towards long leg. Scriven has to run around from deep backward square to field, and Clark picks up a single, moves on to 9. 56 for 1. Yeah, the clouds have filled in a little bit. But we are dry. We haven't had a drop. Well, we have had a couple of drops in the wind yesterday, but basically no rain at all. Yadvinder is in, bowls Fuller this time. Again, it's a leg stump line and it's clipped firmly by Hughes, but only as far as Rahman Ahmed at that shortish mid-wicket was travelling. Ahmed did well. Made the stop. He was impressed the dog below us, apparently. Liked that.
Dogs at cricket grounds?
Yes. Well,
we like.
Very welcome here. Some grounds not so welcome. As in goes Yadvinder and bowls, dropped out into the offside by Hughes and immediately calls for the quick single. That was always there. Clark responded. Hill picked up and through, but not before the batsmen were safely in their ground. Is it Bristol you're not allowed to take dogs? Ridiculous though it seems, given the size of the place. The amount of room there is. There's one ground that's very unexpected about not allowing dogs. Yadvinder in, bowls, nice straight length delivery that is played firmly back to him by Clark. Bronte, whose dogs, Bertie and Norman, You always accompany him, but there's one ground he never goes to because they won't let Bertie and Norman in. Freddie no longer with us, alas. The other of the Welsh Springer Spaniels.
Aww.
We used to watch the cricket with great interest. Fred, in goes Yadvinder and bowls. Nice line off stump. Drew Clark forward. Hit it quite high up on the bat, so sort of slightly deceived him. Good Yaddy, says somebody out there. Dropped it out into the offside. Weatherald, the fielder.
Yeah, really tough conditions here for Singh. Slightly up the slope from the pavilion end and into 40-mile-an-hour winds. Good effort so far in his spell.
Elbows jutting, he runs away from us and bowls. Again, good line. Good over so far. Finish it now, because that's a really good effort. Probably one of the best overs in terms of consistency that he's actually managed to bowl. So perhaps he's now getting used to the slope, and no balls in his first 2 overs, and there were an awful lot yesterday. So yep, looks like he's a quick learner, famous last words, but fingers crossed for him. That was a good effort. Floodlights coming back on.
Yeah, pounds. I was going to say pennies in the slots, but it's definitely pounds to get the floodlights on nowadays. But the lead now 173, and you're listening to us at the Uptonsteel Grace Road here in Leicester. Overcast, but no rain. And Tom Scriven continues from the Bennett Road end, cut into the backward point region, slightly uppishly, and mid-off was slightly interested in that for a few moments, but nicely fielded by the Aussie, the overseas player for Leicestershire, Jake Weatherald, who scored 83 earlier on today. A lovely innings from the opening bat for Australia. I saw him earlier on actually, so having selfies with fans and signing a few things. That was nice to see. Scriven in off the back foot, punched into the offside Hughes, but nicely fielded at cover by I think that's Ian Holland.
Johnny Tattersall. He's the 12th man.
Oh,
he's out there at the moment, number 12.
Ah, sorry, I saw the 2, but it's a 1 and a 2. So yeah, Rita, get that right. Yeah. I'm just having a go at myself live on air. But there we go.
Many a fielder have I misidentified over the years.
Right, here comes Scriven. And Hughes on strike, Danny Hughes, the left-handed batter. Driven, but certainly not at the middle of the bat. Disappointed with that one. He felt like he could have got hold of that one, and he rehearses the stroke one more time. Not much foot movement in that one. That's probably what happened there, but we move on.
Bad light at Taunton. Knots 171 for 3. Clark 48 not out. Haynes 28 not out. Ditto at Southampton. Bad light at Edgbaston too.
Oh, pretty lucky here so far. 21 minutes past 5, and too close to cut, I would suggest. Mr. Hughes through to the keeper. No, I thought he's done for pace actually more than anything there. And Scriven is doing a little bit, isn't he? But
Warwickshire look a good side this year. 330 for 2 they are.
Oof.
Having overtaken Surrey, and who they'd had at 60 odd for 6. They'll be there or thereabouts, I would suggest, our Midlands neighbours.
Good contest there. Good quality on the pitch. Scriven in. Back foot defensive shot there from Hughes, and there's no run. It's going to be fun and games for Leicestershire this season. New grounds to go to, obviously being newly promoted. Anyway, any grounds you're looking forward to going back to?
I think, most of the first division, as I was saying yesterday, have been in the second division at some stage. So it's been a while since we played sort of championship games at various locations. We're at the Oval next week.
Last ball of the over, cut into the offside, and it's going to bisect the fielders and through for 4 runs. Shame that there was 5 dot balls and then a 4 off the last ball of the over from a Leicestershire perspective. Just rocked onto the back foot. I love that stroke, when you just rock onto the back foot, wait for the ball to hit the bat, get yourself in the right body position, and let the ball do the business. And beautifully placed, actually, to be fair, between Raham Ahmed and also Sam Wood as well, out in the deep. 4 more to the total. In fact, at the end of the over, 61 for 1. But in the grand scheme of things, Sussex now lead by 177. Right then, what's going to be an average target, a big target and a small target? Well, anything below average, I suppose.
Yadvinder is in and bowls, and Clark defends, just leans forward. With again, Cox is standing up to Yadvinder, who looked lively in the first innings, but this is as I say, up the slope into a gale and hard work. You would not think Leicestershire would fancy chasing much more than 250, and I don't know if they'd fancy chasing that. Anything over 300, Sussex is in. Oh, Yadvinder is in, and a little bit of swing back into Clark there. Looked to help it on its way, thumped into his pad and actually bounced out into the offside. But you know, anything more than 300, you think Sussex would be very confident. But the pitch isn't what it was. It's in terms of liveliness, as you wouldn't expect. It's been exposed, and there has been some sun today, not as much as yesterday. But the wind has dried it. Yadvinder is in, bowls. Good line on off stump. Draws Clark forward defensively, pushing out into the offside. No run. Carson may be a factor if we go to the 4th a day. It dries out to that extent.
But you don't tend to get a huge amount of spin here, do you, Grace Road?
No. Yadvinder bowls, touch short, and it's a no ball, the first of his spell. I was praising him for not bowling any in his first 2 overs, having bowled at 10 in his 9 overs, I think, in the first innings. Hard to judge though. If you're battling the wind, you're fighting it, you're stretching into it, and perhaps just dropped a touch and overstretched. In he goes. Tries again and bowls outside off stump, almost chops on there. Clark, it was just outside off stump. Clark trying to steer / cut off the front foot. Bottom edged it into almost his foot. Could easily have trickled backwards or directly onto the stumps. It didn't. Bowls, touch short again. Clark tries again, exactly the same shot, gets more of it, but again he doesn't time it. Bottom part of the bat, and it bounces fairly gently out towards Weatherald at point. He raises his eyes to the heavens in irritation. Green swings his arms, but I cannot imagine him coming back into the attack this quickly. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a bit of Rahan before the close. Yadvinder is in, bowls up, stays. Oh, it's another no ball. It stayed a bit low as well. So, having been getting it right for so long, 2 overs, but you know, relatively, you know, he'd got in. He seemed to have got into a good rhythm, but now he's into that overstepping business again. Cheap, free runs for Sussex. Yadvinder is in and bowls a touch short, and back goes Hughes and punches it firmly out to the sweeper on the offside boundary, who is Hill. Single is taken, means Hughes keeps the strike, moves on to 39. Clark determined not to fall off in the way that he did last season, as Adrian has explained to us. He would like another score in his second innings just to show that that isn't going to happen. He's 10 not out. Sussex 67 for 1, lead by 183. Tattersall comes jogging off. Who's gone back on then?
Yeah, Patel. Actually, Rishi Patel went on for
a check his fingers.
Yeah,
perhaps.
Which is probably a good shout. So the fact he's back on from a Leicestershire perspective is good news. Maybe a bit of tape. He'll magic sponge and all that, or spray. And he's back on, and Tom Scriven's going to continue down the slope from the Bennett end and skips down the crease as Hughes. They think about a quick single, But it dribbles out to Ben Green at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Ben Green, very distinctive looks with that wonderful mullet, and tash as well. Tall lad as well, and did the business with the bat and really held the innings, I suppose, for Leicestershire, and would hope to get to that half century and beyond. But here's Scriven, round the wicket this time for the left-hander. It's tucked into the onside, to the vacant mid-wicket area. There's a man in the deep, and they go through for a single, just letting the runs tide over here. And Adrian Harms, welcome back.
Hello. How are you?
I'm awfully
Cold?
good. Well, I've taken my jacket off.
Have you?
So yeah,
I've had my coat. Someone sent me a message actually. Said, "Why are you sitting here with your coat on?" Well, the answer to that is because it was cold. It's not freezing cold, but it's cold.
And we do have the window open to feel the atmosphere. Scriven now over the wicket into the onside, uppishly, and actually all the way over the boundary rope. Timed that actually reasonably well. He knew there was a vacant mid-wicket area. There was a man sort of in the sweeper position. But 4 to the total now. Another 4 to the total. 72 for 1.
He's played that shot really well yesterday. Rita, he hit 3 sixes with that little flick off of the leg stump or middle and leg, and it sailed over that. Well, it's not a short boundary, a shortish edge on that side, but a lovely shot by Tom Clark.
And what can Scriven do? Here he is, in and bowls. Down the leg side, taken by the keeper, Ben Cox, and there's no run.
The lights are really shining. I mean, I know we've got the floodlights on now, and I guess it's all about whether you get, the floodlights taking over the natural. I never understand that rule, to be honest. But I would say in the distance, there are some brighter skies coming in, so who knows? But you can really see the numbers on the scoreboard really standing out now. So I heard Richard saying they're off at Edgbaston, and we've still got another 16 overs to be bowled tonight. Whether we'll get those in, we shall see.
Scriven in and driven into the offside, and a little bit of a chase for Rahan Ahmed. And one more to the total. Yeah, it's looking gloomy, but not like terribly gloomy.
No.
And it's ebbing and flowing, isn't it, a little bit, the gloominess?
It is. And we're in a sort of phase of the game where Sussex are just building on this lead. From a certain point of view, Ian Holland can't afford to be too attacking, because otherwise Sussex are going to pick up runs very quickly. So they're trying to mix defence with saving runs as much as they can, but they need to take wickets, Leicestershire.
Left-handed Hughes on strike. Oh, and another
chance.
Did it carry though? To be fair to Rishi Patel there,
I'm not sure that did.
No, I don't think so. From the reaction of everyone, I'm pretty sure that didn't carry, but there was definitely a big nick from Daniel Hughes.
Let's just see this again.
And with that sore finger as well, Rishi Patel.
No.
Yeah, no, dropped short, definitely. And actually did well to save an obvious 4 runs there. But yeah, certainly Leicestershire need wickets, and there's going to be a change of bowler. It's
going to be Rehan Ahmed who's going to come in. Lovely. I love to see a leg spinner bowling, so we're going to get some leg spin from the pavilion. He bowled from the Bennett end yesterday, but now Rehan's going to get a chance to bowl from this end, the pavilion end. So 73 for 1. The lead is 189. That's not because my maths is good, because it's on the screen in front of me. Thanks everybody for listening here on the BBC. Adrian Harms, Rita Green and Richard Ray, your commentary team, on what's been another excellent day's county cricket here. There's ebbed and flowed. Leicestershire batting themselves into a good position earlier on today, but then lost 3 wickets just before lunch to Henry Croken. Eventually avoided any thought of the follow-on with a very good stand between Ben Cox and Ben Green. That was worth 81. Earlier in the day, Jake Weatherald with a very good 83, but Robinson with 5 wickets and Croken with 5. The wicket takers for Sussex. As in comes Ahmed, bowls a short delivery that Tom Clark pulls down the ground and picks up a single. He goes to 16, the total to 74 for 1. I'll bring you up to date with the other scores around the other grounds in a moment's time, but Ahmed certainly does rattle through his overs, which of course we all like to see. And he's in again, bowls, and Hughes punches that down the ground. He's going to pick up at least 1 as Ben Green, who's had a lot of exercise today. He's had to bat a long time, and he's also had to bowl as well. Goes trudging round the boundary edge and saves anything more than a single. Ahmed again. In bowls and clipped away by Clark onto the leg side, no runs. So at Cardiff, Glamorgan 298 for 8 against Yorkshire. That's coming 118 overs. So it's been a little bit of a crawl for Glamorgan in that innings. Ahmed in again, bowls, and Clark is back and plays it straight into the covers. There is. Did he signal a no ball then, the umpire? Yes, he did.
Wow. So
that's unusual for. Well, it's more unusual, I think, to say for a spinner to bowl a no ball than a quick bowler. So 2 to the total. Ahmed in again. Clark stretches forward, plays the ball with soft hands, and Ben Cox behind the stumps does the honours of picking up the ball. Essex 461 for 7 declared. Hampshire 0 for 0. Ahmed in gives that a bit of a rip, and Clark is forward, plays it out into the offside. There is no run. Innings of the day for Matt Critchley, who made 173. Simon Harmer finishing 71 not out for Essex. Ahmed in again, bowls. Clark meets it on the half volley, plays it out into the covers. There is no run. End of the over, 77 for 1. Clark 16, Hughes 41. The lead for Sussex, 193 at Somerset, or at Taunton I should say. Nottinghamshire 186 for 3, trailing Somerset by 161. Joe Clark 54 not out for Nottinghamshire. And at Edgbaston, as Richard was saying, were off a bad light, but Warwickshire 330 for 2 in their first innings. Dan Molesley making 112 not out. Sam Hain on 80. Warwickshire the visitors to Edgbaston next week. At Derby, Worcestershire 105 for 2 in reply to Derbyshire's 625 for 8. Durham 65 for 2, leading Kent by 203. Kent bowled out for 197 today. Sam North East making 94. Gloucestershire 62 for 3 at Lords in reply to Middlesex's 445 for 9. They must have been off a bad light or something there, because a little while ago Gloucester was 39 for 3.
Tom Scriven continues from the Bennett end. Punch to cover, there's no run.
And finally off a bad light just down the road at the M1 at Northampton, where Northants are 215 for 9. Trailing Lancashire by 169. Lewis McManus, wicket-keeper, making 54, and Lewis Kimber, formerly of this parish, making 33 as the tail wagged for Northamptonshire. At one stage they were in all sorts of trouble on 110 for 7, so they've done well to get where they have.
Good effort there. Hughes on strike, Daniel Hughes. Left-hander cut into the offside, but certainly didn't middle that one. And the Aussie Jake Weatherald picks up the pieces. Yeah, quite a lot of grounds now off a bad light, and so far we're continuing here. The lights are on and play certainly continues, and it's pretty remarkable. The first 2 days so far of this fixture have continued without delays. I hope I haven't put the mockers on it. Scriven this time over the wicket, the left-hander, and just put into that vacant mid-wicket area, and there is no run. And to say the least, Leicestershire need some wickets here. Hughes on 42 and Clark on 16, and this partnership is building.
Yeah, and Richard pointed out at the beginning of the game that Leicestershire are hampered by 2 or 3 of the bowlers who would have played in this game being out injured. It's always a shame. At the start of the season, Sussex had Sean Hunt and who else was out of this game? Just break off.
Clark, the other left hand. Oh, and lovely bowling there, and Clark is furious. Little nick, and it goes to Rishi Patel. And I mentioned that Leicester needs some wickets, and there's one of them. Tom Scriven has been rewarded with that wicket, and Clark is absolutely furious. He punched his bat. Just a tiny little nick. He thought there was more room to play that little dab into the offside. But unfortunately, it was a bit of catching practice for Rishi Patel. So, the wicket goes down.
Yeah, he's furious with himself, Rita, because he'll know that last year he made this very good 140 at Edgbaston, and he just didn't capitalise on that. I spoke to him last night. He'd made a very good century yesterday, and he said, and now I need to, he wasn't getting ahead of himself. I just need to make sure that, the next time I make runs. And that's why he's just so disappointed. He probably saw a good opportunity here. It's a decent track. He could get through these 14 overs. He could bat a good part of tomorrow. But you're right, he was absolutely fuming with himself that he's on his way but it will bring James Coles to the crease, who went for so much money in the 100.
Yes, he
An
did.
enormous amount of money.
Yeah, exactly. The 100 coming up in a few months' time, but right now Coles looking to consolidate this position here for Sussex. Now, I want to say a big shout out to our camera crew on the roof, by the way. Good on you. I'm going to have to catch his or her name, but up there above us, because I say that because the cameras, if you're watching us on the feed, you'll see it's wobbling a little bit.
It is.
That's because they're 40-mile-an-hour winds up there, and good on the team for making this truly happen.
Danny Lamb coming wandering off with a water bottle. He's just taken a drink out to Dan Hughes. Dom Goodman was the other bowler I was thinking of, signed from Gloucestershire at the tail end of the season. He's out of this game with we understand, a rib or a side injury. Either way, he's not playing, and nor is Sean Hunt. So we were saying yesterday how, with quick bowlers, you spend all winter probably an enormous amount of time in the gym, and then you get to the first game and you run fit. It must be a bit of a downer.
Very annoying. It's like your Christmases come every year, don't you, with the first game of the season. You want to be there.
Yes, indeed.
Right, James Coles on strike, the right-handed batter now. So the double left-handed combination is gone. The 22-year-old, born in Aylesbury, and very much looking to build this innings. Defended to the offside, and there's no run. What I mean is that good opportunity for him coming in here. 78 for 2. The lead now 194. And what have we got here? 14 more overs today. And Ian Holland's got a bit of a predicament. Yes, they're getting the wickets, and they've had a couple of wickets here, but they need more. 250 would feel, gosh, if they get them out for a lead of 250, then it can be manageable.
They'll bite your hand off for that.
Yeah, for sure. Full delivery into the offside this time, and nicely played there by James Coles. Just went back and pushed it into the onside, and they go through for a single. So, like any good batters, nick the strike on the last ball of the over. 2 off that over, and a wicket as well for Tom Scriven.
He's bowled very nicely. 5 overs, 1 for 15. Yes, James Coles, as we were talking about yesterday, going for this huge amount of money in the 100. He had a very good winter over in the South African T20. That was the preference for his development, over and above going with the Lions to Australia, and he certainly made a name for himself. He was 22 just a couple of days ago. But I guess with that big price tag, and for someone who was, I say largely unknown, that's a little unfair, but for someone who wouldn't have been a household name, I think he certainly is now.
Yeah,
and
sure.
That brings with it a deal of pressure as well, but he's got a very supportive family around him, James, and I'm sure he'll take it in his stride, but he's going to face Rian Ahmed, who's going to come in from the pavilion end, right arm over the wicket, bowls, and Coles is beaten. I wonder if that turned a little bit. Might have just gone with the leg spin. Ahmed is back to his mark. He's chattering away to umpire Michael Goff. Ahmed is in again. Bowls. Coles is driving firmly into the covers. And there is no run. The total remains 79 for 2. It has got a little gloomier. Some rather heavy cloud drifting in towards the ground. I would be a little surprised if we get all these overs in, I've got to say. Because there's quite a lot of grey, horrible looking cloud away to our right. In comes Ahmed, bowls. Maybe gets a little low, and James Coles is back and across and steers the ball onto the leg side backward of square. He picks up a single. I'm sure that Rian Ahmed got signed for a decent fee in the 100. I'm sure he'll be in it. As Ahmed comes into bowl to Daniel Hughes, he's in and bowls. Hughes defends down the onside of the track, and there is no run. I think from a Sussex perspective, they would feel that if Light did intervene, they wouldn't be that unhappy. They're in a very strong position in the match. What they won't want to do is, suddenly lose a couple of wickets here. By the same token, they just think, well, let's stay out here and we can pick up a couple more. Ahmed in bowls to Hughes. I thought that comes a little low as well, but Hughes played it firmly down to long off and picks up a single. The Australian goes to 43, Sussex to 81 for 2, which takes the lead to 197. Ahmed is just making a change in the field. The fielder at deep backward point is coming up to a more orthodox point as Ahmed is in bowls and Coles on the back foot steers this to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Ahmed takes his cap at the end of the over. 13 overs to go. Hughes 43, Coles on 2, Sussex 81 for 2, leading by 197 at the risk of sounding like a broken record for those just joining us. Leicestershire all out for 245. An excellent debut for Jake Weatherald. He made 83 at the top order for Leicestershire, but Leicestershire indebted to Ben Cox and Ben Green, a partnership of 81 for the 8th wicket that steered Leicestershire past any problem with following on. Eventually out for 245. 5 wickets for Ollie Robinson, 5 wickets for Henry Croken, a lead of 116 for Sussex, which has now been extended by 81.
Hughes on 43 on strike here. Scriven with first ball of the over, and it's cut into the offside. Back foot drive, and Rehan Ahmed, who rattles through his overs, doesn't he, and has to do the fielding there. He was furious at himself at the end of that over, but it probably just shows the level of quality that he expects from himself. He certainly didn't do much wrong in that over. Goodness me, he bowls at... It always amazes me when I watch Rehan Ahmed, the pace that he bowls at for a leg spinner. But he's an all-round cricketer, isn't he, in every way. Wants to be in the action with the bat, ball and fielding as well. Scriven continues as well from the Bennett end. Very full delivery and a beautiful drive. Goodness me, that was a really nice drive. On the up as well. Really difficult to. Got over that nicely. Looks in good nick here, Coles. I'm calling it early.
Well, it was, yeah, I mean, he is a very classy player. I mean, it was a nice half volley, wasn't it? But, dispatched with a stylish drive through the covers. That was textbook stuff, beautifully played. He's a very fine player. 400s in the Championship last year, the youngest player ever to represent Sussex when he was just 16 years of age, and it's been a treat to watch his development over the last few years.
Been around 6 years already, right?
Yeah.
Scriven in, tucked into the onside for a single, and they go through for one. So Coles just takes that lovely 4, goes through for a single, rotating the strike. Why not with Hughes?
And the other, in terms of him playing in T20 cricket, the other great advantage to James is that he bowls left arm spin. He picked up a lot of wickets out in that South African T20, so he is an all-rounder. Good fielder as well. So interestingly, he didn't bowl in this, and he was talking about development of his red ball game, and but that's one of the reasons why he went for so much money.
Probably a nice bloke as well.
Yep.
Tom Scriven in. This one's defended by Daniel Hughes.
Do you know what? He is, as I have to say, most cricketers, aren't they?
They are. There's not many that aren't.
No, I'm sure with Richard as well. If you, I mean, we're not going to name anybody, but if you said, can you think of any horrible cricketers?
We're not going there.
No,
there aren't many.
No.
No, but
and you don't get too much of in the post-match interviews. You don't get too much of the one game at a time.
It's a game of
two halves. Yeah.
All the cliches. No. Scriven neck delivery and driven, but not middled.
Shot.
But past Ben Green, and could it go all the way? No, maybe not. No. It's going to be dragged in by the skipper Ian Holland. I think Ben Green might have got a hand to it as well.
I think he did. No, he definitely did.
Saved the boundary.
That 4 runs written all over it otherwise.
Yeah, Daniel Hughes, the 37-year-old.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, gosh.
Yeah.
Well, certainly not old in my book, but there we go.
No.
Born in Australia.
Youngster, really.
Yeah, exactly. Here he is on strike, the left-hander. Defends, just soft hands, push that into the offside, and there's no run. His hand positions, this is now how boring I am. I'm sure I'm really great on a night out, everyone, at the pub. But in terms of hand position and for where you hold the bat and how you do it, the game has changed so much over the decades. It used to be directly sort of in front of you and the bat going out towards more third man, but now it's about first slip and keeping it really upright, ready to go, head position and elbow position. Just I love the way the camera comes to me to do some sort of demo. Well, it's hard to do without a bat, ladies and gentlemen. I'll try my best, but really keeping that head position perfectly still and that elbow coming through. And I think the modern game, well, there you go. I'm available for coaching sessions if you ever need it. But it's certainly something I try and improve in my game as well nowadays. But something to watch here with these guys. And Coles is advertising it beautifully. Driven really nicely from Rehan Ahmed. Sorry, Adrian, this is your
That's
over.
all right. Coles drives it down the ground off a new over from Rehan Ahmed. We've got another 12 overs to go, and every time I say doesn't look too promising, some brighter skies appear on the horizon. So Coles takes a single, he goes to 8. Sussex lead now 206. Ahmed around the wicket, bowls to Hughes, who stretches forward, plays into the offside. Richard was saying a little earlier on, when Sussex were going along a bit over 4 and over, the lead of 250 by the close was possible, and Sussex, if they carry on at this rate, may not be that far away from that, as Ahmed is in, bowls. Hughes punches this through the offside field and picks up another single. Sussex, no need to play anything adventurous here. Pick up the ones and just keep the scoreboard ticking along. That'll be the, I'm sure, the message from the dressing room. Hughes to 47 as the wind howls again and Storm Dave approaches. Ahmed in, bowls, Coles clips onto the onside. They're picking up a single off pretty much every ball. 3 singles off the over so far. Coles goes to 9 off 10 balls. The total 92 for 2. The lead 208. Ahmed already back to his mark. In and bowls. Hughes plays firmly into the offside and picks up a comfortable single. And that's really the Sussex plan here, I think. You know, you can pick up 4 or 5 and over in singles, and that's what they've done in this over. 4 singles out of the 5 balls bowled. Ahmed in, bowls, and Coles is beat. That's a lovely bit of bowling, wasn't it? Beautifully bowled, and Coles is stretching forward through to Cox, who very neatly just takes off the off bail for good measure. Coles' back foot was anchored. It is the end of the over. 93 for 2. Coles on 9, Hughes on 48. The lead 209. 11 overs remaining in the day. Rehan Ahmed's figures are 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 10. A few hardy spectators have stayed in the ground. Well done them, because it's been a pretty chilly day to be watching county cricket, but well done to those who have. And we've got to change of bowling. I think it's going to be Ian Holland who's coming back into the attack. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 24 for the skipper.
Yeah, going to be back on from the Bennett end, and you're listening to BBC Sport, BBC Leicester, BBC Sussex, on the World Wide Web as well, through YouTube. Welcome along. I'm Rita Green alongside Adrian Harms, and Richard Ray going to be joining us very, very shortly. I was just checking who named, in other news, Storm Dave. I was just curious, you know, which group named it. Right, here's Holland, more importantly, and this is driven by Hughes, and there's
it was
no
named
run.
by Dave Bracegirdle, the Nottinghamshire commentator.
How did you know?
Yes, it was. Yeah, it was named because it's the start of the cricket season. No, I'm kidding.
I didn't have to Google that at all. I could have just asked you. Hello, Dave, as well. Yeah. I believe it was our very own Met Office that did that. So there we go.
I heard you talk about the Met Office, because they're now based in Exeter, aren't they?
Yes, I was trying to remember where they are now. They formerly of my parish in Berkshire. Driven and beaten.
That wasn't a great shot, was it?
That was sort of it was a cover drive and a square cut all in one, and it wasn't the prettiest of shots there. So Hughes on 48 from 74. So he'll be looking to obviously get to his half century, but in the grand scheme of things, be wanting to get on to far, far more than that. The 37-year-old, you know, he's a man that can certainly hit the runs. Led the T20 blast runs for Sussex, didn't he, in 2024? Driven much better this time, and very much connected with that one. 4 runs, quite a nice looking stroke in the end from the left-handed Australian-born batter. 4 more to the total, and Hughes indeed gets his 50 on 52 not out from 77 balls.
Yeah, I think he would have probably been. I mean, he made 800 runs last year, Daniel Hughes, in the Championship, but I think he would have been disappointed. He averaged 35, top score of 151, but I think, you know, talking to Daniel, he just felt he had a little bit more in the tank last season. But he's come back for another season at Sussex, and one of the advantages of Daniel Hughes, he does score his runs very quickly at the top of the order as well, but he's a very fine T20 player, plays in the Big Bash. And he certainly is in the mould of nice cricketers. I don't really like the word nice, but I can't think of a better word.
Decent bloke.
Yeah.
Decent.
A thoroughly good bloke. Yeah, definitely.
Right, here comes Holland round the wicket to the left-hander. The back foot defended this time, Hughes, and no run.
I mean, he's ridden his luck here. Let's be honest. He's been dropped on a couple of occasions. On another day, he might have been back in the pavilion.
Yeah, 2 drop catches, one from Stevie Eskenazi and when he was on 24.
I think that was the one. I think, to be fair to Patel, that one went pretty fast, didn't it? At slip, and he was sort of clutching it over his head. But I think the one to Eskenazi, he'll feel he should have taken that in the covers.
Holland bowls, driven to one of the many cover fielders. Just noticed this. You've got a short cover and then an extra cover. They obviously have done their homework on Hughes here in terms of loves a cover drive. There's acres of space in the onside. Got one slip, got mid on, mid off, got these 2 cover positions, a backward point, sort of almost 3 cover positions actually in play. So anything on the onside is going to be toast. Holland in. This one sort of dies on the keeper, Ben Cox, and there's no run. End of the over. Just 4 from it. I say just, but 4 from it. That one drive from Daniel Hughes. 97 for 2, but in the actual grand scheme of the game, Sussex lead by 213 runs. And I'm going to make way for the wonderful Richard Ray. And here is Adrian Harms.
Yeah. I shall move and leave the great man to his seat. I always feel I'm slightly imposing when I sit in Richard's chair because it is his chair. So we're going to have a very quick swap of the microphones. There we go. As Rehan Ahmed is in, comes in and bowls to James Coles, who drills the ball back down the ground without timing, and Ahmed fields off his own bowling. And there is no run. The light is suddenly not very good.
No, it's
deteriorated in the last 5 minutes. Ahmed in again. Bowls. Coles stretches forward. It's gone through everybody. Past Coles, past keeper Ben Cox, which is
4 byes.
A collector's item. And it's going to be 4 byes. They went through everybody.
Stayed a bit low, but Ahmed has turned it again. And it's Sussex, having brought up their 100 and extending their lead close to now, figure that may almost be beyond Leicestershire already, won't be displeased to see it.
Yes.
I don't think. Not with Carson and Coles and plenty of spin options as well.
Ahmed in again. Bowl was pulled away by James Coles. He didn't get all of that, but he's going to get a single out to mid wicket. He goes to 10. The total to 101 for 2. A friend of mine has just sent me the most awful photograph. It's what I really look like. Goodness me, I look about 100.
Now, I hate to say this.
Yeah, that is me. It comes up with Bolty Hughes, plays onto the onside. Thank you, Sam, for sending that lovely photograph of me.
It's not too bad, is it?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, there you go.
Worse.
Best days behind him, I think, is probably the best thing to say. Ahmed in again, bowls to James Coles short, and Coles hammers that away through the covers just for a single. Fielded in the deep. 1 more to the total. Yeah, the light is not good, and I just wonder whether we're going to get these remaining 9 overs in. 104 for 2. Coles on 11. Ahmed in, bowls to Hughes, who defends down the onside of the track, and there is no run. So Rehan Ahmed has got through another over. Now the umpires are having a look. Are they?
No.
No, they're not. I thought we were about to see the light meter. They just sort of stood behind the stumps. I thought, is it light meter time? No, it's not. It's carrying on. 104 for 2.
Well, Bronte's been in touch on the subject of dogs and being allowed into cricket grounds. And he's saying, and I've libelled Bristol. Bristol welcome dogs, as do Sussex, Derbyshire, Worcestershire, Northants, Kent, Essex, and most outgrounds, says Brunty. It tends to be test grounds they aren't allowed in.
My friend Sam has just got in touch and he said that photograph was a take 20 years off AI filter. So jeepers, yeah, thanks Sam. Anyway, nice to know we've got someone listening and watching as we go into the dying embers of the day.
He also said, Brunty says he pioneered playing cricket without bails. I'll explain why in a moment. Holland is in and bowls and driven very pleasantly by Coles. Bit of work to do for Hill on the offside boundary. He does it, keeps it to 1. Quote, because when I played, they were on the stumps so briefly it wasn't worth bothering with them.
Very good. Yeah, I sort of know the feeling, really. An awful feeling when you're batting, when the ball goes past and you suddenly hear the tinkle of the bells and you think, oh, that's my weekend over, and you wander off.
Round the wicket comes Holland to the half-centurion Hughes, who drives without real intent. He wasn't quite at the pitch of the ball and ended up punching it really carefully out towards mid-off.
I actually didn't pick that up, to be honest. It shows perhaps my eyesight isn't the best, but it is quite gloomy now. One or two of those hardy spectators are just starting to drift away.
2-2-1 the lead. 8.4 overs remain to be bowled today. There are breaks in the cloud-up. We'll get a few more yet, folks. In goes Holland. Bowls outside off stump. And too wide to persuade Daniel Hughes to throw the bat at it. He perhaps now has thoughts of the close in mind. Sam Wood finally warming up down below us at third man.
I thought it was meant to be warmer tomorrow. I'm just looking here. It's showing a top temperature of 10 degrees tomorrow.
Ooh, brutal. Really?
Yeah,
just 10.
Leicester. I mean, it's showing possibility of a shower around about lunchtime. I mean, a dry, bright day for the main, but cold.
Holland bowls a little bit straighter, but a bit too short and just outside off stump, so Hughes can stand up tall and crunch it away off the back foot out to the sweeper, Rahan, who's out there on the cover boundary.
So I'm only laughing. My friends are now sort of trying to make friends with me, saying, that I look in fine fettle. No, the damage is done. Damage is done.
I'll never talk to you again.
That's right. Oh dear.
Absolute rotter and a beast and a cad. Holland goes back over the wicket to the right-handed Coles bowls, and there's a shout for leg before Holland is convinced, but the umpire Rob White isn't.
Yes.
Patel started to go up. Cox is doing the old double teapot behind the stumps. It was leg bys, so there was no bat on it, but we'll have a look at the replay if we see one and afford you our opinion. May not
Interesting, we're going to see that. It's a nice camera angle, isn't it? That they're just showing at the moment.
Below us.
Yeah.
About third man, I think that one. Holland in bowls, short outside off stump, cut away and timed beautifully by Hughes. Rahan Ahmed does his absolute darndest to get there, sprints down the rope, puts in the dive, puts out his right hand, does everything he can to get there, and it just evades him. Cruel, but it'll keep Rahan warm. But Hughes beginning to look quite classy out there now, taking advantage of some, I suspect, slightly disheartened bowling, if not directly weary. Holland 8 overs, 1 for 34, gives Wood a wave, I think, so he's going to have a go fairly shortly.
So we've got 8 overs left to go. You said around 250. Richard, could be the lead by the close of play, and if we get all 8, you'd have thought we will be around about that kind of figure.
Yeah, 250, 260 with 8 wickets in hand.
Yeah, so
to add.
Sussex in a very strong position. Rehan Ahmed is going to bowl next over from the pavilion end. He's coming into bowl to James Coles in a bowls. Coles defends down the track. There is no run. I mean, from this position, Sussex will first of all want to make sure they're in a position where they can't lose the game.
What figure will that be? So 400 lead, something like that?
That's a great question, isn't it? In comes Ahmed bowls, Coles defends into the offside, because Leicestershire have got history against Sussex of chasing big totals, and I remember that game at Hove Well when they were chasing well in excess of 400 and very nearly got home. Ahmed in again, bowls. Coles is back and hits firmly to backward point. There's a slight there is a misfield, not a slight misfield, there is a misfield, which I think is understandable given the temperature. That's Jake Weatherald, who's actually bowled really well, fielded really well throughout. One more to Coles, he goes to 13, the total to 112 for 2. Ahmed in again, bowls. That's short down the leg side, and Daniel Hughes will feel he missed out there.
Brilliant take.
Was a brilliant take.
Because that deserved to go to
the
boundary for 4 wides.
Yeah,
almost.
it did. He got away with one there, did Rehan. He's in again. Bowles. Hughes is forward, plays into the offside, picks up another comfortable single. Does Daniel Hughes. He goes to 59. And Sussex to 113 for 2. The lead now 229. I would have thought, to make the game safe, Ahmed in, Bowles. Coles drives firmly through the offside and picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Coles to 14, Sussex to 114 for 2. End of Ahmed's over, who has bowled 5 overs, 0 for 16. You've got a test match opener. Players like Rehan Ahmed. I mean, everyone can bat. Eskenazi, Cox and Green have shown they can bat today. Sussex will want enough time to be able to bowl Leicestershire out, so you'd think you'd want at least 4 sessions to be able to do that. I don't know. Who knows? Sussex could get bowled out cheaply tomorrow morning. But I'd have thought I'd have thought they might be thinking, well, let's get a lead of 450. I'm just sort of plucking that figure out of the air. They've got a lead of 230, so 200 at this sort of rate, provided they don't lose a load of wickets, would take you to mid-afternoon tomorrow. But that's accounting for the fact there could be some bad weather around. We've just said that there's a shower or 2 forecast tomorrow, so it'll be a tricky decision for Ollie Robinson.
It'll be interesting to see what decision he takes, but at the moment it isn't something that he has to think about, and I'm sure he won't be thinking about it. He's nice and warm in the dressing room, watching his batsmen extend the lead inexorably. Sam Wood is on now at the Bennett end. Bowles and Coles turns him off his legs down towards deep backward square, stroke wide long leg, / wide long leg. Ben Green is the fielder. Matthew suggests that Brunty doesn't take his dogs to Bristol because he doesn't like to see he doesn't want them to see what goes on the balconies there in the flats. Leicestershire had an extraordinary episode. You heard about that, I'm sure.
No.
Did you not?
No.
I don't know how far I can go with this one. But
steady on it. It's live radio.
Indeed, I'll try and do it as carefully as I can. Round the wicket goes Wood and Bowles. Short goes for the pull, misses it. It did rather balloon up towards him there, Daniel Hughes. Went out to warm up the first morning of a Sunday match, and extraordinary events involving 2 people of opposite sexes were going on one of the balconies, and not only did they not cease, they rather enjoyed the fact there was a audience. Really? Indeed. Yes, pictures were taken. In goes Wood and Bowles again short. This time Hughes gets plenty of it and pulls it to a long leg for 4.
Yeah, I can't really bowl there to Daniel Hughes. My word, it's the thing you find out on the cricket circuit.
I thought that was fairly well known. I can't remember whether I actually mentioned it in Wisden.
Really?
You certainly didn't get on the cover of Wisden, that's for sure.
No.
But yes, that was some of the younger boys didn't know where to look.
No such shenanigans here at Leicester, though.
Too cold. In goes Wood and Bowles, and back on his stumps goes Hughes and dabs it out into the point area. Weatherald seizes on it.
Meanwhile, at the cricket, thinking about tomorrow and what may or may not happen. I mean, we've already said that we thought the way that Green and Cox batted, largely untroubled in that partnership of 81. If this, when these 2 look largely untroubled, it will be a tricky little decision tomorrow at some stage.
Potentially. Wood staying round the wicket is in, and Bowles over pitches on middle and leg. Just waits for it, Hughes, and calmly turns it out towards mid wicket. He knows the sweeper's out there, Hill, so he doesn't try and overhit it, but equally, without a mid wicket, he knows that there's a single there every single time.
We did say, didn't we, about the drop catch, and say no one means to drop them, but that drop of Clark in the first innings, the drop of Hughes in this, they've been 2 costly drops for Leicestershire in this game.
Huge. Back over the wicket goes Wood and bowls 2. Coles can't quite get his lines right at the moment. Again, it's a leg stump line. Coles tries to turn it down into the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, but it bounces off pad/thigh pad and runs gently down towards Ben Green at long leg. So not the great start for Sam Wood. Not easy, as Adrian has been saying, to start in these sort of conditions, but
No.
with the 2 bounces, one of which, well, the 2 short balls, one of which was pulled for 4. There was 6 off the over plus the leg by, and the run rate stays well above 4.2. So another 6 overs, say 24, 25 runs, you know, the lead will be 260.
Yes, and I've been a bit of a prophet of doom in terms of the weather, but actually I think Richard has called it correctly. We've only got 6 overs to go, and it's getting a little brighter now, actually. As in comes Rehan Ahmed over the wicket, bowls to Coles, who defends into the offside, and there is no run. Coles on 15, Hughes on 64. These two coming together when Tom Clark was out for 78. No, he wasn't. When the score was 78 for 2, he made 16. In comes Ahmed, bowls. Coles drills the ball down the ground to mid-on Ian Holland, who was positioned about halfway to the boundary, and in so doing, Coles hit that firmly, was able to prevent the single being taken. Ahmed in again. Bowls. Coles is forward and plays carefully into the offside. He'll want to be there tomorrow, James Coles. Made 28 in the first innings. But he'll have his eyes on a big score tomorrow. Ahmed in, bowls short, and Coles dabs that through square leg and picks up a comfortable single. He goes to 16, and the total to 122 for 2. The lead now 238. Daniel Hughes surveys the field, and he'll see there's 3 men back on the leg side boundary as Ahmed is in, bowls, and Hughes drives firmly. See where that went straight to extra cover, and there is no run.
See, Port Vale are doing the expected against Chelsea.
Are they?
Exactly.
Ahmed in, bowls, and Hughes flicks this one back at a square on the leg side and picks up a single to pinch the strike. 123 for 2. Is that right? That could go to 124. No, 123. I'm sure that's got to go up one more.
Always glance at the manual, and if the manual is usually ahead, and the manual has it at 123 as well,
right,
so
okay.
Electronic fast. I just mentioned the Chelsea because you were saying Paul Farbrace is a
He is?
Chelsea supporter.
He is, yeah. I don't know if he's watching.
Well, he's having a good day then.
Yes, he
one
is.
way or another.
I think I've read something like 6,000 Port Vale fans have come down for the game, so good luck to them. I hope they have a good day despite the score.
Wood to continue from the Bennett end, staying round the wicket to the left-handed Hughes. 5 overs to go today. Wood bowls. Again, he's just slipping onto that leg stump line, and Hughes can go back and just turn it round, milking the bowling comfortably really at the moment.
Yeah, it's kind of risk-free cricket, isn't it, at the moment for Sussex? They're able to pick up, 4s and 5s and over really without having to take too many risks. And that's why this lead is sort of sneaking up, and if we do get these overs in, the lead could, as Richard was saying, be over 250 this evening.
Back over the wicket he goes to Coles and bowls outside off stump, cut away for 4. No, stopped. Good stop.
Very good
Diving stop by
Weatherald.
Yeah, he was behind the pillar. And I was looking for the ball flashing over the ropes in front of the meat. Put my head to the side, to the left, to see Weatherald sprawling across and making an excellent stop.
I see Sam Cook in the wickets for Essex down at Southampton. Southampton 17 for 2. At one stage they were 5 for 2.
Wood bowls, that's better, on off stump, and Coles is respectfully, solidly forward on off stump, defending out into the offside.
Essex having made 461 for 7. At Cardiff, Glamorgan all out for 302. Yorkshire won without loss but off for bad light. At Taunton there's a delay. I know not why. Notts 218 for 3 in response to Somerset's 347.
I think they had bad light down there.
Right, yeah, seems to be a bit of bad light around.
Wood bowls, Cole drives, flashing drive. This time he gets it past Weatherald, and the sprawling hill down there on the point boundary can't get there either. Over pitching, well outside off stump. Cole's helped himself, and in so doing brought up the 50 partnership. 24 of the runs to Daniel Hughes, 20 to James Coles. It's come off just 60 balls in only half an hour, just over half an hour, 35 minutes. 2-4-4 the lead now, and a few hands in pockets out there. Well, that's to keep them warm, but not in a good position, Leicestershire, in a game that they needed to go well in, really. Sussex showing them at the moment what is required in terms of levels at this level. Wood is in, bowls short, hooked in the air, but it's going to drop well short of Ben Green. Didn't get much of that really at all. Had he done so, it would have either flown high for 6. It could also have flown into the hands of Green down there at long leg, but went for the hook. Didn't get on top of it, but he's gotten away with it. Moves on to 21. 129 for 2.
Yeah, he didn't hold back, but the light's got quite a bit better now, hasn't it?
Yeah, almost blue above us.
Yes.
Not Manchester City blue, Brunt. It says Coventry blue, I think.
Oh, that's...
He's a
yes.
Coventry City supporter. They're going to be playing almost certainly in the Premier League next season.
They are.
Wood is in and bowls, drops short, pulled by Hughes, just over Yadvinder at long leg and for 6. He's examining his fingers, Yadvinder. He leapt into the air. He's quite a tall man, and he may just have brushed his fingers, but well, that would have been possibly an early contender for catch of the season. Didn't quite get there. Everybody looked. No hands went into the air. It was only a yard or two inside the rope, so perhaps he didn't. But the way he just looked at his fingers and ruefully gave his hands a little shake suggests he might just have brushed the ball as it flew past him for 6. 72 now to Hughes. 135 for 2 Sussex, and the lead is over 250, and we've still got 4 overs to go.
We have. And so I thought this, Sussex certainly aren't holding back here, just picking up 1s and 2s. That was an expensive over. Rehan Ahmed is coming, no slips in place now, coming into bowl to James Coles, and Coles thumps the ball down the ground too long off, fielded by Ben Green, but not before Coles trots through for his 22nd run, 136 for 2. Coles to 22, Ahmed in again, bowls to Daniel Hughes, who's bowled. And Daniel Hughes can't quite believe it. Rehan Ahmed picks up the wicket, and Daniel Hughes, I think, was caught in 2 minds then, and it may have turned a little as well.
Yeah, turned back into him. He pushed it through a bit, didn't he?
Yes.
Hurried, skidded onto him, but turned back into him, and he was on, as you say, the back foot when he might have tried to get forward. How much did it bounce? Let's have a look. It didn't bounce much, actually. About halfway up leg stump it hit. Yeah, so he can consider himself a little bit unfortunate. But once again, with a lead of 250 with 7 wickets in hand, I don't think Sussex will be overly upset in the dressing room to see uneven bounce coming into it.
No, I agree.
As well.
Daniel Hughes will be disappointed because he'll feel that there was perhaps a century to be had, but he batted nicely, Daniel Hughes. Dropped on 24 and 29. The Australian wanders off ruefully, thinking, it's a shame, as he talks to Jack Carson, who's coming out on night watchman duty.
Please, have Sussex, I mean, the kit this season, obviously the martlets feature prominently, but it seems to me that they are bigger than usual. And the sponsor sort of is smaller, so
right.
I like it.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the sponsor, I don't think they've got a sponsor of the ground at the moment, Sussex.
Or the sponsor of the manufacturer
of the kit, yeah.
Potentially. But I like the fact that the badge, which just consists of the pyramid, the upside down inverted pyramid of martlets, 6 of them, is very dominant.
So, Well done, Rehan Ahmed. He picks up a wicket, 136 for 3. We've had an eventful day's cricket here today. We've had 12 wickets. We've had 366 runs. So those that have come in and thought they'd have a day on the bank holiday watching cricket have certainly had value for money. They've seen plenty of cricket. And thus far this game has been uninterrupted with 3 overs and 4 balls to be bowled tonight. Jack Carson is taking strike with men gathered around the bat. Why wouldn't you? There's a slip and a short leg and a leg slip. It looks like a short extra cover is coming in as well. So Ian Holland decides that now's the time to attack, and a welcome wicket for Leicestershire. Ahmed in bowls, Carson solidly forward, plays down the onside of the pitch, and there is no run.
Well, another before the close would lift the Foxes going in. They can think, look, if we can chase 320 or 330.
Ahmed in again, bowls, Carson defends into the offside, and that's what we were saying earlier, wasn't it? It's all very well as talking about declarations, but Sussex need to put themselves in that position first of all before that can be considered, and the lead is 252. Ahmed in bowls, Carson forward, plays back down the track. Ahmed feels off his own bowling, and there is no run. Effectively 252 for 3 Sussex, as we go into the dying embers of the second day. I think Rehan Ahmed's thinking about going around the wicket. Indeed he is. James Cole's
spin it out of the footholes.
In again, bowls, and Carson is on his way. He plays that into the leg side and picks up a single, does what the Night's Watchman should do, which is to pinch the strike. There's still another 3 overs to go. So Carson is on 1, Cole is on 22. Sussex are 137 for 3. It means the lead is 253. 3 overs remaining in the day, and Rehan Ahmed has bowled 7 overs and has taken 1 for 20, and it's been a delight to watch him bowl.
Heading out to the, who will it be? It'll be the mid-wicket boundary, won't it, now, for Carson, who's a right-hander. Doing a spot of gardening, cleaning a few bits of something other, dirt perhaps off the pitch. And he takes his guard from umpire White, who just a cursory nod straight into position. Looks around him, sees 2 slips. Otherwise, fairly conventional field with the sweepers. And Sam Wood running in from the Bennett end to bowl to him. He bowls straight, and Carson pushing slightly across the line defensively. Pushes the ball out. It's wide of Scriven at mid-on, but Scriven gets across, makes sure that there are no singles to be taken, to be cheekily taken.
Finished down at Cardiff. Yorkshire won without loss in reply to Glamorgan's 302. Finished at Edgbaston as well. Warwickshire 330 for 2.
Wood is in, bowls outside off stump. An exaggerated leave from Carson, having pulled his bat out of the line of the ball. He sort of continues to pirouette around. Backwards pirouette, if that makes sense. Coles wanders down and has a word with him. Yeah. What are you going to have for tea tonight?
I don't think I want to, they clearly want to lose another one tonight. Made 100 for the first time last season in first class cricket, Jack Carson, so he can bat.
Wood bowls to him, gets a little bit of lift.
Yeah.
On off stump, just outside perhaps. Carson, quite a tall young right-hander, gets up on his toes and plays it very competently, defends it down into the offside. A little bit of something there for Wood though, who himself is a tall, fair-haired young man, as Adrian informed us earlier, born locally, local boy. Very straight run, comes in and bowls again on off stump, full aligned this time, although Carson stayed on the back foot. The result was the same, a defensive shot that drops the ball out towards point for Weatherald to field. it's still 4. Pretty much 4.19 to be exact. So again, Leicestershire haven't been quite as wayward as in the first innings, but they've never really had control. A little bit short and on the legs this time from Wood, so Carson can get up on his toes, turn it down into the leg side, and Ben Green, who ran around and seemed to have gotten behind it, did sort of get behind it, but the ball bounced off the big man and has crossed the ropes. So bonus runs for Carson and for Sussex. He moves on to 5.
I was going to say, actually, I thought the ground fielding in this game has actually been very good, with the exception of the catches, and Ben Green's been annoyed with himself because he got round the boundary edge really quickly there. And he'd have been disappointed that went for 4 runs, because he's fielded very. He's had a busy day, hasn't he?
He has. Yeah, just slightly symptomatic. They haven't been quite at it, Leicestershire, for some reason. In goes Wood and bowls. Again, slightly leg stump line and a little bit short. And Carson can just calmly push it to mid-wicket and take a comfortable single. So once again, a sort of 6 runs off the over.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a 4 ball. Arguably, there shouldn't have been if Green had made the stop. But they're not stemming the flow of runs, Leicestershire. 1-4-2 for 3, lead 2-5-8 with 7 second innings wickets in hand.
A bit of a debate going on out there in the middle with skipper, with keeper Ben Cox involved in the discussion. I think Tom Scriven, maybe about where the field's going to go. They've still got the slip and the leg slip and the short leg in place for Rehan Ahmed. With the penultimate over of the day, floodlights on. Comes running in off half a dozen paces, bowls, forward comes Carson. There's always something happening, isn't there? I want to get a leg spinner bowling.
Yeah, there's something pleasing.
Yeah, there is. It's just different, isn't it?
It is.
You see so much seam bowling, but just to see a spinner really working his art. And again, always horrible ball, full toss.
we talked him into that.
Yeah, Carson drills the ball down the ground for a couple of runs. That's what I mean. You either get wickets, runs, or something's happening. But 2 to Carson. He goes to 6.
I was going to say one of the things that does fascinate is because leg spin is so difficult, as anyone who's tried it for any length of time will surely attest.
In again, and Carson again is back, and this time he's going to get 4 runs. Too short for Rehan Ahmed, and Jack Carson says thank you very much and pulls the ball away through wide. He's been on for 4, so
we better shut up about that.
we said you either get wickets or runs, and
yes.
we've had since we've said that we've had 6 runs. Sussex do 148 for 3 as the lead extends to 264.
It wasn't too much wrong with that delivery. It was just short enough for Carson to go back, and he's got good hands.
Ahmed in again, bowls. Oh, and now Carson's beaten all ends up outside the off stump.
Beauty.
It's fun, isn't it?
Beauty. What a lovely delivery.
Yeah, it was. That's why it's so entertaining to watch. And the fact that in between deliveries you just get a few seconds and then he comes again. Over the wicket, bowls. Oh, he very nearly played on.
Googly nearly did him.
He did. Hands on heads in the slip cordon. He very nearly was. Not a goner then, was Jack.
It was just too wide and it snaked back in, and he just managed to get back down on it.
Ahmed in again, gives it plenty of air. Carson defends. That's the end of Rehan Ahmed's work for the day. An entertaining 8 overs. 1 for 26. We've got 1 over left in the day. And Sussex with a lead of 264. And Richard was right all along that we will. Well, I guess we will get the full 96, provided a wicket doesn't fall, because if a wicket falls, we'll go off. So we won't get the full 96. But nonetheless, it's been a super day's cricket yet again.
Yeah. Dominated really by Sussex. The innings of Jake Weatherald, the only real positive for Leicestershire. There was a little bit of late order resistance against the ball that had become softer. Good efforts from Ben Cox and Ben Green in particular, but they're still essentially trying to recover and may never do so from the damage that was inflicted in that first session yesterday morning, the Foxes. So, final over of the day to be bowled by Sam Wood, with Sussex 1 for 8 for 3 in their second innings. Holland is determined to get this field right. He asks Wood to wait. He's got 2 men out deep, so he's going to bowl a load of bouncers at Coles and say, go on then, have a hook. In he goes and bowls a bouncer, and he does indeed pull stroke hook, but he makes sure he gets very carefully on top of it, and it goes all the way along the ground to Ben Green at long leg.
Yes, a roll of the wrist, wasn't it, from James Coles? Actually, we're not finishing that late, are we?
Half past?
Yeah, I mean, it's late enough, but we did think for a while it could be, you know, a real late one today, but you know, 6:30 is about the norm, isn't it? And,
in the early part of the season it tends to, I'm still certain that over 8 says +4 from the first. I mean, it's a hangover from the first innings to a certain extent, but yeah, they've been good really in the last couple of seasons, Leicestershire having been terrible in previous seasons. Wood is in to Carson, bowled a little bit short of a length on off stump. Carson upon his toes, dropping it out towards point.
Well, Sussex were dreadful as well, and I noticed today when a helmet was brought out for one of the close fielders that the 12th man came running out and Ollie Robinson came running over and took the helmet. And they're the sort of things that I think irritate umpires, when someone dawdles out with a helmet halfway through the over, and it's when you incur the wrath of the umpires, and that's when you get your points deductions for a slow over rate.
Leicestershire and Holland taking forever, having
Yes,
been praising them over this over. He's constant, because we've got Carson back on strike, and presumably we're going to get a couple of short balls from Wood, although he's brought in mid-wicket to a conventional position. In goes Wood. Oh, and that just doesn't get up at all. Absolutely scoots from short of a length. It goes down the leg side, and again, I suspect there'll be 1 or 2 in the Sussex dressing room who look quite like Ollie Robinson and Henry Croken, will be rubbing their hands.
Yeah, yes, a bit of variable bounce doesn't go amiss when you're bowling last.
I wasn't misled by that one, was I? Look.
No,
it was
sort of ankle high,
6 inches off the ground.
Yeah,
you're not keeping those out if they're straight. In goes Wood and bowls a bouncer that loops over the head of Jack Carson.
that was quite quick, that,
1 for the over, says the umpire. A previous delivery was something else, wasn't it? Really didn't get up above 6 inches, if that. Having been pitched about 8 foot in front of the batsman. Wood in, bowls, and nothing unorthodox about that bounce. It's a fraction short of a length and outside off stump, steered by Carson out to point, where Hill is the fielder. 1 ball to go in another fascinating day's proceedings. It's very much as it was yesterday, a day that belonged to Sussex. They lead by 265, 7 wickets in hand. Wood comes in and bowls. Carson strokes the ball out towards extra cover. Holland is the fielder, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is us done for the second day of the County Championship domestic season, the English domestic season 2026. And again, Leicestershire, newly promoted Leicestershire, just getting a reminder of what is involved against some high quality players. 149 for 3 Sussex finish on. James Coles 23, Jack Carson 12 not out. They lead by 265 runs with 7 second innings wickets in hand. Adrian Harms, Richard Ray and Rita Green will be back with you tomorrow, 5 to 11. We'll bring our coats, and if you're coming to the ground, from what Adrian has said, you're going to need to do so as well.
Yeah.
But rain isn't forecast again I don't think.
No.
It's just chilly.
Yeah, chilly.
But no chill in the hearts of the Sussex players as they leave the field. They're on top, firmly on top. Can they go on to cement what looks increasingly like it's going to be a win in their first game of the season tomorrow? We shall find out. But for now, from a gloomy again and chilly Grace Road, from Rita, from Adrian and myself, it's good night to you all. Good night.